start because I'm taking a minute here to sort things out. The witness list is in order that they signed up. Calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole. Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, and the time is 9:14 in the morning. And this hearing is being conducted virtually over over the Zoom video conference broadcast platform, as well as on Council Channel 13, that's cable television, as well as I believe it's being streamed live on the DC Council website, which is www.dccouncil.us. And it's also available on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. I'll repeat the last, www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. I say that because we have 192 witnesses, and we've allotted time from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. If the hearing goes past 6, it will no longer be broadcast live on cable TV. However, the entire hearing will be available eventually on the council's website, as is the case with all hearings, public hearings. But public will be able to continue to watch this hearing after 6 p.m. on chairmanmendelson.com/live. As I said, we have 192 witnesses. There was a two-step process. Witnesses had until close of business, I think it was Friday, to register to testify. Then they were sent an email with steps to get a link. So my understanding is not all 192 at this point have completed that second step. And if they are still interested in testifying, they should look for that email that came out last Friday so that they can get on whatever they get on to be testifying today. My understanding is that there are 4 colleagues who are present: Trayon White, Christina Henderson, Janice Lewis George, and Robert White. What we're going to do, because we have a second hearing tomorrow, and tomorrow's hearing will be government agencies. So today, solely public testimony regarding all education agencies. Council members have a choice whether they want to make an opening statement today or tomorrow. So I will recognize members in order, and I'll see whether they want to make an opening statement today or tomorrow. So beginning with Councilmember Trayon White. And he's not speaking up. Councilmember Henderson.
I'll defer to tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilmember Lewis George.
We'll defer to tomorrow, Chairman, but thank all the witnesses for testifying today.
And Councilmember Robert White.
Chairman, I'm just finding out that we're only going to be able to make a statement today or tomorrow. I was going to make a brief statement to recognize how important it is that we engage families, but since I'm hearing that we have to make a choice, I'm going to wait till tomorrow. But thank all the public witnesses for taking the time today.
All right, thank you. So let's call witnesses in. I'm going to call witnesses 20 at a time. Ruth Wattenberg, Ward 3 representative on the State Board of Education. Actually, the first 5 witnesses are representatives on the State Board. Frasier O'Leary, who's Ward 4 representative. Jessica Sutter, who's the Ward 6 representative. Ebony Rose Thompson, who is the Ward 7 representative, and Carlene Reed, who is the Ward 8 representative. And they will be followed by Shara Greer, who's Policy Director of the Children's Law Center, Mary Levy, Kabila Huddleston, who is Education Policy Analyst with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Robert Henderson, Jessica Giles, who's Interim Director of Education Reform Now, DC, Celine Adopto, who is listed as a public witness, Laura Fuchs, who I know is a teacher, James Israel, Elizabeth Davis, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union, Stephen Grivnow, who is listed as a public witness, Carrie Savage, who is Director of Policy at PAVE, David Eifel, Kishan Puda, who's an ANC Commissioner with ANC 2E01, Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director of Empower Ed, and Shannon Hodge, who's Founding Executive Director with the DC Charter School Alliance. Double check with Mr. Cash.
We're looking about 3 or 4.
All right, Ms. Wattenberg, if you want to start, I don't want you to feel any pressure that you are the very first witness of 192, but I know you can do it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, no pressure at all. I assure you, none. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members, for inviting us and for pressing our education agencies to do more planning and to be more responsive. It has been a very tough year to all who have been trying so hard to make it decent. You have all of my affection. What I hear more than anything from my constituents is please plan better for next term and especially for next year. Whatever comes, new variants, whatever, let's be ready so our kids can be back in school full-time in person if that's their preference. And let's make sure that students who want to stay virtual are able to do so, but in a virtual system that is top rate with the needed equipment. I am Ruth Wattenberg, elected state board member from Ward 3. I'm here representing myself. I want to begin though with a survey of teachers across the city conducted by the state board at the end of January. I'll then turn to non-pandemic issues and specific Ward 3 issues. 43% of teachers have considered leaving this year because of the challenges during COVID. They won't all leave, but I fear many will if we don't step up, and our schools will be much the worse for it and less stable next year. 76% of teachers report that their students' internet is too slow or non-existent. 29% of teachers, less than a third, say, quote, students who I teach are screened for dyslexia during this period of virtual learning. Lack of screening was a problem before. It is surely worse now. Please fully fund the dyslexia bill. It's an emergency. Where students have not learned to read, they need the high dose tutoring that people are talking about, focused on decoding with teachers well-trained in the science of reading. But more broadly, high dosage tutoring can sound like drill and kill on steroids. Students also need social studies and science and the arts, and as you know, SEL support. These subjects require exposure and discussion and thinking, not something narrower. Quickly on data, as you know, I have raised in the past the importance of independent data. We appreciate that you introduced and held a hearing on our legislation proposing better collection and reporting of teacher retention data. We hope you pass that bill. We also need longitudinal test data, disaggregation of our test scores, more information on climate, and more. On reopening, term 4, it's around the corner. If returning teachers are to get both vaccines before they begin term 4, they need to get their first shots this week or next. As we move forward, it is critical that DOH guidance is updated to reflect the CDC so that schools can respond safely to interest for more in-person teaching. Next year, we don't know what that will bring. If variants become serious, schools will need more space, including outdoors, and more staff to bring students back full-time if they choose. Quickly, on the budget process, schools are losing staff because of enrollment declines or because actual costs are greater than actual budget increases, but we will get stimulus dollars. Please tell DCPS this is not the time to ask principals and LSATs to find ways to cut their staff. It's crazy. And as a reminder that you don't need, the MFP process is not working. Most recently, out of nowhere, Lafayette School was told to relocate its PK program because there was no space. Thanks to interventions, including by many of you, the relocation was canceled. The problem of space continues. And last night, we were all made aware that the old Hardy School was released to the lab school until 2038, no hearing. The reality, whether it's teacher retention, graduation rates, test scores, MFP, accountability depends on independent data. Without transparency, there is no accountability. Without good planning, we cannot make it through this difficult period. Thank you for everything all of you have been doing so far. The end. Thank you.
Mr. Wattenberg, Frasier O'Leary.
Good morning. I am Frasier O'Leary, and I'm speaking to you today as an educator. As someone who has been an active educator in the District of Columbia for over 50 years, I looked at the oncoming changes which the pandemic would bring through a different set of eyes than others. I thought that these changes might allow the school systems to be able to look at our educational landscape with an, excuse me, I'm not good at this reading. The educational landscape with an objective pair of eyes and realize that going back to a new normal would not acknowledge that the old normal was immensely flawed. When my wife passed away, people talked about the new normal. There is no such thing. It's an oxymoron. When schools finally open on full time, we need to alter the landscape with new and innovative ways to reach our children and lift them up. Virtual learning has worked for those students and families that have their own access to technology and can supervise their children. Many of our families do not have that freedom. Most of our students have spent the last year in educational handcuffs. This is the new normal. We have 4 months left in this school year to try to engage all of our students. What is being done for those students who sign on to a computer but never participate? What is being done for those hundreds of students who have failed classes the first 2 advisories and are still not being connected to their second semester classes? Why has information about anything in our schools been so opaque rather than completely transparent to the ones that need it the most? I would like to think that the ultimate goal for everyone who works to educate our children would be to give them the best education possible. It shouldn't be that difficult for us to work all together rather than apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Jessica Sutter.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I apologize for the hoarseness of my voice. My name is Jessica Sutter, and I'm honored to represent Ward 6 on the DC State Board of Education. I offer this testimony as an individual. I'm grateful today for the work of all the education agencies charged with supporting our schools and the students and families of the district. I appreciate the time and effort leaders of those agencies have dedicated to help us all navigate this challenging and unusual year of school. As you review the hundreds of pages of oversight responses from the DME, OSSE, PCSB, and DCPS, and prepare to ask their leaders questions tomorrow, you have a tremendous amount of ground to cover. I am sure you will hear the word transparency from a lot of witnesses today. Access to information for the public is essential. However, I ask that you focus some of your oversight questions on another essential word: clarity. One common charge among all education agencies is communication with the public. And one thing all public education agencies could have done better this year is to communicate clearly with the public, proactively, in straightforward language, and in a timely manner. There's growing distrust between the public and our education agencies. Unclear communication furthers this distrust. People feel like messages have been crafted specifically to obfuscate. If we do not make the effort to be clear and honest about what we do and do not know at a given moment in time, we cannot be surprised when the public expresses a lack of trust in our messages. When will the remainder of teachers be able to be vaccinated? How many more students will be able to return to in-person learning in term 4? When will summer programming be announced? None of those questions requires a complex answer, but too often they generate multi-paragraph responses. Some information is complex. OSSE recently announced to LEAs that it would seek a 1-year waiver from federal ESSA requirements around assessments. What the public heard was OSSE canceled PARCC. Advocates have praised it. Parents I hear from tell me they're delighted the state will not test students this year. A more accurate and clear communication might have said to the public, OSSE is seeking a waiver from PARCC testing this spring. It will be a few weeks before we have an answer from the U.S. Department of Education. If they do not grant a waiver, we will proceed with our alternative plan, which is, who knows? Clarity is most important when information to be conveyed is complex. People can understand the complexities of even federal policy when they are explained by the experts. What is good teaching, if not the clear explanation of complex info to diverse audiences? Our education agencies are filled with educators. They know well how to clearly explain complex content. It must be core to their work, and I ask you to ask them to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter. Ebony Rose Thompson.
Good morning, and thank you to Chairman Mendelson and the council members in attendance for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson, and I represent Ward 7 on the State Board of Education and serve as the outgoing chair of the Ward 7 Education Council. I do offer this testimony as an individual. In no way has this past year been normal, which is the reason why many students have been experiencing stress. And according to scientific research, stress has a significant impact on students encoding, storing, and retrieving information. Those aren't my words. Those are from Winston, a high school student who participated in one of our student town halls as the state board. Honestly, just thinking about the last year is overwhelming. I have never had so much trouble trying to distill my thoughts into 3 minutes, which is why I stole Winston's words, because they were more straightforward than mine. I do ask myself, how have we addressed this? Over the past year, we've charged our city's administration and institutions with response, reopening, recovery, and reimagining our system to meet our children's needs. A year ago, this hearing would have been in person. Like the rest of the world, we didn't know what we were dealing with. We hadn't yet closed schools. We hadn't yet closed schools. And we started out kind of like giving out laptops and turning our living rooms into classrooms. A week later, we did close schools and announced a public health emergency through March 31st. We've invested a lot of resources in reopening since then, not nearly as much in recovery, response, or reimagining. And I get it. Schools are social hubs. Kids count on them for food and social services connection. And let's be real, for childcare. But reopening has really dominated our conversation. We gave up the idea too early that we could do what is needed to provide the safest option to all at-risk students. We've invested a lot of time in planning for how to get students back into buildings that our data tells us may not have been serving them well academically before the pandemic. When we closed in March, we literally started trying to open schools in April. We said we would be back open April 1st. I know, I served on the mayor's reopening committee. We have been kind of unclear if there's actually been an inequitable approach, because the only thing we've promised students is that if we can get them back in person, we can serve them better, which has left us open to questions of tech and SPED and other services that we want students to receive. I look forward to questions, but I hope that we spend the next year really focusing on response, recovery, and reimagining. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlene Reed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, Ward 8 Council Member Trayon White, and members of the DC Council present. I'm Dr. Carlene Reed, and I represent the citizens of Ward 8 on the State Board of Education. This testimony is, I guess, is me as an individual. If I had a theme for my testimony, it would be stability. Stability should be a key concept or a key tenet in the oversight of education to achieve maximal outcomes for our students. I probably have more content versus time, but my statement covers all agencies present, and I will get you that written statement. But first, starting with DC Public Schools, I really like us to look into leadership. Ward 8 has the highest number of principal turnovers in the last 5 years. While we were fighting a pandemic, we witnessed the termination of a principal despite overwhelming community engagement. Sentiments have also been expressed about principals not being able to fully advocate for their needs publicly without retaliation. And we have also experienced some unrest about principal selection. I appreciate DCPS for extending the contracts of principals to 2 years. I'm aware that there's a leadership pipeline so that some of our wonderful assistant principals can ascend into principalship. But we may need to really explore what it is, what we consider meaningful leadership for Ward 8 versus a one-size-fits-all selection process. In regards to school programming, I appreciate DCPS has had individual school teams create unique opportunities for students. I hope that our newest redesign efforts are given adequate time to really be evaluated and enhanced versus the next churn possibly that ESSA could create. Also, in regards to self-contained classrooms, it appears to be some fluctuation specifically at our middle school level. And I feel like attendance should not drive those decisions, specifically around our communication and education supports classrooms and behavioral supports classrooms. Hart and Johnson Middle School students have or will be undergoing 2 shifts possibly in the last 2 years. I know I'm winding down on time. So I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor for Education. I do appreciate his team for being at a variety of community events. We really need a comprehensive planning around education, whether it be a logic model that has laid out outcomes and supports or activities, but it's kind of hard to judge a system when we aren't clear on what our overall goal is. I'll just lay out some of the other topics that I have listed. For DCPS, I want us to look into buildings and enhancing DGS and DCPS's relationships. In regards to the public charter school boards, the opening and closings of schools with National Collegiate Prep and its 276 students being the latest churn. For OSSI, the preschool special education offerings and the report card. For the Office of Deputy Mayor, I appreciate his work around safe passages, but how can we link it to the mayor's building blocks programs? And then lastly, the student advocate and ombudsman and the State Board of Education have small but dedicated teams. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. And yes, very much want to see your written statement. Shara Greer, Policy Director of Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. I am Shara Greer, the Policy Director of the Children's Law Center. I'm also a resident of the district and a parent of 2 students who attend a DCPS school. I am testifying today on behalf of the Children's Law Center, which fights so every DC child can grow up with a loving family, good health, and a quality education. I submitted extensive written testimony covering a number of issues, but in my limited time today, I'm going to focus on the impact of the public health crisis on students and some of the steps that are key to a full and successful recovery. The public health crisis has posed unprecedented challenges for all of us. However, the challenges facing students have been particularly acute. Although there are some areas where DC's education agencies have shown commendable adaptability during this difficult time, we cannot ignore the ways in which students have suffered over the last year. All students are suffering learning loss. A report found that on average, DC students have lost 4 months of learning in math and 1 month in reading, but the greatest impact has fallen disproportionately on those who are already furthest behind, namely students with disabilities, Black and Brown students, and English language learners. We urge the council and the entire education sector to focus not only on recovering from the learning loss that occurred during this public health crisis, but redoubling the commitment to equity and closing the wide opportunity gap in education in our city. As an initial matter, families and students need to feel safe coming back to school. We know in-person instruction is more effective and could help close the learning gap. However, as the reopening has unfolded, it has become clear that many DC families are uncomfortable returning their children to classrooms. These families have reasonable fears, and there is pre-pandemic understandable distrust. DCPS and the other LEAs must do more to build trust through transparency and outreach. Schools must also address the trauma that students have been suffering throughout the course of this pandemic if they're going to be able to effectively engage in academics. Children are dealing with unprecedented levels of disruption, isolation, and stress. Remote schooling, loss of social connections, changes in their lives, including their parents' job losses, and death in their families and communities. A significant part of this of addressing this trauma is ensuring that there is support in the schools and the expansion of the school-based behavioral health system. Schools also need to make their climate more welcoming. If students are going to return and thrive, there need to be changes in climate that include addressing barriers to attendance, exclusionary discipline, and police presence in schools. And academics do need to be addressed. We urge the DCPS and the other LEAs consider a number of interventions. We urge them to look at best practices emerging from places like the Annenberg Institute and consider significant investments in tutoring and credit recovery programming. Further, we're going to need additional staff to provide intervention and support for students as they recover from the pandemic. Lastly, the vast majority of students with disabilities have not been receiving timely evaluations or supportive services required by their individual education programs. Federal law imposes a mandate for schools to ensure that students with disabilities are served according to their IEPs. When schools fail to meet that requirement, they can be required to provide compensatory education. And the city and the schools need to prepare to address a significant amount of compensatory education and the demand for that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Mary Levy.
Good morning. For the record, you're hearing me, I hope.
Yes.
I'm Mary Levy. I have been studying the school system for 40 years, collecting data, and the results of that for recent years are in my written testimony. I will only address a couple of points in my 3 minutes. The first point is about the local school budgets, which were released 3 weeks ago. A group of us has downloaded them one at a time, converted them to spreadsheet, and we're in the process of analyzing them. This is just the beginning of the process, but the preliminary results, I can see that out of 115 schools, 49 are actually losing funds, no matter what happens with their enrollment. And in fact, 1/4 of those schools have no enrollment loss or just a few. At the same time, and this affects everybody, buying power is down because the average increase in local school budgets is 1.2%, whereas teacher costs, and that's the majority of the staff, are up 1.5%. Administrators are up over 2%. Aides are up 12%, and office staff cost 13% more. So that's why you are hearing a lot of anger about cutting staff. The money really isn't there to keep the people they have. The second point is that for many years, I have categorized DCPS employees by central office, which is to say people who work only with other adults. They do not interact with students. This year we have 705 people in the central offices. In 1981, when we only had 500 some, we had almost twice as many students. We have 4 executive directors, 9 chiefs, 24 deputy chiefs, 75 directors, 165 managers, and 41 analysts. Surely some of that money could be redirected toward local school services. I would be happy to sit with your staff and go through all this and all the rest of the statistics I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Kabila Huddleston.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kabila Huddleston, and I'm a policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. My written testimony highlights the efforts that district early childhood and public education leaders have made over the last year to better meet the needs of infants and toddlers, as well as students who are considered at risk of academic failure. But for the purposes of my verbal testimony today, I am going to focus on the 2020 Uniform Per Student Funding Formula Study commissioned by the Deputy Mayor for Education, the recommendations from the 2020-21 UPSFF Working Group, and the need to improve DC's at-risk funding system. DCFPI greatly appreciates the Mayor for funding the 2020 UPSFF study in the fiscal year 20 approved budget. Policymakers and the public can use the study to develop a deeper understanding of the successes of the city's student funding formula, which is essential for advancing educational equity and opportunities to improve it. Of particular interest to DCFPI are the study's findings that learning gaps between students who are considered at risk and students who are not have widened. Students who have certain at-risk characteristics face the largest learning gaps compared to students who are not at risk. Students with multiple at-risk factors tend to have larger learning gaps compared to students with fewer or no at-risk factors, and student achievement on PARCC exams is strongly associated with the concentration of at-risk students within a school. These findings, coupled with the 2018-19 PARCC results, show that at-risk students and students of color tend to be less prepared for life beyond the pre-K through 12 system and demand a greater sense of urgency from policymakers and education officials. DCFPI applauds the Mayor and DC Council for their continuous investments in public education, yet large and unacceptable disparities in student learning outcomes show there is still more work to be done. DCFPI had the privilege of being part of the 2021 UPSFF working group. The working group recommended that the district create an additional supplemental weight to provide extra dollars to students with 2 or more at-risk characteristics. If the district were to adopt this recommendation, nearly 5,700 students would be eligible for this additional funding based on fiscal year 19 data. Unfortunately, we did not spend sufficient time determining what the new weight should be. In the short term, DCFPI strongly encourages the DME to identify a new weight on an emergency basis to address the immediate pandemic learning needs of students who have 2 or more at-risk characteristics. In the medium term, we encourage the DME to continue its research to identify a permanent new weight that can be implemented by fiscal year 23. I'm almost out of time, so with regards to improving the at-risk funding system, I lay out several recommendations in my written testimony, but you're well aware of the issues that we have from DCPS supplanting at-risk dollars repeatedly in recent years, the lack of standardized reporting around at-risk funds, and just really no system, like district-wide system that tracks and measures the effectiveness of the investments we've made thus far. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston. Robert Henderson.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a Ward 5 resident and parent and vice chair of the Ward 5 Education Equity Committee. Our organization has been meeting monthly for the past 2 years, convening school leaders, teachers, students, and families of our Ward 5 schools. Those meetings and communication with these groups inform my testimony today. Over the past year, I've tried to live by a mantra of extending grace to all as together we work through extraordinary circumstances related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And to a great extent, I think that applies here. Teachers have quickly and admirably adjusted to new ways of teaching, and students have persevered. However, in some cases, I can think of no reason, pandemic or not, to justify certain aspects of the performance of some agencies over the past year. Beginning with DCPS, I've repeatedly heard from school leaders and teachers about learning of district plans from press briefings, indicating both a lack of engagement and collaboration with these parties and a lack of respect for the preparation needed to communicate and implement these plans. DCPS has repeatedly failed to assess the demand for in-person learning and has pushed a series of reopening plans that have put an inordinate burden on each school and their staffs to provide opportunities for a small number of students while increasing the number of students each teacher has in remote classes. DCPS leadership has taken a combative rather than collaborative stance toward employees, not seeking their input and dismissing it when volunteered. Most recently, they pushed for in-person instruction at a point when a few more weeks coupled with prioritization could have resulted in all on-site personnel being fully vaccinated before opening buildings. The district already had teacher retention challenges, and this will undoubtedly exacerbate them. Unrelated to the pandemic, the DC Public Charter School Board continues to approve new charters essentially creating a boundless supply of seats for a system that already has many schools below capacity. When budgets are largely tied to enrollment, this creates and exacerbates inequities across sectors and across the city. In Ward 5, we have 35 charter campuses and now 14 DCPS campuses. It does not seem to be the responsibility of the charter school board to consider the implications of charter expansion on traditional public schools. Who then is doing comprehensive cross-sector planning? It does not seem to be the mayor or the deputy mayor for education. The status quo doesn't seem to be working well. The school system is not fulfilling basic priorities for equity and quality. Too many students don't have the opportunities or supports that they need. Too often you have to step in to demand that agencies deliver basic plans. Schools continue to receive budget increases that fail to prevent cuts to much needed staff. These issues preceded the pandemic and without significant changes will continue after it. We need to rethink the fundamentals of education in the city, including governance structure and budgeting. The State Board of Education has become the agency most engaged with the public, with hours of public comment and many meetings over the past year. The State Board is devoted to education rather than a broader set of areas like the council and the mayor, and is well positioned to exercise greater authority over education in the district. An independent office of the State Superintendent of Education could also depoliticize education decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Jessica Childs.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and council staff. My name is Jessica Giles. I am a Ward 7 resident and the interim director of Education Reform Now DC. EARN DC is a nonprofit organization that fights to ensure our public education system in Washington, DC justly and equitably serves all students. I am pleased to provide testimony at this performance oversight hearing of DC education agencies. For a year, our families in DC have been grappling with COVID-related health challenges, deaths, job loss, social isolation, and daily disruptions. Black, brown, immigrant, and low-income families have borne the worst of those impacts. Our school leaders and educators have performed miracles to ensure learning continues under really difficult scenarios. Despite great effort, the coronavirus pandemic has disrupted the academic school year significantly. Many of our schools remain shuttered or under-enrolled. Students continue to learn virtually, which reduces quality time spent with their friends, educators, and school staff, burdens families, impact learning. As a consequence, many of our students' academic progress, as well as physical and mental well-being, have declined. A recent poll of parents who are DC voters commissioned by Education Reform Now DC underscores the need for district leaders to meet our students and families where they are immediately and fully address the academic impact, emotional toll, and outright trauma caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The mayor and the DC Council must ensure a just and equitable recovery. They can do so in the following ways. Prioritize the health and safety of all of our students, educators, and families. Pleased to learn that all teachers and staff who work for school and childcare facilities are eligible for the vaccine. We should continue to improve the vaccine appointment registration process, prioritize residents in select zip codes where vaccinations are lowest, like in Wards 7 and 8, establish school buildings as safe public vaccination sites, partner with trusted community leaders to increase support for vaccines. We can reconnect with all of our students and families and build trust. That means engaging students furthest from opportunity and building trust and returning to buildings will be critical. We must do whatever it takes to prepare for safe in-person learning this fall. We should also invest boldly in education, increasing the uniform per student funding formula to 4%, the at-risk weight to 0.37, and the English language learner weight to 0.61 to ensure our students, educators, and schools have the resources and supports they need to have a strong academic year. Finally, we must advance solutions that work. Effectively implementing large-scale tutoring courses for students who have fallen behind during the pandemic, ensuring strong and consistent access to high quality and affordable behavioral health care services by expanding the school-based mental health program and restoring funding for community-based behavioral health services, and expanding our teacher diversity pipeline by providing Black and Brown DC public school students a free accelerated path into the teaching profession, all tuition free. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Celine Adopto. I'm told he's not here. Laura Fuchs.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Oh, my bad.
You can go ahead, Ms. Laura. I can wait.
Okay, am I going?
Yeah, well, Ms. Fuchs, why don't you
I can
proceed,
wait.
and then I'll go back to Mr. Duffel.
Okay, all right, let me quickly set up. So I am in my classroom, so just pardon if there's any background noise. All right, so I am before you today testifying from my classroom in my role as the recording secretary of the Ward 7 Education Council, but also as a teacher and human being who is tired of the disregard that students, families, and educators in Ward 7 have been subject to by the district education agencies. Last night, 2 students alerted me that they have tested positive for COVID-19, and a week ago, our school community faced the loss of a 10th grade student to gun violence. The status quo in this district has been failing too many of our students for too long, and the pandemic has only exacerbated this situation. Our families are frustrated by the refusal of our district government to make substantive changes with regards to how we serve our students and their families in a rush to return to normal that never fully served them in the first place. In our meetings, families speak frequently about how their gratitude and appreciation for teachers has increased during the pandemic. Because of distance learning, many are getting the most intimate insights into the breadth and depth of work that teachers do. They're also largely impressed by how their teachers have been able to pivot and respond as pandemic restrictions took hold, showing incredible dedication and creative ways to connect with students in meaningful ways. But there's much less support and appreciation for DCPS administration and the mayor. There's continued frustration with a lack of transparency and authentic engagement regarding education issues across the board. At HD Woodson, weeks were spent developing a reopening plan with a large group of educators, parents, a student, and the Ward 7 Education Council. The plan was rejected by DCPS, forcing a reopening plan that nobody had proposed and agreed to. At many of our elementary schools, they've had to shift resources and change teachers to serve only a handful of students in person. At many of our teachers are being stretched to the limit, and with DCPS continuing to impose impact, we're facing enormous teacher retention crisis, which DCPS continuously refuses to acknowledge. Given the socio-emotional fallout of the past year, pandemic and community violence, parents are most concerned with their kids' mental and emotional health and understand that it is the bedrock to academic achievement. All recovery efforts must prioritize shoring up relationships, healing trauma from isolation and neglect, and providing targeted academic support that directly addresses the needs of Ward 7 students as expressed by families, not families from across town. Ward 7 families and teachers know best what our kids need to navigate the pandemic, so our ideas and concerns must be centered and elevated if any solutions for managing the pandemic are to be widely successful. Ward 7 parents want support and relief for their families and for the teachers who have been in the trenches with them throughout the pandemic. There's no overwhelming chorus to reopen schools. Instead, they've been asking for direct supports to wraparound services to help their families weather the pandemic. And I'll be submitting more on behalf of the Ward 7 Education Council in writing.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Celine Adopto.
Greetings, everyone. I am Celine Adopto, Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C, and I'm here to represent the 14,000 residents that we represent in ANC 8C. I want to speak about some of the issues that we face in terms of education in Ward 8, particularly 8C. I believe our families and our students need educators and staff members and faculty that care about their students. In order for us to address many of the social ills that we have to have faculty, staff, we have to have people in the school system that care. And I want to say that Principal Strickland, Principal Hunter at Hart Middle School and Martin Luther King Elementary School, respectively, actually care about our students and increase our opportunities to have successful communities, successful families, and thus a successful District of Columbia. With the Connected Schools program, we have Jackie Elo at Ballou. We have Ms. Rashida Young at Anacostia High School, and they've done an excellent job at making sure that these schools can be connected to the larger community. I think that these programs need to be expanded to more schools throughout the District of Columbia. They've successfully been able to get us to the schools to help work on various projects to help meet some of the wraparound services of our families. Our schools wouldn't be able to really do the job that they do if they don't have the community support, and community support is often hard to get. And so with these programs, through the Connected Schools programs, I feel like that community support is growing and it can be better. I believe that this program is funded through a federal grant, And if possible, I would say that continue to apply for this grant. And if so, reach out for more funding for this. One of the reasons that I've seen success in 8C in particular is because of Ballou High School's ability to connect with the community organizations through the ANC. And establishing this relationship, we have a better chance at increasing success for our students. So this is my testimony, and I will submit it written as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is James Israel here? Elizabeth Davis.
Good morning, Councilmember Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm Elizabeth Davis, President of the Washington Teachers Union. And at last year's public oversight hearing, my testimony included the following. Citywide, 62.9% of those who took the English language portion of the PARCC exam did not achieve proficiency. In math, 69.5% citywide did not reach proficiency. Large opportunity achievement gaps of students of color, particularly African-American students and their white counterparts, has broadened. The barriers our students face are real, and the resulting achievement gaps that are present in the District of Columbia are striking. Unfortunately, not much has changed since I wrote those words a year ago. In fact, due to the pandemic, we can expect the gaps have increased further. It's time for our city to embark on bold reforms to ensure that every single student in the District of Columbia receives the education that he or she deserves. Our return to in-person learning cannot simply be a return to what was. We must return to a system that is learned and improved, that is changing its practices. So I have some details around the WTU's priorities for COVID recovery in my written testimony, which you received yesterday. And if you did not, I will send it to you again, Chairman Mendelson. Myself and members of the WTU look forward to meeting with you in the near future to discuss those priorities, which include exploring ways to ensure adequate funding for local schools and expansion of community schools, redistribution of human capital, changes to the learning framework, emphasizing a culturally responsive pedagogy. Looking back at last year, we have a great deal of unfinished work. Over the past year, WTU has worked with DC Public Schools officials to establish a memorandum of agreement for virtual learning, a memorandum of agreement for in-person learning. And most recently, we engaged in a new agreement to establish a health and safety situation room, requiring a virtual check-in between DCPS and the WTU officials on Tuesdays and Fridays of every week to discuss safety protocols, COVID cases that have been reported, and the guidelines for which those cases should be handled. There were several missed opportunities by DC Public Schools and other education agencies that occurred over the past year that I want to highlight and hope will become a priority for the council this year. These efforts include establishing a comprehensive plan for education and the adoption of a master facilities plan. Across the district, we've more than 20,000 empty seats. Each of these seats carries a cost in dollars that prevents funds from flowing to our students in our classrooms. We want to see improved accountability. While we appreciate the council's actions last year to improve the transparency and accountability in the education sector, we believe it's time for the district to establish an independent state education agency. And Chairman Mendelson, I'm going to conclude by saying it's time for our city to move beyond framework of public education that emphasizes choice and embrace one that recognizes our citizens' rights to an education. Thank you for providing this opportunity for me to testify this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Is Stephen Grivnow here? Carrie Savage with PAVE.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Carrie Savage, and I serve as the Director of Policy at PAVE. I have the honor and privilege of working alongside PAVE parent leaders who have been advocating for their vision for a family-centered education system in response to coronavirus in DC. The trauma and hardship families have faced due to the pandemic are unprecedented, and historic inequities and injustices have been exposed and exacerbated more than ever before. This past year brings us to a critical juncture for education in our city. Now is the time for a comprehensive and bold plan for our kids. We want to thank Chairman Mendelson and his education team, Christina Setlow and Lakeisha Jordan, for reaching out to have a conversation directly with diversity of families about their issues and what they want to see in a recovery plan. This is the type of engagement we need from all policymakers to create real community-centered change. We hope this practice continues and engagements are followed up with clear communication about concrete next steps in order to build trust. We also want to make sure that we are fully funding our schools. Over the past year, we saw remarkable efforts to shift to distance learning and meet the needs of students in new ways. Schools provided supplies and resources, teachers put in innumerable hours to change lesson plans and check in with families while balancing their own workloads and households. Schools that were able to open in person were seemingly running 2 schools, one in person and one remote at once. Many parents or older students took an outsized role of educator with varied levels of support. The 3% increase to the UPSF last year was an essential step forward for which we are extremely thankful. Still, the per pupil base is nearly 6% below the inflation-adjusted recommended base by DC's own adequacy study, and that was before COVID. Full funding of the UPSFF would increase funding for LEAs by over $106 million and go far to ensure that schools have what they need to provide every teacher, parent, and student the support they deserve. Next, we must fully fund the at-risk weight. Systemic injustices have led to disparate access to essential resources for learning and growing during the pandemic, like reliable internet access, enrichment opportunities, mental health services, or even in-person learning environments. This has widened the already unconscionable opportunity gap. In a December 2020 report, Empower K-12 highlighted that in just this school year, students who are at risk have lost, in some cases, as much as 4 times in reading as their non-at-risk peers. Couple this lack of resources for education with widely disparate health, economic, and mental health outcomes across race and class as a result of COVID, and the call to action remains clear. DC must fully fund the at-risk weight to 0.37 so that nearly half of our student population can get the support they deserve and need to learn, a percentage that will likely go up as COVID continues. This $78.5 million in funding can and should be targeted to accelerate student learning, address the trauma they've experienced, and promote holistic and nurturing school environments. I've included examples in my full testimony. This is well within DC's ability to fund, especially given stimulus funds. We also must invest in the continuum of care for kids, including a school-based mental health program, expanding funding for OST programs, and adding $60 million to increase subsidies for childcare providers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. I see Stephen Grivnow has joined us. If you would begin, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Stephen Grivnow, and I am a former teacher with Dunbar High School. I believe if we're going to build back and build back better, we need to seriously look at the legacy of impact. My story is a perfect example of why impact must be ended. I love teaching. I was very popular with the students because I had a penchant for explaining math concepts in a simple way. I taught general ed courses, SPED courses, SAT instruction, and I am an expert tutor. I can help set peer-to-peer tutoring programs in place, which I think would help with learning loss. I also was establishing a paddling program on the river for my students. But my time as a teacher with DCPS was cut short when I received an illegal impact review. Illegal because I was never observed. The current principal at Dunbar and others faked my impact review. The case should be open and shut had DCPS investigated these claims. For 2 years, I begged them to do one simple thing: ask the students, co-teachers, and other principals who were present for my supposed evaluations if anyone observed me. If they could have corroborated that no one did, and everything would be fine. I would still be at Dunbar. Unfortunately, I was the victim of a retaliatory and punitive effort because I spoke up about issues that I saw firsthand that limited the teacher's ability to effectively teach. I put forth grievances related to class sizes, and these were not welcome because they impacted principals' impact. I was also the whistleblower for the report that led to the public disclosure in the Alvarez and Marcel report about attendance manipulation at Dunbar. So clearly, I'm a target. I'm calling on the board today to rescind impact and to submit to federal oversight or some other third party about its effectiveness. Our students deserve great teachers who are engaged with them, but impact makes it far too easy to bully and give false narratives. If we are going to emphasize the disparities and how to fix them, there's going to be increased pressure to get those metrics. I tell my students, I don't care what the answer is, I care how you get there. And how we get there has to be without impact. I brought this to council's attention a year ago. Nothing has changed. Just remember, it would take a 10-minute review to clear me. All I want to do is improve the system. Clearly, other teachers are afraid because what happened to me would happen to them. Make sure it doesn't happen, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grivno. I believe David and Kishan Puda are not here. I'll let them speak up. Scott Goldstein, from Executive Director with Empower Ed. Mr. Goldstein, why don't you proceed?
Thank you. On March 11th, 2020, Empower Ed's Teacher Fellows met our last in-person meeting. It was just a few days before school closed, but teachers saw it coming and we spent our evening drafting a plan. What should we do if schools closed? If you go back and read what they wrote that night and the weeks that followed, it's a blueprint for the path not taken or taken far too slowly, one that could have prevented devastating losses and kept our students and families engaged. It's a demonstration of the chasm between our education agencies and the ideas for improvement in the community. Policymakers eventually came around to many of these ideas we wrote last spring, but it took them 6 months or 10 months to do so. On digital equity, on childcare support, on outdoor learning. The lag between good policy from students, teachers, and parents and implementation, if at all, by our education agencies is the biggest performance failure of our system and the most important oversight path for you to follow. If anyone thinks education governance is a distraction from education performance, you haven't been paying attention this year. This breakdown between the community and our leaders means that reforming education governance isn't some abstract idea disconnected from the lives of students. It's about whether the best ideas for improving classroom instruction and school improvement actually have a chance to be implemented or not. Every month, the State Board of Education, which is a highly capable and organized agency and great steward of their very limited public dollars, with 9 brilliant minds who know education inside and out, hear great ideas from the community, but they are left to play the role of advocates, relaying what they hear from students, parents, and teachers to those with actual authority, with no concrete way to see through needed change. This is not about going back to the bad old days. It isn't about an all or nothing proposition on mayoral control or total school board control. It's about doing the smart things to restore checks and balances in our system so that parents, teachers, and principals have a fighting chance to help our students in the ways they know how. We must ask, if people are opposed to even these common sense measured changes, while they admit the status quo fails students, who are they actually fighting for? Why are they defending a broken status quo for our most at-risk youth? Council can demand a plan and another plan and another plan, and to express outrage that plans aren't satisfactory. Council can do its best to harangue agency leaders until they do the right thing, or we can understand there is no incentive structure for responsiveness. They're only accountable to one person. Without additional checks and balances, the system is not set up to be responsive to schools and communities in the first place. And without fixing that, we are not sustainably changing the performance of our education agencies. As we move into budget season, there's a lot we need to do, from funding birth to 3, the UPSFF and at-risk and English language learner weights, funding the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Disabilities Act, funding for devices, out of school time partners, making sure outdoor learning funds by DCPS don't only go to the most affluent schools, school-based mental health, investing in restorative practices, and childcare support. But the bottom line is this: you can ask all of the right questions to our education agency leaders tomorrow, and they can say all the right things, but there's nothing about our system that compels their responsiveness. We must take all the reasonable measures to ensure parents, teachers, and principals, and of course, informed policies. These are our schools, our voices should matter.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Shannon Hodge with the DC Charter School Alliance.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. As we reflect on the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 global pandemic, we first applaud the efforts of school leaders, teachers, staff, families, and students. We hear and know how exhausted they are and want to elevate the need for attention to and investment in social and emotional well-being across the entire educational community. For today's hearing, I'll focus on what schools and students need from the District of Columbia's agencies and officials to triumph over, not merely recover from, the COVID-19 global pandemic. In the interest of time, I'm sharing our high-level requests and recommendations. Our written testimony provides more details. First, schools and students need the city to be bold in its commitment to recovery and targeted in its support of the most vulnerable students. The people most negatively affected by COVID-19 are the same historically disenfranchised and under-resourced communities who most need support and innovation from the city to simply survive. To truly support these communities educationally, the city's investments must be both bold and targeted, as reflected in the budget ask in our written testimony. Students in schools also need better coordination and communication between city agencies and school leaders. While we have seen some improvement in this area over the past year, particularly from Deputy Mayor Kine, school leaders still learn about programmatic changes at the 11th hour, often with little engagement and little to no opportunity to adjust their plans. The DME can facilitate better coordination and communication by convening school leaders and agency representatives regularly, and by ensuring that each school has a point of contact at city agencies whose work intersects with those of our schools. If we are to truly address the equity issues that the pandemics of the last year have exposed and exacerbated, we need OSSE and DC PCSB to re-envision and rethink how they hold schools accountable. We are and have been aware of the problems with and inadequacies of our current accountability systems. For all the devastation that this last year has brought, it has given us the opportunity and the imperative to rethink accountability through a lens of equity. For school leaders whom OSSE and DC PCSB must engage early, often, and meaningfully, this means designing accountability frameworks that effectively balance proficiency and growth, and that better reflect academic growth, especially for high school and non-traditional students. This also means developing better ways to measure adult student progress, because the current accountability frameworks do not accurately capture the distinctiveness of these programs. The innovations and flexibilities that are the hallmark of charter schools have enabled them to adapt over the last year. However, charter schools have not lost sight of the work that existed before we ever heard about COVID-19, and they understand how much work is required to triumph over it. To do so, however, they need bold and targeted investments, better coordination and collaboration, and accountability frameworks that put equity and growth at the forefront. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Members will have a 5-minute round for questions. I'm going to begin with this, and that is, I think a little over half of you gave us written statements, but the rest of you didn't, and that puts us a little bit at a disadvantage. I'm going to take statements home tonight and look at them more carefully as I prepare questions for tomorrow, and I'm at a disadvantage. So anyone who didn't submit, please do. Our record is open for 2 weeks. Mary Levy, I want to have a discussion with you about school budgets. So DCPS has released to each of the schools what their possible budget is for next year. I don't understand why, if the assumption is that funding will be stable, now we don't know for sure. I actually think it might be a little bit better than stable. I don't understand though, if it is stable, why any schools would be seeing reductions. And your testimony was at 49 schools are seeing reductions, and not all of those 49 are seeing an enrollment drop. Can you say more?
Well, I can't say much more because it doesn't make sense to me. One problem we have, of course, is that we only have a piece of the budget, and that's the local school budget. We don't know how much is dedicated to central accounts, and central accounts do include some services at local schools. A second problem is that the numbers we have are, at the moment anyway, inconsistent, because the numbers from the budgets posted on the website that we downloaded do not entirely agree with the numbers that are on the interactive part of the website. Apparently, we're watching a river flowing past us, and we will know a little more when the numbers finally hold still. But that is all I can say. I would add that this is not in any way a pandemic recovery budget. Maybe that's all left for federal funds. We don't know what those will be. And that's all I can say.
Well, I'm going to ask an obvious question, and I mean no disrespect by it. You are comparing apples with apples, aren't you? And what I mean by that is when you're looking at the budget of these school budgets for next year, you're comparing the local dollars for next year with the local dollars for this year, not other.
Yes, we used the budget as submitted. So that was the final amount of money that DCPS gave to the schools in the spring. We do not know what may have changed since then because that information isn't available. As you know, the DCPS keeps two sets of books on local schools, the ones that go to the schools in their internal process in the spring, and then the ones that are in the city's budget, where some of the money is pulled back into central accounts, and there's a whole different set of definitions. But to the best of our ability, given the data available, yeah, it's apples to apples.
Well, I asked that because you mentioned money in central, but that wouldn't have shown up in last year's budgets for the schools.
No. There are no different accounts. I did check that. It's not as though anything has been moved from central, but accounts into or out of local school accounts.
Remind me again quickly how there are two sets of budgets.
In the spring, early winter actually, DCPS sends budgets to the local schools. And those budgets differ in two ways from what is sent to the city later for the budget books that are given to the council. One is that schools are charged for a whole list of functions in the internal process. They are charged for background checks. They are charged for substitutes. They are charged for a number of functions apart from salaries and benefits. And those functions, when the budget goes to the city, are clawed back into central accounts because that's where they're administered. Years ago, David Catania said he was going to make them stop that, but he never did. That's one way it differs. The other is that there's a whole different set of definitions. So I've tried to create a cross-reference between the local school budgets on the website that the schools work with and those in the city's budget books, and I've never been able to do it. If you could stop that, it would be a great service to the council itself, because I know that there has been confusion when the DCPS officials testify, and they testify using the internal definitions and numbers, and all you have before you are the city's budget books.
Thank you, and I'm over my time.
Yeah.
Councilmember Treon White, do you have any questions? I don't see Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions? And you'll be followed by Councilmember Lewis George.
Is it my turn, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hi, sorry. I'm trying to double task here. I want to thank all of the witnesses for their testimony. And with the time that I have, I certainly won't get a chance to ask all of you questions. And so I hope that we have opportunities to follow up in conversations later. Ms. Levy, I sent you a DM in the chat, but if you could send me your full written testimony, that would be really great.
Sure.
See the analysis that you did around the school budgets. Obviously, I've been following your tweets, but I think that your spreadsheets and things like that are certainly informative in terms of speaking to that larger conversation.
I will send that, and I'd be happy to meet with your staff to do details and spreadsheets.
That would be great, because it's been a while since I've done the school budget issues, so it'd be nice to sort of dust off some of the cobwebs there. I want to thank all of the State Board of Education members who testified today and for the insight that you all provided. I think some of the similar themes that you've been talking about are certainly ones that we have heard, the need to plan better. I think Jessica Sutter, not just transparency, but also clarity. I think we heard that pretty loud and clear, and in terms of a couple of the examples that you provided. Carlene, Dr. Reed, talking about the need for a comprehensive plan for education. I've heard that theme a couple of times throughout. And, school leadership decisions that have happened during the pandemic, all the various pieces, right? I think we can all sort of, acknowledge that some of these issues have been problematic. I wanted to ask Dr. Reed or Ms. Thompson, in terms of what you guys have heard about the Building Blocks program as it relates to Safe Passage, or whether those linkages have started. I was actually having a conversation with Councilmember Nadeau about this yesterday, and I'm curious because I know that the Building Blocks program is starting in your wards, whether or not you guys have received any information about that.
I know I haven't received any direct information, but I appreciate you connecting the dots with that. I think it is key that Building Blocks links with Safe Passages. I know the Deputy Mayor of Education has mentioned he's planning on looking at it, but I haven't seen what is the plan around it. I will also say they're looking at Safe Passages in the sense of not just the piece about the safe spot program where kids or students can run into if there's an emergency. We're really looking comprehensively around areas. We had Holiday Liquor right across from, I believe, Eagle Academy that just recently had a shooting. They mentioned they don't want to do outdoor learning because they're scared of, calls that would have to happen. And we have a couple of spots in the city. So we want to see how we can link just not the Safe Spots program, but looking at actually routes to schools.
Yeah, I would just say that I participated in some of the meetings around Safe Passage pre-pandemic. And the programs don't necessarily look exactly the same as 7 and 8, largely because they have been student designed. I have not talked to the student advocate who led many of those meetings about what the rollout of Building Blocks looks like in particular. But if they're taking the same approach, it might not actually look the same across wards.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Davis, are you still there? I'll come back to you.
Yes, I am still here. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you a question about planning for this summer. I brought this up at the last couple of roundtables that we've had in terms of whether or not your membership have already started having conversations with DCPS regarding what the accelerated learning programs looks like for this summer, but also for staffing for whatever the plan is for this summer. Have you guys already started those conversations?
Yes, we have, and thank you for raising that question. As a matter of fact, we are working with Chairman Mendelson's staff to provide him with a review of the plan that we have developed with parents and teachers. We're still adding some details to that plan. We gave sort of a draft of it in our roundtable discussion with Chairman Mendelson's staff, and we're looking forward to having a time when we'll be able to present the entire plan. So yes, and we can actually share that with you Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council as we develop that. We're looking forward to a date when we'll be able to present it to the entire committee of the whole. And I just want to make one point on what Mary Levy's information that she presented is something, and Mary has presented this data for years. I've sat in council hearings where she's talked about it, but DCPS administration's expenditures are extremely high, the bottom line. And Mary's being very diplomatic. The U.S. Census Bureau has indicated that DCPS has one of the highest administrative overcosts than any school district in the nation. So we really need to begin to look at that, where the dollars are ending, where they're landing after they're appropriated to the school district, because what we may see is that a large number of those dollars are not finding its way down to the local schools budgets.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. My time's up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to everyone who testified. And just because I didn't ask you a question doesn't mean that I don't value your testimony. I just only have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George, and then you'll be followed by Robert White. Council member. I do not see Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Robert White. And I'm not seeing him. Councilmember Silverman for 5 minutes. And you'll be, actually you'll be last.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Just to explain to the public, there's an active hearing schedule. I'm toggling between the Housing Committee and the Education Committee. So my apologies to everyone that I couldn't be here for all of your testimony. I do have a question for President Davis. President Davis, hi there.
Yes.
So we talked a lot in the fall about improving coordination and transparency between the unions, not just the WTU, but I think there are like 6 unions involved in DCPS. Are meetings still happening with the chancellor? There were supposed to be, I think, bi-weekly meetings with the chancellor to discuss issues. There was some skepticism about on how that, are you meeting? Are they substantive? Do you think they accomplish anything?
And thank you, Councilmember Silverman, for that question. Yes, to answer your question, those bi-weekly meetings are occurring every 2 weeks. Whether or not they're substantive is another question. All 6 of the union leaders meeting with Chancellor Furby every 2 weeks have raised the issue around impact evaluation. There are 2 issues that all 6 of these unions share, issues that resonate for all of them. One, the issues around safety and health in regards to return to in-person. And the second has to do with the performance evaluation system that DCPS is continuing to use. That has not been an issue that has been addressed in a way that the labor leaders meeting with Chancellor Furby are satisfied with. Each week, we have that discussion with him. In the last meeting, we raised the issue around the review panel that Chancellor Furby initiated over a year ago. We have not gotten any feedback or updates on that review process of impact. I actually had to reach out to the organization that did the review, which is American University School of Education. They presented to Chancellor Furby and his impact team in September of 2019 the results of that review of impact. We have not received those results. So we've been asking for them for the past.
May I pause you, President? Sure. Davis, because I only have 2.5 minutes left. So what you are requesting that correction be given to the WTU and the other unions? Is that correct? Is that what you're requesting?
Exactly.
Is there a reason that's been given why has your request been denied, or it just hasn't gotten through?
It has not been denied. The response was that the review process has not finished, that they're still in the process of reviewing impact. It requires for several other steps. However, we do know that some data has been presented to the chancellor in the school district, and we'd like to have that data.
Okay. So you would like me to make that request tomorrow?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. On the health and safety issues, very quickly, can you tell me what are the health and safety issues that you feel haven't been thoroughly discussed with the chancellor?
Yes, we agreed in our memorandum of agreement on December 17th that if there were any issues that would come up as a result of the schools reopening, that the WTU would be able to come back and negotiate and bargain around safety and health matters that were not covered in the last MOA. At this point, DCPS is refusing to do that. Even though they agreed to do so in the MOA, we're trying to get them to come back to the table to talk about how COVID cases are reported in each school, the timeline for reporting those cases to families and staff. We want clarification on what that process should look like. And that's one of the reasons why we're asking for a third memorandum of agreement to address those issues.
Okay, I might, I'm gonna have to go over this again. So there's still not clarity on how we're reporting COVID cases, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
And what is the lack of clarity?
The number of days that should lapse between when COVID cases are reported to the principals, when the staff members will receive that information, and we're not talking about the names, but basically that a case has been reported in our school, when the staff has received that information, when the families have been notified, whether quarantining has been done and whether contact tracing has been done.
This was an issue at McKinley, is that correct?
Not only at McKinley, but at Beluste and several other schools.
Okay. I'm out of time and the chairman is a very close clock watcher of mine, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Actually, I've been trying to watch the clock closely for everybody. That's going to conclude the.
I see Councilmember Trayon White is here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Mr. Councilmember White, did you want to ask questions?
No, thank you, Councilmember Silverman and Chairman Mendelson, but I don't have, I've been in and out, so I've been getting bits and pieces of people's testimony, so I don't have any questions per se.
Thank you. So I want to thank each of the witnesses. You're going to be excused back to, I think we call it the waiting room. I think you can still watch the hearing from there. Please, those of you who testified but didn't give us copies, it would be helpful to have copies, and you can send them today. I'll be looking at them for tomorrow's hearing. So again, thank you very much. And I'm going to call the next 20 witnesses. Christy Edwards, who's with the Randall Highlands Elementary School. Jessica Morris, who's with the Turner Elementary School. I don't know if this means teacher or parent. Matthew Hansen, who's Chief of Staff with DC Action. Rakaya Ambar Shaheen. Now I understand that he may have stepped out because he has a vaccine appointment, which is important. Anybody I miss, please bring when you come back, get our attention so that I know and I can call you. Katrina Owens is Chief of Staff at DC Scores. Talia Washington, who's Executive Director of External Affairs DC at Higher Achievement. Sandra Muscoso, who's listed as a public witness. Elizabeth Mitchell. Lekester Johnson, who's Chief Executive Officer at the Academy of Hope Adult PCS. Nathaniel Beers, who's with Children's National Hospital. Evan Yates, who's a commissioner at ANC 4B01. Abraham Clayman, who's with KIP DC. Melinda Peters, who's with Casey Trees. Luke Kelly, who's with Shining Stars Montessori Academy Public Charter School. Grace Hu, who's a public witness. David Donadio, who's, it's listed here, it says Iambic Classical. Reshonda Holly Thomas, apologize if I mispronounced the name. Advocates for Justice and Education. Stacey Unay, Advocates for Justice and Education. Maria Blauer, who's with Advocates for Justice and Education. And Joshua Corbin, who's with the Children's National Medical Center. I'm pausing for a second. right, let's begin with Christy Edwards. Good morning. Be mindful of the clock. It's already counting down, so we'll have to reset it. Be mindful of the clock. Folks have 3 minutes. Christy Edwards. Christy Edwards. I see you muted and unvideoed.
Okay. Can you?
Excellent.
Okay.
Please begin.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, staff, and the DC community. My name is Christy Edwards. I'm the principal at Randall Highlands Elementary School located in Ward 7. As a public school in the nation's capital, we are committed to creating an educational environment where all scholars have the opportunity to experience success. Randall Highlands Elementary serves as an incubator of diverse, loving, and optimistic learners in a community where our mission is to educate, elevate, and empower. We offer French, arts integration, STEM, garden club, chess, and are part of the Box Fitness program. As with many schools, the transition to virtual learning a year ago brought about a completely revised approach to the education. At DCPS, and especially at Randall Highlands, we've taken a holistic approach to supporting our students and families during these unprecedented times. Our teachers, staff, and families have leveraged technology and learned new skills to teach our scholars in this new virtual space. We have worked diligently to reach our students and build relationships with them through celebrations, family check-ins, engagement activities with gift card giveaways, and counseling services. We have established clear and aligned virtual and in-person schedules, distributed DCPS technology to students in need, served and continue to serve as a DCPS meal site, and solicited family feedback through surveys. In August, we began intentionally expanding supports that focused on fostering students' social and emotional well-being. We offered optional counseling services, outsourced mental health support, home support assistance, and DCPS Central Office mental health team support. After further observation and data collection, we began planning for scholars who were continuing to demonstrate a challenge in the virtual setting. We know our families are our most important partners, and we have worked to ensure consistent communication and access to the school to share how we prepare to welcome scholars back. As we approach the start of in-person learning in December, DCPS was able to provide the necessary health and safety supplies. This included PPE supplies, required filters, signage, in-class support, and nurses. I believe that this early preparation allowed for powerful conversations with our community around a safe return to school. Currently for term 3, we have been able to bring back students in 1st, 2nd, and 5th grade. These teachers and students are participating in a simulcast model. Teachers engage their students in small groups and whole class instruction, both virtually and in person. We chose this path through engagement with our teachers, families, and other staff members. While this system has challenges, the model allows for us to maintain relationships and promotes excellent content instruction. We are also now starting the process to look ahead and plan for additional supports for the summer and next school year. This includes plans for an intense summer programming and a 6 to 8 week after school tutoring plan for school year 21-22. Our staff will continue to demonstrate our relentless pursuit of excellence because that is what our scholars deserve. The disparities in our communities remain, but we have strengthened our collective responsibility to change that narrative with recoverable. We owe our young people, both those who are currently enrolled and those who will come, a school built on compassion, love, and a sense of urgency. At Randall Highlands and throughout DCPS, I believe that schools have taken important steps that will continue to build a better system for our scholars one day at a time. Thank you for your opportunity to share my testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. See Jessica Morris. Matthew Hanson.
Yep, I'm ready if you.
Good morning.
Want me to go? Great. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Matthew Hanson, and I am the Chief of Staff at DC Action. At DC Action, we use research data and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. Our collaborative advocacy initiatives bring the power of young people and all residents to raise their voices to create change. Through our DC Out of School Time Coalition, we organize young people, their families, and the community organizations they rely on. We're also the home of DC Kids Count, an online resource that tracks key indicators of child and youth well-being. For tens of thousands of youth, out-of-school time programs serve as a vital resource for building strong relationships that support their lifelong growth and development. These programs, along with other forms of social, emotional learning and support, have become even more important during the pandemic as children and families have had to adapt to a virtual learning environment and deal with all types of loss. When the pandemic hit last year, none of us knew what to expect. Throughout all of the chaos, hardship, and uncertainty, out-of-school time programs have continued to do the work, offering high quality, needed, and desired programming for students, both virtually and safely in person. Many programs have gone above and beyond by working to connect families to essential services and serving as a lifeline to community and friends for young people who have struggled with social isolation. Because families need and rely on out-of-school time programs, the lack of clear and effective communication from school officials has been frustrating, to put it mildly. Our coalition has worked to address some of these concerns, but we need a stronger message from the top that out-of-school time programs need to be directly engaged and better utilized. Therefore, we encourage school officials to engage out-of-school time programs more directly in their reopening plans, actively work with out-of-school time programs so they can better understand school schedules and plug into gaps and opportunities, promote existing out-of-school time programs as a resource to families and students who have long-standing relationships with many of these programs, and more clearly communicate when and under what circumstances programs might have access to school facilities, particularly for those programs that offer safe outdoor programming. Finally, we appreciate the mayor and the council working together last year to protect OST programs and hold funding relatively harmless. However, even minor cost-saving cuts can have a big impact on small programs and cause a ripple effect. The demand for out-of-school time programs has consistently outstripped availability. If we want to build back better after the pandemic, we need to not only restore funding to these programs, but increase funding so every family has access to the high-quality programming they want and need. The pandemic has worsened education inequities and put a great stress on students and families, and out-of-school time programs can be a resource for remedying this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Katrina Owens.
Good morning. My name is Katrina Owens, and I'm the Chief of Staff at DC Scores, also a resident of Ward 4 and a DC public school parent. DC Scores has been providing out-of-school time programming free to students for over 25,000 kids since we started in 1994. This school year, we're partnering with 52 DC public and public charter schools to serve 2,000 elementary and middle school age young people in the district. Throughout this past year, DC Scores has worked in partnership with OSSI, the DME's office, DC Public Schools, and many charter schools to provide a supportive team for every child who needs one. For many kids in DC, being part of a DC Scores team is their lifeline, a lifeline they have needed this past year more than ever. Through the critical funding provided by the 21st Century Learning Grant and Learn 24, through OSSI and the DME's office, DC Scores was able to pivot when the pandemic hit. These grant funds allow us, within a week of the schools going into virtual in March of 2020, to move all of our free after-school programming to a distance learning format. Our focus then and today has been keeping students feeling safe, supported, connected, and hopeful despite the chaos swirling around them. The funds from both agencies have been critical for us to continue to creatively support district kids in every ward. The support provided from both agencies and our school partners, including grant funds and communities of dialogue, have allowed us to provide virtual soccer practices and poetry writing workshops for the entire year. Our poet athletes have participated in structured, age-appropriate conversations about social justice topics that help students process the twin pandemics of COVID-19 and systematic racial injustice. DC Scores and our OST partners are in a critical position to support the district's recovery from the pandemic because of our deep relationships with families, students, teachers, and administrators. Over 80% of DC Scores coaches are school day teachers or staff doing their second shift with us. DC Scores is able to connect schools with families and to support the social and emotional needs of district kids. To close, I want to share a poem written by 3 poet athletes at KIPP DC Quest Academy in Ward 7. Their poem is entitled Voting. When it comes to voting, it gives us a voice. I know we're not old enough to make a choice. If you are viewing elections through a narrow lens, then put on your bifocals and view it again. It's no joke, so let's come together, Black, brown, white, and let's make it better. When you're an adult, you have a choice. When the time comes, we want to hear your voice. So take out some paper and make a note to remind yourself 4 years from now, go and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Talia Washington.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Talia Washington, and I am the Executive Director at Higher Achievement. I am a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition, and I'm here to testify about the importance of investing in and working with the out of school time programs in the city as part of the COVID recovery plan. Higher Achievement is a data-driven academic enrichment and mentoring program founded here in DC over 45 years ago. Our expertise and our passion is middle school. We serve 5th through 8th grade students with an equal focus on rigorous academic support and the unique social emotional needs of middle school age students of color. Before the pandemic, we were a school-based program working out of DCPS partner schools in 6 of the 8 wards in the city during the after-school hours. Higher Achievement, like so many of our partners, transitioned to all virtual programs as of April of last year, and we have continued to serve middle school students virtually ever since. This school year, our virtual program consists of 3 core elements for each student: a small group math pod, a humanities-based mentoring program, and a large group community meeting. I want to highlight our small group math pods because they have been particularly aligned with the city's overall strategy to address learning loss during this challenging school year. Our staff run a weekly grade level math pod open to each student in our program. Our math pods are essentially free, personalized math tutoring. They are our equity-focused answer to the pandemic pods that so many upper income families have utilized during distance learning. Many of the students we serve struggle to keep up with middle grades math, specifically during distance learning, and research data nationally and locally support what we're seeing anecdotally. Students are struggling to ask questions and receive individualized attention during live virtual instruction, and middle school math can be daunting for already burdened families to support at home. As a concrete example of what's working, I want to spotlight how we work with Brookland Middle School, where we're serving 30 students virtually right now. With the blessing of the principal, our program director works with math leads for each grade level to obtain the scope and sequence so that we can directly align our math pods to reinforce what is being taught during the school day. We keep the math pods small and the atmosphere supportive and safe so students can receive targeted math support or practice extra skills. This model only works when schools are working closely with us as partners and when the city continues to invest in OST programs and when we leverage the city's funding and our own private funding to replicate our model in multiple schools, serve as many students as possible. Even as students begin to return to school in person, they will continue to need extra support and recover lost learning time. And out-of-school time programs like Higher Achievement can help. Rather than thinking about organizations like ours as separate from the core strategy of schools, I ask that the mayor and the city council encourage education leadership to leverage the trusted relationships of out-of-school time partners that we have with families and the support that we're here to provide. DCPS should invite partners to the strategy table and work with us to serve as many students as possible during the school day and out of school. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Washington, and it would help if we had a copy of your statement. Sandra Muscoso, and then after her, I'll call Jessica Johnson. Ms. Muscoso.
Chairman and council members, I'm Sandra Muscoso, parent of 2 students at School Without Walls High School, and also serve on the Ward 2 and Ward 6 education councils. A lot has gone wrong this year, but I want to focus on where we have found success and what we need in order to ensure the remainder of this year is less chaotic. I also want to focus on ensuring that schools have what they need to support learning, social, and emotional recovery over the years to follow. An incredible amount of time was wasted fighting over reopening due to lack of transparency by DCPS and in turn, lack of trust from teachers and school communities. It was not until teachers, administrators, and communities were brought into the planning in December that reopening plans gained traction and reflected the needs of the schools. I hope DCPS and other education agencies will learn from this. DCPS Central Office must empower principals and teachers. School staff are directly accountable to students and families, and they must be the ones to drive the design of learning, social, and emotional programming. Empowering means administrators have time to give input before plans are announced to the city and cause confusion. Empowering means ensuring school leaders have tools and resources to implement their plans, and it means supporting principals and teachers publicly. This last bit is particularly important in an environment where the public undermining of teachers by the mayor and chancellor has fractured trust in schools and has left many families feeling confused, powerless, and unhappy. This is an oversight hearing, but it's no secret our schools are set to endure system-wide cuts to staff in school year 22 due to inadequate budgets. Council cannot let this happen, particularly when DC is poised to receive $400 million that can be used through school year 23. And it is entirely up to DCPS to use those funds for staff. Schools should open their doors or e-classrooms, depending on health and safety, with robust and familiar instructional staff, equitable access to technology, opportunities for students to pursue their interests and build relationships, and most importantly, mental health resources to help students cope with current and ongoing stressors. Programs like Decoding Dyslexia and the original outdoor classroom food prints must also be funded. The Office of the State Superintendent for Education must also do its part by giving the public access to decision-useful data on attendance, mobility, teacher retention, and beyond. Administrators, together with school communities, can use this to learn from each other and to better design academic, SEL, and enrichment programming customized for their students' needs. I support an independent OSCE to better serve our students. And it's not in my written testimony that I submitted, but we need more transparency around school reopening data and related testing as well. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Muscoso. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you submitted it,
It was last minute, sorry, but.
It's okay. Elizabeth Mitchell.
You had asked me in June to come up with the worst reopening plan imaginable. I'm not sure I could have done as amazing a job as DCPS. It's almost dark. After promising us soap at the onset of the pandemic, mind you, after one of the worst flu seasons our school had ever seen, my trust was a wee bit shaken. As the months progressed, there was even less clear communication, less transparency about what was being done to get our kids back into schools. They abruptly cut the school year short. They seemed to bicker and blame the union all summer rather than engaging with schools and communities around the city to see what they actually needed and wanted in their plans. We all hoped they were working on facilities upgrades and the backlog of repairs that was thousands of items long. We waited and waited in vain as our schools failed to physically reopen to in-person learning time and time again for the entire fall and even into the new year. With very little direction and guidance, we managed to get some of our schools open for a few students in term 3 at long last. Some of the teachers even got vaccinated before they returned to the classroom. Not immunized, but at least partially vaccinated. And now we come to the most glorious season of them all, the budget, where schools across the district compete blindly for an unknown amount of funding, completely controlled and doled out by the mayor, DCPS. Why do we do this? Why is our budget season so Hunger Games-esque? Why do we make our schools compete for funds in such an inhumane and biased way? Schools are being asked to slash budgets and actually cut staff, when we all know that's exactly the wrong thing to do right now. We know our teachers are burned out. We know our students need extra help, not less. We know that when our students are actually able to safely return to classrooms, they are going to be very different than the students that left last March. Let's plan and budget for those students, the ones we know are coming back, the ones we know who are going to need extra support. They will need academic, social, and emotional support to deal with all of the trauma they will be bringing back with them and packing in our classrooms. The pandemic is a very present and evolving problem. Do we even know how many of our students will be facing homelessness when the evictions start rolling in? How do these budgets reflect what their needs are going to be? How do these budgets reflect the repairs and remodels schools across the city need to welcome their students back safely? Repairs to schools like Peabody that might have prevented its entire atrium from collapsing. Making sure there's hot water and fully functioning bathrooms in every school would be a welcome start. Instead of making our schools compete and argue for a future they can barely comprehend, let's plan together and finally fully fund our schools so that we can undo some of the trauma. We had a $500 million budget surplus last year. We are about to get billions of dollars in COVID aid. This is the time to fully fund our public schools and to build a comprehensive plan so that we don't end up with the lost generation. Mental health supports, social workers in every school, extra teachers and staff, and fully fund the dyslexia bill so that we can meet these students where they are and carry them forward into a brighter future. And +1 to everything Mary Levy said.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I earlier indicated I would call Jessica Johnson and proceeded to skip over her. Ms. Johnson, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Greetings, DC Council members. My name is Principal Jessica Johnson, and I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Turner Community Learning Center, Turner Elementary School in Ward 8, and share an update on our work over the last year. Turner has been my school home for the last 8 years. I served as the instructional coach, assistant principal, and now second-year principal. At Turner, we serve over 500 students, pre-K 3 through 5th, and are on a mission to transform student learning experiences and outcomes through our whole child approach. In order to achieve this vision, we commit and anchor ourselves to our 5 core values: students first and foremost, high expectations for all, spirit of generosity, reflection, refinement, teamwork. This has been a year like no other, and for many in our school community, it has intensified already challenging situations or created new challenges. We approach this unprecedented year with the following quote in mind: "It's going to be hard, but hard is not impossible." This year provided us time to stop, reflect, regroup, learn, and grow. With the support and partnership of DCPS, our school's focus has been on establishing safety and connection with our students, families, and each other. Recognizing that students cannot learn if they do not feel physically and emotionally safe or connected with others. Teachers cannot develop and thrive in a space they don't feel heard, respected, and valued. Parents cannot adequately partner with us if they don't feel they belong. Simply put, people don't care what you know until they know that you care. To effectively establish safety and connection, staff have engaged in ongoing professional development on the well-being model and have been provided counseling and coaching through our partnership with WISE. To meet the needs of our students, we shifted away from departmentalization, placed 2 adults in each class, and created opportunities to build connection, such as Daily Strong Start, Chat and Chew, weekly mindfulness, and town halls. We have engaged and supported our families through virtual meet and greets, drive-through visits, bi-weekly check-ins, family town halls, monthly empowerment sessions, and ongoing surveys. In preparation for in-person learning experiences, we sought to calm concern and fear by engaging with the reopened community core that consisted of teachers, staff, and families. We utilized survey data and empathy interviews to craft a plan that met the needs of our community, and we were able to successfully open pre-K 3, pre-K 4, kindergarten, kindergarten care, 1st and 5th. Looking ahead, we will continue to engage members of our school community to expand our current approach by increasing student and family voice, enhancing student programming, offering summer programming, strategic intervention throughout next school year, and ongoing wellness supports for students, staff, and families. Through this journey, we have been able to deepen relationships with families, establish a strong rapport that we believe will carry into next school year and beyond. As a school, we are excited about the unique opportunity to rewrite our story and develop the whole child in order to prepare students to become resilient, independent thinkers and responsible citizens. I am honored to serve our school and larger DCPS community with a phenomenal group of educators who are committed to meeting the needs of our students. Thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony.
Thank you, Principal Johnson, and it would help if we had a copy of your statement. Leicester Johnson, I don't believe is here. Nathaniel Beers.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Beers. I am the president of the HSC Healthcare System, an affiliate of Children's National Hospital. I'm here representing Children's National Hospital as the executive lead over the Children's School Services, the school nursing program serving DC Public Schools and DC Public Charter Schools. I'm a DCPS graduate as well as the parent of 2 DCPS students. Children's National has submitted previous testimony for this hearing as well as for the previous roundtables on the impact of the pandemic on DC children and adolescents. Over the past 20 years, Children's School Services has been providing school health services for DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools. Today, I want to highlight some of the outstanding contributions of Children's School Services and Children's National while we grapple with the disruptions and the ongoing catastrophe of the COVID-19. Despite the disruption to school normacy brought on by COVID-19, our contributions to the health of DC communities has been unwavering. Over the past year, we have seen CSS staff step in to support DC during this pandemic. This includes shifting to support DC Health in initiatives to stand up a call center to provide health education, information on COVID, as well as reassurance to DC residents about the results. In addition, with the 2020-21 school year, CSS partnered with schools and DC Health to ensure the health and safety of students and staff were taken into consideration, including reviewing plans, as well as Children's National holding webinars for school leadership to help with reopening. DCPS and charters have returned to in-person schooling, though that has been scaled back. CSS has been partnered with DC Health to offer COVID testing for those who are symptomatic during the school day. In addition, you heard yesterday the announcement that CSS will begin doing screening for asymptomatic students to ensure that more students can be back in person. In addition, Children's National stood up a vaccine program for teachers to ensure that more students could return to school. We vaccinated over 3,300 individuals working in DCPS and DC public charter schools at Dunbar High School to ensure that in-person learning could return. We were at the forefront nationally, including visits by FEMA to ensure that they could learn from the scale that DC was able to put in place. Children's National and CSS have long been committed to the health and children and the communities we serve. And we're poised to be part of the community and public health apparatus and connecting families to services so that all children in DC have the opportunity to reach their greatest potential. It has been a pleasure to serve with our DC Health colleagues and educational partners, and we are poised to serve the school community and larger DC community with a focus on health equity. We look forward to being a continued part of this dialogue as we move forward and supporting all of the families.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Evan, is it Yates or Yeats, Commissioner?
It's Yates, like the poet.
Okay, we'll see if your testimony sounds poetic. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Evan Yates, and I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Ward 4 and a parent of 3 kids, including 2 DCPS students. I appreciate you taking the time to hear from me today. However, I continue to be deeply concerned about the inadequacy of this hearing format. 3 minutes per interested community member is not enough time to provide concrete and substantive feedback on 8 agencies that have a significant impact on the life of thousands of children in the district. That works out to 22.5 seconds per agency, barely enough time for one thought. Approximately 200 witnesses is not a sign of success on the part of the committee as a whole. It is a sign of a failure of a system to provide adequate venues for DC citizens to have feedback and oversight. The lack of interest in a comprehensive, transparent public oversight and budget process for the education system in District of Columbia has overwhelmed today's hearing. Parents, teachers, community members, and advocacy organizations wrote to Chair Mendelson when he dissolved the Committee on Education, concerned it would harm oversight and feedback on the education system at this critical time. The conduct since then suggests those concerns were warranted. The decision to limit witnesses and select participants at the public schools reopening roundtables have stifled that feedback and narrowed the viewpoints presented. The witnesses selected also show a lack of judgment on the part of the committee, ensuring that the task force on schools convened by the chair contained more residents of New Mexico than DC teachers, and the hearing on learning loss had more former senior Trump White House advisors than DCPS LSAT members. One hearing you held prevented a teacher who wished to testify from being heard, but made time for lobbyists. Where are the priorities? There are numerous reasons that parents, families, teachers, and community members would want to testify in these agencies and decisions, especially this year when our community is grappling with the outcome of the coronavirus pandemic. Each has failed families and schools over the previous year and is worthy of rigorous oversight. For example, OSSI made the decision to not spend more than $3 million in federal relief funds on our students and schools, instead making the legally questionable decision to hold it back for schools that may or may not exist in the future. The PCSB has repeatedly been derelict in their oversight of charter school reopenings, unable to produce and maintain an accurate public list of what schools are open for in-person learning and how many students they serve for more than 8 months. The DME's office hosted coordinating calls that engaged leaders of other schools about DCPS's reopening plans before that information was shared with school communities. DCPS has struggled with the changing winds of guidance and has failed to adequately plan for and resource virtual learning, insisting to the council they have all the resources they need while families still wonder why digital devices are delayed and inadequate building infrastructure exists for hybrid learning. This is not an exhaustive list. Under our current system of governance, parents, families, and students are largely dependent on the council to have their voices heard, and Chairman Mendelson, you've refused to explore even changing the system of governance. Written testimony is not a substitute for live testimony with proper oversight that includes questions and answers. The time has come to demonstrate your commitment to our city's children. I strongly encourage you to step up and devote whatever time is necessary to ensure aggressive oversight and transparent public feedback to the education system in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yates. And it would help to have a copy of your statement.
I have submitted it.
All right, I don't have it, so if you could double check that it was sent. Abraham Clayman, who's with KIPP DC.
Good morning, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Abraham Clayman, and I'm the Director of External Policy and School Support at KIPP DC Public Charter Schools. We operate a network of 18 schools that educate nearly 7,000 district students at our 7 campuses in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. At KIPP DC, we are building upon 2 decades of proven results to develop into a more impactful, innovative, and inclusive school system, one that provides joyful, identity-affirming learning experiences so that all students and alumni achieve extraordinary outcomes. We cannot achieve this ambition without the help of many partners, including district government. Today, we are asking for 4 things: adequate school funding, a clear framework for reopening schools, collaboration between agencies and charter schools, and a nurse at every school. First, funding. The increases to the UPSFF and at-risk funding weight in last year's budget allowed us to run high-quality schools. We hope that the council will continue to prioritize reliable school funding. Specifically, we are requesting the following in this year's budget: fully funding the UPSFF base rate and at-risk weight according to the 2013 adequacy study. The specific numbers are in my testimony. And second, funding the $6.4 million expansion of DBH's program, placing clinicians from community-based organizations in schools. By including these funds in the budget, the district will ensure that all students have the social, emotional, and academic support they need to recover from the pandemic. Next, on reopening. We are committed to safely meeting parent demand for in-person learning. That's why we have expanded our in-person offerings this week to 4 days per week for families who opt in. We appreciate that the district has prioritized teachers for vaccinations and are thankful that all education and childcare staff will be able to pre-register for vaccines this week. To continue to expand our in-person options, we need DC Health and OSSI to clarify how they determine guidelines for schools, especially in terms of cohort models and their size. For example, in order to effectively plan for the future, we need to know how these agencies decided to cap public school cohorts at 11 students, what conditions might prompt them to change that cap, and as much advance notice as possible before that cap is raised. If the cap was increased tomorrow, we would need significant lead time to plan, staff, and resource classrooms to be ready for students. We hope you can help encourage DC Health and OSSI to provide a consistent framework that transparently explains how they create guidelines for schools so that all LEAs can be prepared. Since virtual testimony is limited to 3 minutes, we are including 2 more requests in our written testimony. First, encouraging more collaboration between agencies and public charter schools when it comes to new legislation. And second, very importantly, ensuring that every school has at least 1 school nurse in the building. Thank you for hearing my testimony today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Melinda Peters.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Melinda Peters, and I am the Director of Education at Casey Trees. We are a DC-based nonprofit with the mission to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. The Office of the State Superintendent for Education strives to close the achievement gap and ensure students of all ages and backgrounds are prepared for success both in school and in life. This is challenging under any circumstances, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and doubly challenging for environmental education, where hands-on, in-person instruction, which is what we do at Casey Trees, is so important. First, we commend OSSI for meeting the goal to update the environmental literacy plan. This plan, as stated in the update, lays the foundation for district-wide implementation and integration of environmental education into the K-12 curriculum. And as of 2020, over 200 DC public and public charter schools report participation in environmental literacy programming. And second, we do commend OSSI for their continued dedication to ensuring that students are provided a curriculum, and we appreciate having the ability to continue providing resources and distance learning opportunities to students. However, we have experienced some disconnect with schools and will continue to look to OSSI to facilitate these partnerships. As the recipient of the Environmental Literacy Advancement Grant, known as ELAG, we are proud to be a partner in delivering a program in collaboration with Clean Air Partners that's called Cleaner Air Tree by Tree. This meets next generation science standards. And this opportunity typically allows students to have a meaningful outdoor education experience, and resources show that students in these learning environments are more attentive and more likely to participate in future learning experiences. So the support and connections that ELAG provides has been critical to achieve the goals set forth in this environmental literacy plan. And we urge OSSI to continue working with environmental educators to provide these meaningful outdoor learning experiences and expand places where new outdoor education spaces can be created. Having a focus on areas with the greatest need and greatest potential for future use will help in providing these outdoor opportunities. For example, using existing Department of Parks and Recreation Centers green spaces for transforming places in nearby parks can help fill this gap and give students the consistent outdoor education experiences they deserve. We like to say when we invest in our students, we invest in our future, and KC Trees is proud to be a part of teaching the district's youngest residents about the world around them. Thank you, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. I don't believe Lou Kelly is here, and I don't believe Grace Hugh is here. David Donadio. Mr. Donadio.
Yeah, good morning.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is David Donadio. I run a communications and marketing business called Iambic and an education startup called Classical. I've submitted longer written testimony which details my interactions with DCPS Central. Closing the district schools to in-person learning has been profoundly detrimental to our children. How many cities have kept schools closed to so many for so long? Chairman Mendelson, I'm fortunate enough to be able to work from anywhere, so my wife and I have decided to move to your hometown, where we find a more responsive school system and extended family. When another family we know leaves for Minneapolis, Janney school enrollment will drop even further beyond the 5% already projected. Today, a friend who works at Children's Hospital tells me its pediatric ICU is full, not with COVID, but with self-harm and substance abuse. I've lived in the district for over 15 years, but I grew up in Vermont where I saw the costs of social isolation firsthand. On Saturday, one of my high school classmates became the latest of half a dozen to die of heroin overdoses from a school of only 700. As children, almost each one of them had every advantage. They were white, they were financially secure, their parents were married, stable, and kind. Consider the impact of isolation without precedent on district students, especially those who are not white or wealthy, who have only one parent, or who have disabilities or special needs. The consequences of failing to get these children back to school now will reverberate for the rest of their lives. Years ago, working for Attorney General Carl Racine, I found inspiration in his efforts to end the school to prison pipeline. Almost 75% of young males incarcerated missed so much school, I learned, that they were labeled chronic truants. Our city has made chronic truants of our entire adolescent population. Those of us with young children have seen the impact of isolation on them too. Last summer, my colleagues and I started Classical, enabling families to pod up. Today, we're shifting our focus to peer tutoring so that kids who excel can help those who struggle. For my family, the answer is simply to leave. As we weighed that decision, I found myself recalling a Frederick Douglass quotation. I prayed for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs. For those who have no choice but to stay, I pray we stop dithering about processes and start focusing on creating good outcomes. As Americans, we believe public education is the birthright of every citizen. This is the capital of the country that put a man on the moon. In the time our schools have been closed, we launched and landed a probe the size of a car on another planet. We can educate our children too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donadio. And it would help if we had a copy of your statement.
You do.
All right, we'll double check for that. Reshonda Holly Thomas, who's with Advocates for Justice and Education.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Are we ready? Oh. I am Reshonda Holly Thomas, a Ward 4 District resident, a DCPS and public charter school parent, and Executive Director of Advocates for Justice and Education. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of AJE about ALSI. AJE is the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for DC. We provide free training, resources, individual assistance, and supports to parents and youth in navigating the education system, especially for students with disabilities. In this last fiscal year, during the height of the pandemic, AJE responded to calls from nearly 400 DC families seeking assistance. As we have all experienced, this has been a challenging year, particularly for families with the greatest needs who face difficulties in accessing basic necessities, technology, childcare, education, and special education services. In my written testimony, which I will provide a copy, we recognize the efforts that OSSI has made to address the educational and early learning program challenges. In my testimony today, I highlight areas where we think OSSI can strengthen its efforts to address the needs of DC children and families, ensuring equity for all. Despite the efforts that have been made to minimize the negative impact on student learning and access to services, the reality is that the shift has resulted in student learning loss and lack of access to a full range of special education and related services, resulting in students falling further behind. To compensate for this loss and to develop sustainable supports for students to improve their educational outcomes, additional resources are required. So we recommend that OSSI consider first extended eligibility, and DC students are eligible to receive services until they graduate or up until the term in which they reach their 22nd birthday. As a result of COVID, many students have not received all of their services as required, and particularly those students who are slated to graduate or aging out of eligibility this year and next year. To address this deficiency, OSSI should extend eligibility to allow these students additional time to receive transition services. Extended eligibility under IDEA as individual relief is not a new or novel idea. Other states have or are looking at such an option in response, including Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, and Vermont. Extended eligibility is something that will be optional to families and not necessarily required. We have already discussed this with OSSI, and we look forward to continuing to working with them on making this a reality for students to ensure successful transition to post-secondary school options. Second, we continue to urge OSSI to provide guidance to LEAs on providing parent counseling and training options, which is related service permissible under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in order for children to receive a free, appropriate public education. And last, we continue to stand with our Under 3 DC Coalition partners that childcare must be made a priority for safe, inclusive recovery. I just wanted to note, when OSSI reverted back to its old payment system, it had a negative impact on childcare providers, which resulted in some of them closing. And we know that federal government is sending money, infusing money support. So we recommend OSSI immediately turn around incoming federal funds as grants and or higher subsidy rate support available to licensed childcare providers.
Thomas.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think we have a copy of your statement, and I need to correct myself. I did have Mr. Donadio's statement. Stacey Unai, I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Good morning. My name is Stacey Une. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and senior staff attorney at AJE. For DCPS to dismantle its school to prison pipeline and achieve systemic reform, It must integrate its schools and invest in all of its students equitably. 67 years after Brown versus Board of Education, DCPS maintains a two-tiered school system where all students are not equally protected under law. Per a recent report, 77% of DC students were concerned about COVID-19 exposure, and nearly half reported that their family's financial situation is increasingly stressful. Before school buildings closed, nearly 1 out of 5 DC students reported that they seriously considered attempting suicide in the last year. DCPS should provide targeted assistance and trauma-informed services to the schools hit hardest by COVID-19 and violence surrounding the elections. DCPS should incorporate recommendations in the Black Youth Agenda, which include increasing the number of mental health professionals and community violence interrupters, providing community-led training for mediation and conflict resolution, and mandating training for adults who interact with youth. The segregation in DCPS's 5-star related selective high schools is staggering, with some schools reporting 0% students with special needs. Contrast that with Ballou, Anacostia, Woodson, Eastern, Dunbar, and Cardoza, where 100% of students are considered economically disadvantaged, and their population of students with special needs ranges from 25 to 30%. The council must hold DCPS accountable for the disproportionality of students with special needs and the misappropriated at-risk funds identified in the 2019 DC's auditor report. Oversight is needed to ensure that students with the highest need are not shortchanged again by misallocated funds. The way DCPS offers legal supports to schools mirrors this disproportionality. DCPS assigns 8 attorneys to individual schools for principals to contact at their discretion. At Ross Elementary in Ward 2, the principal attends every single student's IEP meeting at her school. Ross also includes their DCPS attorney on IEP-related email communications with parents and includes her in IEP meetings, even when parents are unrepresented. What Ross does would be impossible to achieve in DCPS schools where 1/3 of students have special needs, but there's still just 1 attorney and 1 principal. Ross only has 4.8% students with special needs. Multiple families at Ross describe the presence of the DCPS attorney at their meetings as intimidating, threatening, counterproductive, and unnecessarily adversarial. Contrast this with a case involving Oyster Adams Bilingual School in Ward 1, where it took the filing of a due process complaint for a Spanish-speaking parent just to get an audience with the school's principal after her daughter's virtual access to distance learning was suddenly terminated, and the mother did not understand why.
Ms. Sune, your time is up and we don't have a copy of your statement, so I can't say that I'll read the rest of it. Can you make sure you have it?
Absolutely, I can do that. And if I could just have 2 more sentences to wrap up my testimony.
Well, now we're 30 seconds over. I'm going to say no because we have another 130 witnesses.
Understood. I'll pass it on to Maria. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Also from Advocates for Justice and Education is Maria Blauer. If you would proceed.
Yes, thank you. My name is Maria Bloyer, and I'm Director of Programs and Outreach here at AJE. My testimony today concerns the Council's oversight of the PCSB, but also discusses how policy changes at OSCE and at DCPS can support better outcomes for students enrolled in charter schools. My comments today are only a small part of my written remarks, and I refer you to those remarks for a more complete discussion. You should have those remarks later today. My testimony today covers 3 broad areas: governance, equity, and transparency. And specifically, I talk about the need for council oversight and action regarding the use of restraint and seclusion, charter capacity to serve students with disabilities, unequal access to fully certified special educators by charter students, lack of access to accommodations when charter students with 504 plans transition to DCPS, the need for legislation to be reintroduced regarding transcript review, credit acceptance, including partial credit acceptance, and finally, the application of the Freedom of Information Act to charter schools. Regarding restraint and seclusion, AJE remains deeply concerned about the lack of legislation and regulation regarding the use of restraint and seclusion in all of DC's public schools, especially so in the charter sector. We implore the council again to pass legislation similar to the Keeping All Students Safe Act currently pending in Congress to protect all students, those with and without disabilities, from unsafe and ineffective restraint and seclusion practices at school. Regarding charter capacity, the charter sector continues to struggle to serve the full range of students with disabilities and struggles to offer the full continuum of placements required by IDEA, including interim alternative educational placements. This is especially a challenge for our smaller LEAs, and as a result, students with disabilities often have far less school choice than their non-disabled peers. Other jurisdictions in the country have dealt with this problem creatively through contract placements, intermediate level school districts, multi-LEA cooperatives, and other student-focused solutions. DC needs to do the same. The licensure of special education teachers is another space where there is a significant governance gap that hurts children, as there is currently no requirement that special education teachers working in charter schools be licensed as such. I want to repeat that for everyone's understanding. A student in a charter school may receive special education from an unlicensed non-special educator. Again, we ask the council to work with OSSI, the PCSB, and other stakeholders to establish a governance structure over the charter sector that makes sure that children in charter schools do not receive a lower quality of education from less qualified teachers. Like I said, you'll have my full comments later today, and there'll be resources and citations in them. I thank you again for the time, and I appreciate your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bloyer. Rakaya Ambar Shaheen, she's Director of Early Childhood Policy and Programs at DC Action.
Hello. Can I proceed?
Yes, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
That's okay, it's Rakaya, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you as you review OSSI's performance. I'm Rakaya Ambar Shaheen, Director of Early Childhood Policy and Programs for DC Action, a member of Under 3 DC and a proud DC resident. Excuse me. Today, my remarks will focus on OSSI's efforts to support and strengthen the district's early learning system. My written testimony contains much more detail than I will be able to share in these 3 minutes, but we are grateful for OSSI's Division for Early Learning's work to support childcare programs during the public health emergency. Many of the agency's policies and funding opportunities have likely meant the difference between staying in business and permanently closing for many programs. We also appreciate DEL's efforts to improve communication with early learning programs during the pandemic. We hope to continue working with the agency to support better and more responsive communication and program input. As you know, early education is needed and undervalued, and childcare has been hit hard by the pandemic, and many of my colleagues will speak more to this. DC's childcare sector needed support before the COVID-19 public health emergency reached the district. The pandemic's impact intensified the strain on the early learning system and plunged childcare programs into financial distress. OSSI responded quickly to programs' need to close for health and safety reasons and families' reluctance to send their children to care, although there were some notable bumps along the way. Now the agency has implemented an emergency subsidy payment rate to increase OSSI's daily reimbursement rate to 32%, which has higher than usual, which has been helpful and lightened the financial burden on programs, but we are not in the clear. We know that this rate likely remains below the true change in costs due to the pandemic. Also, approximately 30% of childcare programs remained closed as of January 31st, according to OSSI, and early learning programs not participating in the subsidy face steep barriers to accessing needed revenue. And many programs still have low, financially unsustainable attendance rates. OSSI must leverage unspent subsidy funds and new federal funds to address these gaps and sustain the early learning sector. Workforce challenges are more pronounced than ever. Higher pay and better educational opportunities are needed. In DC Action's recent survey of childcare programs, the majority of program directors reported that staffing challenges created barriers for their programs during the public health emergency. Many of the workforce challenges during the pandemic are symptoms of larger issues, including many that OSSI has the power to address in the subsidy program, and some of which are required by Birth to 3 for All DC. For example, the program currently reimburses childcare based on assumptions of wages lower than a livable wage in DC. Identifying and implementing fair wages for this workforce will be key to increasing the availability of early learning programs and families' access to them, and increasing programs' quality. OSSI has several opportunities to leverage federal funding, including the CCDF state plan update and COVID relief funding to stabilize childcare and make major early learning systems improvements. I outlined some of these opportunities in my written testimony and ways to make best use of them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Joshua Corbin, who's with Children's National Medical Center.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Joshua Corbin. I'm the parent of 2 children in DCPS and professor of pediatrics at Children's National in Washington, D.C., where I had a research team studying brain development. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Today, I would like to tell you about the effects of the pandemic from a mental health and neuroscience perspective. Our children are in crisis and are literally suffering, not just because of learning loss, but perhaps even more significantly at the level of mental health. The regular contact with their peers is wreaking havoc on children's brains. My place of employment, Children's National, has seen a dramatic and significant increase in the numbers of children in the emergency department and intensive care unit due to self-harm. Nationwide, significant anxiety, depression, and attempted suicides have skyrocketed. Our children are the unfortunate test subjects of a large-scale real-life experiment that shows what happens when young people lose their social contact. Moreover, socialization is not only required for well-being, but for learning. Children's brains are not wired to learn via a screen. Numerous studies across decades have shown that children learn best in the presence of peers and a live teacher. These are studies pre-pandemic. Therefore, it is not surprising that for the vast majority of kids, virtual learning is a poor substitute for live learning, and in worst cases, even emotionally damaging. Currently, DCPS is failing the educational needs of our children, with no apparent plans to get kids back in school. Teachers want back, the majority of DC parents want their kids back, the principals want their kids back, and the mental health and pediatric professionals fully understand the desperate need to get our kids back. So what is the problem? Right now, the major sticking point appears to be political will. Most pressing, the DC government needs to update the overly restricted and outdated DOH DC health guidance for schools to the current CDC standards, especially with regard to student-teacher cohorting and classroom availability. This will immediately allow more kids to be in person. As recently reported in the Washington Post, quite remarkably, private schools in DC are exempt from these DOH guidelines, allowing them to get more kids safely back into schools. Now is the time to act with the urgency that this crisis demands. Continuing to deny all children an opportunity for an in-person education is no longer morally or ethically acceptable and is literally negatively affecting their brain development. Policymakers need to understand that the decisions that we make now will impact the children for the rest of our lives. We are over 1 year into this pandemic. We know how to open schools safely. The templates and planning is there. And now is the time for DCPS and DC government to move quickly and urgently to address this crisis that all the children in the district are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin. Let me see. I had one question for Jessica Johnson, the principal of Turner. Just to confirm, I visited this school. Didn't I meet with you? It was a little over a year ago. We talked about the grant, and I'm curious to know how that is doing, if you are still here.
Yes, I am here. Yes, we did meet prior to the pandemic as Turner was the recipient of the Truancy Prevention and Literacy Grant. And the funds have been utilized we had to pivot with the pandemic, but to support attendance in new ways, to provide support for families as they were pushing through some challenges as it related to the pandemic. And additionally, it gave us the opportunity to partner with several organizations that provide ongoing support, such as OAG, WISE, or Wider Circle, Reading Partners, to provide literacy intervention, as well as just support for our community that would then support students in attending daily. So we've appreciated the grant. It's coming to an end, and we're hopeful that we're going to be able to continue the work and the systems that we've put in place with our partners for this upcoming school year.
Great. It's good to see you. Thank you.
You too.
Commissioner Yates, in your testimony, you said OSSI made the decision not to spend more than $3 million in federal relief funds instead making the legally questionable decision to hold it back for schools that may or may not exist in the future. Could you elaborate?
Sure. In the last round of federal relief funding, they doled funding out to LEAs on a per student enrollment basis. Of that amount of money, they withheld approximately $3 million and earmarked it in their spreadsheet for future school openings or school expansions rather than actually spending it on students in schools that exist, which I think is objectionable given that we're going to have further rounds of relief funding targeted at schools that exist at the time. And the purpose of a relief funding is to provide relief, not to plan for hypothetical.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Une, Stacey Une, I cut you off and you said you had just a couple of sentences left. So on my time, do you want to finish?
Thank you, Council Member. DCPS could improve its family engagement and compliance with special education law by taking a proactive stance to address learning losses caused by the pandemic. What that could look like is providing guidance to IEP teams about how to measure learning loss and how to talk to parents about compensatory education. For example, DCPS could identify all students who couldn't access related services on their IEP, like physical therapy, and provide them with targeted assistance to help address their learning losses. Instead of waiting for a wave of litigation and using school attorneys like weapons to defend claims, DCPS could target students likely to be entitled to comp ed. Students continue to experience academic slides, especially in math, with one study estimating that even if schools open by January 2021, students could lose between 3 to 14 months of learning, depending on the quality of remote instruction. So in conclusion, we urge the Council to hold DCPS accountable for redistributing resources that are based on student need and for integrating DCPS's schools across race, class, and disability.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off earlier. Dr. Corbin, your testimony is pretty strong about the need to reopen schools. And I don't question what you're saying with regard to the mental health issues that we're seeing, but what do you say to the parents who feel very strongly, and there are parents who feel very strongly, and teachers, that it is unsafe to go back to school, and that we need to wait until all the teachers are vaccinated, and in fact, some argue we have to wait until all of the students are vaccinated, recognizing that the vaccines right now are not available to those under 16. What do you say?
Well, I'll speak to this as a scientist, but the caveat, of course, is I'm not an epidemiologist or infectious disease specialist, so you can sort of take it as a sort of lay informed individual working in the field of science. So we know already a year into the pandemic that it can be done safely. And the key is obviously following the appropriate CDC recommended mitigation guidelines. That includes social distancing and masking. And we also know now from a tremendous amount of data that schools outside of staying at home are the safest place out in the community. The transmission rate from last I looked in DC, or that's the number of positives, in DC public school system is 1.15%, while in the community it's about 4%, right? And this is consistent across the board wherever this has been statistically analyzed. So with proper mitigation, schools are safer than the community. So chances are that you're gonna likely encounter somebody with COVID if you're in the supermarket much higher than you are in the schools. And if schools are following protocols, which they know how to do and should be able to implement, then these places are safe. So it's certainly not without risk. Nothing is without risk. And this pandemic has devastated everyone. And it's particularly hit communities of color even more. And I completely empathize and understand a fear of going back. And certainly I would agree that this needs to be done in a phased in manner. We can't just go all or none. And that is also from the mental health perspective, in which kids have been isolated. If we just let them back into schools all at once, this is going to cause probably more mental health problems. We have to think very, very carefully about how we do it. And I'm certainly not advocating as a parent or as a scientist for just flicking the switch and opening. But I do believe that we need to have plans in place, and we need to move forward in getting as many kids safely in school as possible. There will be parents who probably do not want to send their kids under any circumstance, and teachers that might not want to go back until they're vaccinated. One, I agree, and working at Children's National, we're at the forefront of this, is that we should have another wave of teacher vaccinations, not only for the safety issue, but for the well-being of teachers. And the other issue I think that we need to address is how we go about doing this and planning for it immediately. And I do not see in any forum, this is all new to me, in any forum I have not been confident that DCPS or the DC government has plans of how to do this and following guidelines. We're well behind the curve and we need to catch up with the curve. It also appears that moving forward, there should be virtual options for people who maybe have found that. There's a small percentage that have found virtual learning to be an enhancement over in-person learning. And there's neuroscience behind that. Certain kids with certain needs will do better with a screen. There should also probably be carved out, moving forward, opportunity for virtual learning for those who either don't feel safe in school or just simply do better, virtually learning. But we cannot deny the science of the overwhelming mental health impact and the overwhelming knowledge of how children learn. Thank you.
I'm going to cut you off, but I'm way over my time. Councilmember Henderson, you'll be followed by Councilmember Lewis George.
Hello. Hi, Chairman Mendelson. Sorry, I am
Multitasking.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to move as quickly as I possibly can. Is Katrina Owens still here? I know you gave your testimony like a little bit ago. Hi,
Yes, I'm
how
here.
are you?
Hi. Good, how are you?
Thank you so much for being here. Love the work of DC Scores and definitely hearing all of the pieces of your testimony that you provided. I'm curious, because I asked this to an earlier panel, but I'm curious in terms of DC Scores working out of school time, whether or not your school partners have been in touch with you about term 4/summer?
Yeah, so I've been meeting with school principals to talk about both term 4 opportunities and in particular summer. From what I've heard from DCPS principals, also DCPS central office held a summer meeting for all OST partners yesterday. And it sounds like DCPS is empowering principals to connect with partners and utilize partners this summer. So we'll hopefully be part of those plans. My understanding of those plans should be firmed up and they need to be submitted by the end of March.
Okay.
Certainly, I think in term 4, we've seen there's more principals having some more ownership over figuring out, are there opportunities for outdoor learning? The mayor is allowing for some more athletics. So, connecting things that, bring joy to young people in person, I think will be critical and even more critical as we try to figure out how people are in person. If they remain virtual, can we connect that with some of the in-person socially distanced soccer or poetry writing that we know kids love and connect that to the school and to the enrichment this summer?
Yeah. Okay, great. That's good to hear that they've reached out to you guys because I knew that the end of March was like their deadline in terms of the planning piece. But if they hadn't talked to you yet, I would definitely bring that up with them tomorrow. So thank you for that. Dr. Beers and Dr. Corbin, although Dr. Corbin, I'm not sure if you're here representing Children's, but you're a doctor nonetheless. But really my question is for Dr. Beers and I guess your fellow colleagues from Children's who may be listening in. I had an opportunity to meet with your team or your colleagues a few weeks ago, a month ago, a little bit. It's been a while, but basically talking about how Children's could possibly inform a little bit of our work because you were seeing in real time from your data how the pandemic has actually impacted children. And I'm curious whether or not there are efforts happening around there. I think we're hearing anecdotally what's happening, but I think that you serve so many students across the city that you really could add something here in terms of, the impact.
Yeah, so certainly Dr. Corbin talked about the huge mental health impact that the pandemic has had on our students. We also know that we've seen huge issues of food insecurity, which has caused also, as well as DC Scores notes, and not being able to see students as much, they have been less active. We've seen dramatic rates of increase of obesity as well as diabetes. And so we certainly know that that has been true. On the counter, we have actually seen decreased visits to the emergency room related to infectious disease issues as well as asthma. And so as we return to in-person instruction, we do also expect to see some bumps in some diseases and want to make sure that the school community is prepared to be responsive. And so the Asthma Impact Team, DC, has been working with schools to help them prepare, has been supporting the school nurses. But certainly we've been engaging with DC Health and expect to continue to do so to make sure that we can do that. But a big part is making sure that we are helping schools look at their return to school plans and making sure that they are addressing all of the various concerns that may exist for students.
I mean, I think if children's in any way can help, I mean, I have had a couple of conversations with some school leaders, and the immunizations is really a sticking point here. And we're not even talking about a COVID vaccine. We're just talking about, are you up to date? Because so many families didn't make those appointments this year, but I could follow up on that. I wanted to get one more question in to perhaps either Matt Hansen from DC Action or anyone from AJE. I'm curious around whether you're hearing from families in terms of the services being provided virtually, particularly for young kids. So, you know, Strong Start and those other types of early intervention programs, not just for the 0 to 3, but also for our younger kids. You know, I've questioned sort of, I don't know if I would question, but I'm curious about the efficacy for families in terms of those services from a virtual setting, if you're doing speech therapy and those kinds of things. I'm curious if you guys have heard any feedback on that.
Seeing how I'm unmuted, I'll start, but I'll be very brief and let someone else jump in. So in our conversations with families, we have heard of services being provided, but it's very, very uneven. It's not consistent.
Okay. And
there is a real problem with whether or not the service is actually useful when it is provided. So like Ms. Unain mentioned, you know, for a lot of these children, even if the service was provided, it wasn't effective. It didn't give them, you know, what they were legally entitled to, which is a free, appropriate public education. And as Ossie has said, there's going to need to be a conversation around compensatory education for those kids. Because it just didn't, it wasn't effective for a lot of them, even when it was provided.
Thank you, Maria. I'm sorry, I'm over my time. So Matt and Stacey, we could follow up maybe because Mr. Chairman's giving me that lie. So thank you for everyone who testified. Just because I didn't ask you a question doesn't mean that your testimony wasn't great. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George.
Diana.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm trying to go fast and get to everyone if I possibly can. But I want to start with Stacey. I don't know if I got your last name right, but you mentioned two things that I wanted to ask you about. One, you also mentioned a Black youth agenda being incorporated, and I just wanted to know where we could find that Black youth agenda. And then the second piece you talked about was DCPS attorneys' presence at IEP meetings and how it has what impact that has had. Could you speak to what what you think best practices are for these IEP meetings and where we are lacking resources?
Absolutely, thank you for your question. So the Black Youth Agenda was put together by Black Swan Academy and can be found on their website. And they worked really hard with students to form these recommendations. So I really encourage attention to that. My written testimony will have more about it. Regarding the DCPS General Counsel's Office, one thing I've realized recently is that despite numerous scandals and decades of court receivership and class actions, there have been turnover in principals, chancellors, administrators, but hardly any changes to the personnel in the DCPS's General Counsel Office and the hearing office that hears special education due process cases, although arguably they are the most influential and the most involved persons in all of those decisions that are affecting the district and leading to this unequal distribution of student need. In terms of best practices, we absolutely understand that DCPS has a right to include attorneys, especially when there is another attorney but all guidance from the Department of Ed and IDA and the law discourages attorney presence from IEP meetings because they can get in the way. So one practice I would offer would be, how do we find a way to get DCPS to agree to mediations and facilitated IEP meetings, which they have absolutely refused to participate in, although many parents ask for it? And what are some alternative conflict resolutions we can encourage that don't involve litigation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that feedback. Really appreciate it. I want to go to Maria Blauer. You were speaking about the need for special education licensing across both sectors. Do you have an idea as to how many special education teachers in the charter sector aren't licensed? And could you speak to the importance of that licensing as it relates to our young people?
Sure. Well, to answer the second part of your question first, which is, do I know how many? I don't. And the reason I don't know is because we don't have the ability to obtain that information via FOIA or other methods. So that's part of the reason. Although we can get some licensing information from OSSI about individual teachers, it's difficult because we don't have access to FOIA in the charter sector to get that information on a larger scale. So I don't know for sure, but I do know that there's a huge body of research talking about, especially for really vulnerable kids, the importance of teacher tenure and teacher training in terms of outcome. So, we know that a more experienced teacher and a fully certified teacher is more effective than their less qualified and less experienced peer. And that's really the source of our concern in the charter sector. We want all of our kids to have access to amazing teachers. And they should be able to get that whether or not they're in DCPS or whether or not they're in the charter sector.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I agree. We have to do more in that area, and we'll be working on that in the background over here. I wanted to then go to Ms. Thomas. Is it Ms. Hyla Thomas, Reshonda?
Yes, Holly Thomas.
How you doing? I think you mentioned OSSI considering extending eligibility for people who aged out this year. Can you speak to more about why this would be a good avenue? And can you speak to whether your clients have received compensatory education and services during the pandemic?
Okay, so to answer your first part, this is something that's necessary, especially for our youth who are transitioning out and they don't receive the supports and services that they're entitled to help set them up for a successful post-secondary school transition. So how do we fix that? This is not something that would just be unique to DC. As I mentioned in my testimony, and my written testimony provides specific citation to legislation and other programs in the jurisdictions I mentioned, Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, and Vermont, about where they understand the impact of COVID and the need to make that process, that extended eligibility option available to families. It's not something that's mandatory, and it's something that will be viewed on an individual basis and need to determine what would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Oh man, okay, my time is up. I wanted to get to a few other people. I'll follow back. Thank you, Commissioner Yates. You were coming up next, sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman, and then Trayon White.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna continue along the lines of asking about special education. So about, to those who are the experts here, so about what percentage of our IEP students are virtual versus in-person learning?
I will start that, and hopefully someone else will be able to help a little bit on answering that. We don't
If no
know.
one knows the answer, that's fine. Oh, okay, not fine, but I'll pursue that tomorrow. Let me ask this, is virtual learning working for any of our IEP students? Like, are there any best practices we can look at that some of those students are going to be virtually learning in the next term and build upon it?
So I would direct you to the Educating All Learners Alliance. They've done some really good work on best practices in special education,
Okay.
both virtually and in, yeah, so they're a good resource there. We do have some students who are doing, who find, for good reason, at-home instruction to be better for them. I think my colleague Stacey spoke really eloquently about this. A lot of our kids weren't safe at school before. And being home has offered them a chance to be safe and learning, which is something they didn't have before.
Okay.
So there are students for whom this is going really well. I think those students are a minority. And the majority of students with disabilities, including our kids with high incidence disabilities, who should be at or above grade level, are really impacted negatively by the lack of appropriate services virtually. But I'll be quiet and let someone else talk.
I'll just add on to what Maria said. I think with regards to some of my clients in the beginning of the pandemic, I had my worst situated clients. They had been out of school for months prior to the pandemic, unable to go because they'd been assaulted or being assaulted at school, or because the District of Columbia Public Schools simply did not offer them a school and refused admittance to their neighborhood school. One of the things that helped was the attention that the district placed on technology. So these students who were at home either because of discipline or disability or health, they didn't have really any access. So once the devices started to get delivered, they immediately were able to access distance learning in a way that had never occurred before. That being said, with technology, some of the best practices I feel are when teams and schools make concentrated efforts to train parents and offer as a related service parent training and counseling in tech support, particularly, but also in how to work with students like young children, like Councilmember Henderson mentioned, who have trouble actually sitting at the screen all day and even orienting themselves to the screen. So I feel like those are some best practices that I would encourage. Another concern is that the digital divide could potentially increase because some of the devices that are given by schools are censoring websites such as YouTube, which are essentially cutting off those students from the rest of what the world is learning.
Okay. And in terms of in-person learning, how has COVID impacted in-person? There is in-person learning for some of our special needs students, correct? Has COVID, because of social distancing rules, impacted the way teachers have to teach in that you can't have like small groups mixing together? Are there any best practices there that perhaps other systems have come up with to help with this?
I'll be brief and let others speak on this. Actually, Maria, I don't know if you wanted to answer this question. I'll just ask.
So I think, yes, there are some concerns there. I think, and it would be helpful maybe to hear from our colleagues at HSCSN about this a little bit, and Children's about this. Our kids who most need to be back in school, who most need high intensity repetition, who are most vulnerable, and who most need the extended eligibility that Reshonda talked about, those are the kids that are also the hardest to bring back, either because they have complicated medical needs or because social distancing will be a challenge. These are our kids with, intellectual disabilities, autism. Those kids haven't been brought back at the same rate. And the impact for not coming back is more significant for them.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I would just add that in terms of coming back, the answer to your question is I don't believe that students with disabilities are getting in-person learning at this time, unless they're getting it through private services. Even the students who are in care classrooms, they're not actually getting live instruction from teachers. They're at computers monitored by non-teacher staff.
Right. Thank you. My time is up. Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Trayon White, if you are here. Councilmember Trayon White. Then I'm going to call on Councilmember Charles Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank everybody for their testimony. This is hard. I will not be able to get to everybody to ask questions, but I want to make sure I say right up front how much I appreciate everybody taking the time and your testimony. I know it's going to be a very long hearing, so we're paying attention and listening throughout the day, but won't be able to jump in to ask questions. Also want to just respect everyone's time so that everyone can be able to testify. I wanted to, one comment, and then I'll kind of jump into a theme, and that is, listen to the conversation you just had with Councilmember Silverman. I guess this is specific to Ms. Une and Ms. Flower, but other people I think were raising this as well. We do have some students, who are doing okay or even better, and you kind of outlined some of those reasons why. And it's important for us to keep that in mind. As much as there's a push to get back in person, there are some students that are doing better. But I think it also seems to be that they have the supports that are necessary. And one of the things I'm going to talk about tomorrow when we have the government witnesses is that I'm hearing from so many of our local school communities with the first draft of their local budget that they are seeing the very people that that might help that thrive be cut. So our social workers and all the supports and resources are being cut. And at this time, that is the worst possible thing to be doing, I think. And we've got to be doing better. But it is astounding budgets for our schools that actually cut our social workers when we talk about how important all the social emotional piece is going to be, in addition to the learning loss, to treat the whole student and the whole person. I was going to start with a quick question, Ms. Une. You talked about, and I think you're 100% right, that we've got to think about the standpoint of, I think the way you talked about was compensatory services. So because we have failed so many kids with IEPs and 504s, we've got to think about ways in which we fund additional services. What confidence do you have, if we haven't done a great job, what confidence do you have or recommendations you have about doing those compensatory services in a way that are deeply impactful when we haven't done a great job yet?
That's a great question. It makes me think about a complaint that Maria Bloyer filed when DCPS had unstaffed self-contained classrooms. So one of the results of our systemic complaint to OSSI was that they required the schools that were found to have had these programs without qualified teachers to have individual IEP meetings with every student who were in those classes. We weren't part of those meetings, but I later got clients who told me that they had had that happen. And I was, aware that they held IEP meetings and determined compensatory education by offering tutoring and provision to families. So I think that, there were flaws with that process. For example, that parent was never connected with tutors to actually use it. So she had thousands of dollars that were unspent that she wanted to use but didn't know how. However, that shows me that it can be done. And here we're talking about not just compensatory education because of systemic failures from before, but really failures that we just know happen because there were children who could not access physical therapy. An example, a second grade student that I work with, he hasn't received physical therapy from Children's Hospital all year. And he's at a point where his first time in PE this year, they were doing push-ups. He used to be able to do 9 per his report last year. He couldn't do 1, and he started crying during class and felt like he was a failure. So that's just an example of how dramatic this affects certain children and why they should target these children, to implement the comp ed. I do have confidence that it can be addressed with the right attitude.
Okay, all right. I'll take that element of hope and optimism there. Thank you. And to Maria Blower, I wanted to ask you, as we think about student safety and about all of the ways in which we're trying to wrap ourselves around these students, I just want to give you a chance. Could you talk a little bit from your perspective, how important is FOIA, for example, as a backstop when we're thinking about our student safety?
Oh, it's vital. I don't think I can overstate how important FOIA is. And some of the core work that AJE has been able to do over the years, from our work around student safety and expulsions and, student expulsion and suspension from before I was at AJE, when Reshonda Holly Thomas led some amazing work around, as legal director, around school discipline. it's vital, especially because reporting is spotty at best around the use of restraint and seclusion. There's not another tool that's more powerful than the sunshine and openness that FOIA brings.
Well, I presented, my time is up, so I appreciate that. I think it was important before where we find ourselves today, and even more important now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, really appreciate it. And thanks again to everybody for your testimony. Heard it all, but wasn't able to get questions to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. And thank you to each of the witnesses. We have statements from most of you, but not all of you. So if you didn't provide a statement, please do so as soon as possible. If we get them today, I can look at them tonight as I prepare for tomorrow's hearing. So you will be excused, and I believe you can continue to watch in the waiting room, or there are the other ways of watching and in that way attending this hearing. I'm going to call the next group of roughly 20 witnesses. Alma Salado and Judy Kittleson, both from Brea Public Charter School. Connie Spinner, who's with Community College Prep Academy Public Charter School. David Koenig, Christian Herr, Kathy Riley, with the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators. Carrie Brown and Mikhail Poole and Brianna Wilson, the three are from the Capital Partners for Education. Stephanie Wolf with Reading Partners DC. Martin Wells, who's president of the Ward 2 Education Council. Paul Fraioli, or Fraioli, who's listed as a parent. Juan Yola, Ward Education Council, Duke Ellington parent. David Albert, Lisa Rao, Rao, and Amy Stay, S-T-A-E-Y, Stay, who's listed as a parent. Cynthia Guin, who's with Duke Ellington. Elizabeth Walsh, Amber Golden, who's listed as School Home Association of Duke Ellington, PTO. Armand Cuevas, who's with Empower Ed. Brittany Bell Surratt, who's also with Duke Ellington. Sonia Irvine, and Christina Burke, who's listed as Capital City Public Charter High School. I'll pause for a moment.
Using software to create.
So let's begin with Alma Salado. Yeah. Please be mindful of the clock. The clock should be at the top of your screen. You have everybody has 3 minutes each. Ms. Salado.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about my family's experience at Brea Public Charter School. My name is Alma Salado and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I have been working on my high school diploma at Brea for the past year with my 4-year-old daughter. Today, I would like to tell you how Brea has been life-changing for my family. When Mia was 3 years old, I started to have concerns about her speech. Most of what she said was incomprehensible to anyone outside of our family. At that time, she was enrolled in a neighborhood school and I went to talk to her teacher about her concerns. The teacher told me that she would try to get her evaluated. After months of waiting, the teacher told me that despite her insisting, the school felt that evaluating Mia was not a priority because she was so social and she was able to participate in class. The teacher told me that I would likely need to wait, but if I didn't want to wait, I should consider moving her to another school. Then the pandemic hit and then I became responsible for teaching Mia at home. That was when I transferred her to Brea, where my husband was already a student. Mia's teacher at Brea observed that she had a speech delay, and she evaluated her. She got evaluated within a few days. After her evaluation, she began receiving bilingual speech therapy. We noticed a drastic improvement after only a couple of sessions. The therapist also recognized that Mia had vision problems. She got her eyes checked and now she wears glasses. Today, Mia is a thriving student. She loves school. She loves her friends and teachers at Brea. Her speech is now perfect in English and in Spanish, and her classes have improved her ability to concentrates. The pandemic has been hard. My husband and I were both unemployed, and for a long period of time, we did not have enough money for food or for rent. Through BRIA, we got connected to groceries. We received gift cards and DC CARES funds. And after 5 years of having Comcast tell us that our apartment could not be wired for internet, BRIA helped us obtain Wi-Fi so that Mia and I could continue to attend school virtually. That is not all my experience at BRIA and my participation in BRIA Voices for All. The school's Students Advocates program, I have learned that my voice matters. I feel confident enough to speak to me as teacher if I have any concern, and I've also testified in front of this committee about changing DC Alliance health insurance renewal timeline, and I'm more powerful because of BRIA, and my family and community are stronger because of that. Council members, as you make important decisions about education in DC, I want you to remember my family and our story. I want you to understand the invaluable role that adult education in a city. I urge you to include a 4% increase per student funding and maintain or increase the adult student subsidy so that financial strained families like mine will not face barriers in getting back to school to study. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Salado. Judy Kittleson? Is she here? Judy Kittleson from BRIA?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. My name is Judy Kittleson and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I've been an adult education instructor at BRIA Public Charter Schools since 2005. I also manage BRIA's high school diploma program. In BRIA's unique 2-generation program, parents study English, digital literacy, and child development while their children engage in high quality early childhood education. As you can imagine, our school has changed drastically in the past year. Adult education has moved completely online, and early childhood has transitioned to a hybrid model of outdoor learning in all kinds of weather and online classes. We've distributed 759 devices to students since March and helped 213 families obtain Wi-Fi. Our adult students have improved their tech skills beyond what we ever imagined. In fact, 82% of them say their technology skills have improved during the pandemic. BRIA is not just supporting students academically. 72% say that BRIA has met some or all of their non-academic needs. BRIA families are persevering despite the devastation of the pandemic, where 93% experienced a loss of income due to unemployment or reduction of hours, yet only 19% received unemployment insurance. My student Marisol started at BRIA 5 years ago in our basic English class with her baby Pamelita. Marisol is now in our high school diploma program with dreams of becoming a medical assistant and eventually a nurse. Last March, Marisol was coming to BRIA every day, well on her way to getting her diploma. Then COVID hit. She lost her restaurant job and her daughter needed her full attention for online school. Marisol eventually found a part-time job, but then needed to scrape together childcare. She contracted COVID at work, which once again resulted in lost income. She was also pregnant at the time and received assistance and support from BRIA's school nurse. We raised over $350,000 to support families like Marisol's during the pandemic. Because of the support she's received from BRIA and her ability to continue studying, Marisol will receive her high school diploma from BRIA on May 21st. As we move towards reopening schools, I ask that you maintain the adult student transit subsidy to reduce transportation barriers for families when we reopen in person. Families will still be financially strained and will need assistance to get to school. I also ask for a 4% increase in the UPS-FF so BRIA can continue providing a safe learning environment, as well as devices so students can continue to build their digital literacy skills and access learning materials from home. Access to excellent free English language programs is one of the best ways to support immigrants and their families after the pandemic. Programs like BRIA build strong communities, which is even more essential given the collective trauma of the past year. Investments in programs like BRIA strengthen families and build better futures for all DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kittleson. Connie Spinner? Ms. Spinner?
I'm unmuting.
Yes, and I see you. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good day, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Connie Spinner, and I currently serve as the President and Chief Advocacy Officer at the Community College Prep Public Charter School. I represent one of 10 adult-serving public schools in our city. Collectively, we are deeply committed to the administration's and our council's goal to expand our middle class by creating bridges to career pathways for our adult residents. However, today I want to focus on the impact that the pandemic has had on our community, our students, and our school. Moreover, I want to share with you the impact that your support has had in addressing the needs that our students and families continue to experience as a result of the pandemic. Thanks to the commitment of the council, our adult charters were held harmless and provided equivalent funds to ensure that we could make the necessary and critical adjustments that allowed CC Prep and our adult school partners to move from a blended learning program to a 95% virtual program while expanding both our options for students and the skill base of our instructional staff. We were able to respond to the technology needs of our students and have begun to design programming that prepares these students to take full advantage of the flexibility that online learning offers. We surveyed our students to determine what worked among the things that we did in this new format and what didn't work. I thought that you might appreciate a few themes that emerged from their own words. First, students' words. Asynchronous is working well for me because I work at my own pace to learn Microsoft Office Suite. Roughly 45% of our students have been able to transition to online learning with minimal tutorial. They will easily become lifelong learners as they manage the tools to do so. The digital fundamentals class should focus more on how to open emails as well as how to read them. More than 30% of our students are learning how to use a computer for the first time. They were unable to support their children with virtual learning, and it becomes increasingly a priority.
Ms. Spinner appears to have frozen with just a few seconds left. I'm going to go to the next witness, David Koenig. David Koenig. I'm told he may not be here. Christian Herr. I'm told Christian Herr is not here. Kathy Riley.
Hi,
Good
I'm
afternoon.
here. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you for being here. My name is Kathy Riley, and I'm the director of the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, and a facilitator for the Ward for Ed Alliance and a member of C4DC. In this limited testimony, I'd like to focus on 3 areas. Under mayoral control of DCPS, we should have effective coordination of the Department of General Services and the DCPS schools. We don't. For example, just as we invest in expensive technology, the security systems in a number of schools are not working. There were 2 additional extensive robberies just this week. There is a constant discussion on who is responsible, and many times the repairs do not fix the problem. This is one reason that there is pressure on examining our education governance system, along with a number of others. Secondly, the absence of a facilities master plan, which should be guided by an education plan, is handicapping us, all of us, in each ward. The problem of the co-location of the Roosevelt Stay program and Roosevelt High School, for example, is essentially capping the ability of both successful programs to expand. Sites exist, Remedying this issue will eventually help with the crowding at Wilson, just like funding a Center City and a Ward 7 middle school will help with the crowding at Deal. But without clear priorities, the city is investing in great modernizations of the neighborhood high schools at the same time as it is expanding enrollment in the charter sector and extending enrollment at DCP application schools. And this is again a planning issue. Third, with the council oversight of the budget, what role do you have in overseeing the federal funds in their distribution and their effectiveness and how it fits in with the city's budget? That's my question to you. DC Education has received and will receive a considerable amount of federal money. Most recently, 54.8 in ESSA 2, and now it looks like 400 million for the Recovery Act. OSSI can take 10% of these funds, and these funds need to be strategically used to respond to the interrupted learning and socio-emotional costs of the past year. DCPS schools are now planning with just 26 million in the acceleration plans for the summer and for next year. So for high schools, they're looking at bringing back students for a robust and creative 1 week in August and putting in place structures for next year. But they're still hampered by limitations on hiring staff. So we don't have a full summer of planning with the 26 million or with our acceleration funds. It's very limited. Schools are also dealing with budget loss from enrollment and increases in salaries that meant their budgets are lower. So much is possible for all this summer and next summer, increased staff during the coming year and a stronger outdoor learning infrastructure. It's an amazing opportunity, but we don't seem ready to really use it. So I hope you're going to help us with that, and we'll help with DCPS to try to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Riley. Carrie Brown?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Carrie Brown. I'm the CEO of Capital Partners for Education. Since 1993, Capital Partners for Education has provided one-to-one mentoring and college and career success programming to low-income students in the Washington, D.C. area. We currently support 510 students who are enrolled in 17 Washington, D.C. area high schools and more than 80 colleges and universities across the country. Our mission is to support students in the academic middle through high school and college so they can graduate with the skills and experiences needed to thrive in sustainable careers. Today, I am proud to be joined by Brianna and Mikhail, a mentor and mentee respectively in our program. District students broadly are struggling. Far fewer students in the district are on track to attend college this year than last year. Fortunately, we have the tools and strategies to build back our students' futures. Evidence-based, research-proven mentoring and a system of academic and administrative supports like we offer at CPE are uniquely positioned to aid our students today and over the long term. Mentoring provides the stability and guidance for youth as they manage their adolescence, and now the unparalleled challenges resulting from COVID-19. The record on mentoring is clear. It works. Low-income first-generation students are 55% more likely to enroll in college and 130% more likely to hold leadership positions if they have a mentor. Capital Partners for Education has a proven track record of success. 61% of CPE students have graduated from college compared to 21% of their similarly situated peers. The majority of CPE students reside in wards 5, 7, and 8, neighborhoods with some of the highest poverty levels and lowest college attainment rates in DC, and the highest COVID-19 transmission rates. These are the schools and communities that need our support now more than ever. Presciently, thanks to your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and the leadership of Council Member Robert White, who has been a champion for mentoring, the Council expanded funding for mentoring in the fiscal year 2021 budget. The planned investment could have supported some 60 more students. Unfortunately, at the last minute, that funding was pulled. The executive has said that the funds were inadequate. We urge the Council to reinstate that funding this year through the use of federal funds when they become available. We are proud to stand with a number of local advocates and organizations calling for greater investments in teaching and learning in order to make next year the strongest school year yet. At the same time, in order to fully recover from the educational and social emotional impact of the pandemic, our students will need the personal connection customized support, and one-on-one attention that mentoring can provide. We ask the council to make mentoring a priority in the recovery from COVID-19 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mikhail Poole. Mikhail Poole.
Yes, I'm right here.
Hello? Please proceed if you're testifying.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Mikhail Poole, and I'm a CP high school student. I'm with Brianna Wilson for 3 years, and I'm a Ward 8 resident. I go to East High School and Carrie Brown University, where I'm majoring in biology with a minor in Spanish. My long-term goals are to become a biology counselor for minorities and specifically the Black community, so they don't feel alienated due to their Throughout high school, I have any motivation to turn work and be present in school. As someone who earns grades in the academic middle, CP has helped me on track. I know that since I dream big, I will have to pull myself to the struggle in order to be able to achieve them. CP has been really supportive of me during the pandemic. Through their monthly check-ins, they ask students whether or not they need any help, and they go to the necessary lengths to fulfill those requests. CP has also helped me through the college application process. They actively offer guidance as well as helping students find scholarships. Being paired with my mentor has given me a chance to feel like someone outside of my family cares for me and wants to see me succeed. She has revised my essays, helped with schoolwork, as well as supported me at my many events. I was paired with Brianna during a difficult time mentally. However, the relationship that we developed, I started to feel like I can go to her about anything. There are benefits between us these last 3 years. I blessed her with my amazing personality, and she helps me with math, which worked extremely well considering I failed my classes. I will be immensely grateful to the DC Council for their funding. Helps create lifelong relationships between students and their mentors. My mentoring relationship has given me a safe space to talk about things that I wouldn't necessarily communicate with my parents, and has given me resources to help me succeed in life. I don't believe that it will have some effect on other students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Poole. Brianna Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Brianna Wilson, and I'm a mentor with CPE. I've been involved with CPE for the last 3 years, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I strongly urge the DC Council to allocate additional resources to promote mentoring for high school students and college students in the academic middle to ensure that they have the support they need to move forward in life and accomplish their dreams. My mentoring relationship has made a significant difference in my life and that of my mentee, and I strongly believe that it will have a similar effect to students across the district. I became involved in Capital Partners for Education through my position as an engineer at Clark Construction. I had opportunities to volunteer within our community, but volunteering as a mentor immediately stuck out to me. I'm a first-generation college student that felt the struggles of trying to pursue a higher education. I understood firsthand what students like my mentee felt trying to navigate school, extracurriculars, and personal life. Being paired with my mentee, Mikhail, has truly been life-changing. She is youthful, passionate, and unapologetic about who she is. I've witnessed her drive to power through any challenges in front of her, and it has been an inspiring experience. I am honored to have the support to her dreams and ambitions, and I am excited to continue our mentorship as she transitions into college. She has made me a better person and leader within the community, and I am proud to be anchored within CPE. Being a mentor has given me a purpose beyond my career. It has given me the chance to positively impact someone's life. Mikhail is currently a senior at McKinley Tech with plans to attend college in the fall. Together, we talk about how she is mentally, emotionally, and academically.
This past year has been a hard transition due to COVID-19. It has emphasized the importance of social interaction and in-person learning, but together we got through the hardships and challenges. She has given me the opportunity to become a part of her life and to help guide her as she makes the leap into college. Together, we are currently focusing on scholarships and financial planning, and I truly believe that the relationship we have created and the support for Capital Partners of Education provides has made a significant difference in the life of my mentee and myself. I sincerely thank the DC Council for the opportunity to testify today and to share my story on my mentorship and what it means to me. I urge you to allocate funding to support the mentorings for low-income students in the academic middle to apply and stay enrolled in college. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Stephanie Wolf.
Good morning, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Stephanie Wolf, and I am the Development Manager for Reading Partners DC. I am also a reading partner at Height Elementary School in Ward 4 and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. This year marks Reading Partners' 10th anniversary in DC. To date, we have worked with more than 5,500 kindergarten through 4th grade students and over 5,000 tutors, engaging over 200 AmeriCorps members in a year of service. We are proud to be a priority partner in the Mayor's Empowering Males of Color initiative. We could not have hit these milestones without the full support of our community, including government partners like OSCE, DME, and MOLA. We recognize, and I'm sure that the DC Council would agree, that the teaching loss or the lost instructional time students have endured during this pandemic is critical. Our one-on-one, now virtual model offers a way for students to accelerate any learning that they've missed. We are currently serving 650 students across 19 partner schools through Reading Partners Connects, our virtual program that works to deliver our curriculum via twice-weekly Zoom tutoring sessions. We are also keenly aware that since the beginning of the pandemic, many of our students and families have faced challenges adapting to the technology needed for distance learning. According to a spring survey last year from PAVE, approximately 40% of DC students from wards 7 and 8 reported that the lack of access to internet or technology have been challenging during this time. Our program is addressing digital equity access with DCPS and our school partners to ensure that students who need our literacy support the most are able to receive it. We have also utilized this time as an opportunity to build stronger connections with our students' families through conducting virtual home visits and check-ins throughout the year, as well as holding a series of bilingual family engagement workshops. A recent report from Empower K-12 found that the district students with a valid text reading comprehension TRC assessment from this fall and last fall, more than 1 in 4 previously proficient lower elementary students have dropped below the proficiency bar from last year, and the drops were more likely to occur among students in wards 7 and 8. We are calling on the DC Council to continue to invest in DC students and promote educational equity across all wards. Ultimately, we know that out of school time programs and early literacy intervention programs work. A recent DCPS evaluation found that students who participated in our program scored 30% higher on the dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills test scores than their parents who did not participate in our program. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser and the DC Council for your ongoing support to help ensure that DC students and families can thrive during this unprecedented time. We hope you will continue to prioritize early literacy and OST funding in the upcoming budget, including having the option to make more multi-year funding opportunities available, which will help ensure long-term sustainability for evidence-based programs like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. I believe Martin Wells is not present. Paul Fraioli.
Yes, hi, dear council members. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and my son attends pre-K at a public charter school in Ward 4. He's never attended his school in person because my family moved to Washington last year during the pandemic. Since March 2020, my wife Stacey and I have been vigilant in following public health guidelines to protect both of our children, our extended families, and our communities from the spread of COVID-19. Yet both of us think our son should, right now, be able to attend school in person, full-time, 5 days a week. He would be fully safe in doing so. In fact, had simple common sense measures been implemented, such as wearing masks and opening a classroom window, as has been done in schools around the world, we think he would have been safe attending school in a full classroom at any time this school year, especially in September, October, and November 2020. In retrospect, these were wasted months. Mayor Bowser needs a plan now to open schools fully this fall, particularly elementary schools. It will not be easy. It will only happen if the mayor and her team make this their explicit goal, say it publicly, and begin planning and budgeting now with this goal in mind. Right now, there is no public plan, and it's unclear whether there is one in private. At a recent hearing of the Committee of the Whole focused on student learning loss, the Deputy Mayor for Education spoke with bureaucratic ease about the success of virtual learning, which remains a pale shadow of the real thing. At the very same hearing, the city's own data quantified the scale and racial inequities of the effects of learning from home. Separately, the Deputy Mayor has said that we are hoping to offer a full-time learning experience for every family who wants it in the fall. What does this mean? The Mayor's office has not said or made clear what it is doing to make it happen. The DC Council should require that the Mayor dedicate the largest share of windfall federal funds due to Washington to the goal of opening schools as fully as possible in the fall, whatever it takes to make this happen, including indoor and outdoor swing spaces, a vigorous outreach campaign to build trust with families who do not yet feel safe sending their children to school, and a high-quality virtual option for these families. By September, COVID-19 mortality will be much lower because of mass vaccination, even if cases are not, due to variants. Under these conditions, most schools should be able to return to something approaching the pre-pandemic normal. However, for this to happen, DC Health must update its guidance for schools, which is now dangerously outdated in relation to current scientific knowledge. I say dangerously because Dr. Nesbitt continues to advocate strict 6-foot distancing and cohort requirements, neither of which are recommended by the CDC. Her position also does not account for the grievous social, emotional, and intellectual harms these requirements inflict on our children by keeping them out of school every day. These are real costs, but DC Health remains focused on the potential harms, even though unlikely, that there will be a rise in cases linked to schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frioli. How do you pronounce your last name?
Frioli.
Frioli, so I'm close. Thank you. Juan Yola?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Yola. I'm a Ward 2 resident, Vice President of the Ward 2 Education Council, and a Duke Ellington parent. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for offering me the opportunity to provide input on the district's education priorities. My daughter, Natalia, is what I call a DCPS lifer. From Ross Elementary School to Hardy Middle School, she is now a freshman at Duke Ellington School of the Arts. She's an exemplary student, and that is due to the dedicated professionals at DCPS that have crossed her path over the last 11 years. I'm here to discuss pay parity for Ellington teachers. For nearly 50 years, Ellington has been the only dual curriculum public arts high school in the District of Columbia. It offers a complete slate of traditional arts subjects during an extended school day. In fact, graduates earn 32 more credits than the average DCPS high school student and graduate with a pre-professional arts endorsed diploma recognized worldwide. Approximately 20% of our 9th and 10th graders enter school performing 2 years or more below grade level. Some 27% are considered at risk. However, our arts-centric educational approach puts these children on par with their peers by graduation. Ellington has a 99% graduation rate versus the DC average of 70%. Approximately 98% of graduates go on to an institution of higher learning versus the DC average of 58%. Unfortunately, past DCPS funding models have treated Ellington like a traditional school. Comparing per pupil dollars, Ellington receives just $16,176 compared to the DCPS average of $20,675. That means 27 of 58 Ellington teachers are not funded. To stretch the budget, Ellington teachers are paid on average $25,000 less than their DCPS counterparts. I respectfully request that the committee consider that the Ellington budget for fiscal year 22 be increased to 13.1 million from the 10.1 currently proposed. This will ensure that Ellington teachers are paid a fair salary, regardless of the subject matter taught. Your support will help attain pay parity and ensure that the best and brightest can stay and make a living as Ellington teachers. The only way that our children can safely return to in-person classes and perform academically is to ensure that the adults around them are vaccinated, specialists are available to address the psychological ramifications of COVID, and they are paid an equitable salary commensurate with their role. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Alpert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My 7-year-old had a meltdown last week, just as my turn to speak came up on a call with education leaders and council staff. It wasn't the first time. She has been extraordinarily resilient in the face of this pandemic, but it's clear that the clock is ticking. Schools must reopen in the fall, 5 days a week, for every family who wants to go, and OSSI and DOH need to revise their limitations to enable this. My daughter needs much more social interaction. She needs the structure of a classroom. She needs to experience the joy and curiosity of doing science experiments, not watching them on a screen. For our 4-year-old, it became clear that virtual pre-K4 was a non-starter. We switched to a private preschool where he is learning and thriving, but other children without options like this are suffering mightily. Our teachers have been working heroically to handle all of the obstacles of virtual learning and adapt to a quickly changing schedule and requirements. But students and parents cannot afford a third disrupted academic year. Many schools, including ours, do not have space for all under OSSI and DOH current limits of 10 to 11 kids per classroom or with 6 feet of space. Secondary schools cannot function with only isolated cohorts. But the science does not support these restrictions. A USA Today article just today by 4 researchers says that, quote, no science supports mandating 6 feet of distance with children wearing masks. Many states are requiring 3 feet rather than 6 based on data such as this and are successfully open. Even if the rules shift, my daughter had a class of 28 this year and could be over 30 next year. Will loosened rules allow every student to return, even at the most crowded schools with the smallest classrooms? Planning for that must start now and be communicated widely. Parents are nervous. Some private and public charter schools have already told parents to expect hybrid or virtual in the fall. Fairfax teachers want to wait until adults and children are vaccinated. Since you asked about this during the earlier questions, I want to emphasize this point about child vaccination. A child vaccine is unlikely before fall, possibly not until 2022, and maybe never. Science is clear that children are negligibly harmed by COVID exposure. Studies are finding vaccines reduce even asymptomatic transmission by 85 to 92%. Once teachers and especially all adults can get a vaccine, there is no reason to keep children away. Even now, the balance of their health suggests going to school immediately. Refusing to open until all children are vaccinated is renouncing our society's commitment to public education. We cannot just hope the pandemic is fully over. We must plan for full school reopening under a wide range of scenarios. I hope that our officials can reach this decision and then communicate clearly. DCPS must engage with unions so there aren't surprises. Schools need the resources to bring everyone back safely for everyone who wants it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alpert. I believe Lisa Rao and Amy Stay are not here. Cynthia, she's with Duke Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. First, I want to say that I'm going to be supporting Juan's testimony as well. A lot of our facts are the same, so I want to stress the importance of them. As I stated, my name is Cynthia Guillen, and I'm a resident of Ward 7. My daughter, Jayla McKay, is a junior at Duke Ellington in the Visual Arts Department. We moved to DC and became residents for the sole purpose of her attending Duke Ellington for visual arts. I want to talk to you about ensuring that Ellington has sustainable funding going forward to support our highly successful dual curriculum program and art-centric education. As a single mom who has overcome many adversities, I personally and deeply understand having access to education and the arts can change the trajectory of an at-youth risk life. Moving to DC so my daughter could attend Ellington hasn't been easy financially, but I've used every dollar I had to make it happen. Supporting a scholar artist requires financial support. In addition to the basic needs of providing for a teenager, I additionally invest in art supplies, tools to ensure that my child has the best experience possible. I also pay a lab fee of $200 a year to support the VA budget. Ellington does what they can do to provide supplies like paper for drawing, laptops for animation, and canvas for painting. We need an equitable and sustainable funding model for our school. Ellington's DCPS budget allocation is based solely on the 31 full-time teachers in the traditional curriculum. It does not provide funding for the additional 27 arts teachers. The school must spread its budget allocation across a total of 58 teachers, which forces Ellington to pay its teachers on average $25,000 less annually than their DCPS counterparts. This creates significant barriers to recruitment and retention of teaching staff. Our teachers have long gone above and beyond for their students. However, at this time, we are focused on equity for our students and staff. The situation is no longer viable. To correct the problem, the Ellington budget for FY22 should be $13.1 million. Ellington's extended day dual curriculum model is demanding. The result is a 99% annual graduation rate, with 98% going on to institutions of higher education. Ellington students are DC. They represent the city at a time when creative soul of the district is desperately needed and reflects the rich cultural diversity of the United States. I want to thank Chancellor Farabee and his team for hearing our budget concerns and taking them under consideration. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, I ask that you also hear our budget concerns in the spirit of providing fair and equitable access for all DC students, ensuring Ellington secures the funding it needs to continue operating. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council.
Thank you, Ms. Ian. Elizabeth Walsh.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Liz Walsh, and I'm the mom of 3 kids at Mann Elementary in Ward 3, where my children have been enrolled for 3 years. Until this year, I had been extremely pleased with our DCPS experience. Sadly, the failure of DCPS to provide in-person learning to families who want it has led me to lose confidence in our city's public school system. I see the enormous toll that more than a year of virtual learning has taken on my children, our family, and families across the district. As a city, we have come so far since last March in terms of our ability to safely move children back into the classroom. Educators and school staff are being given access to an extremely effective vaccine. Schools have rolled out risk mitigation measures in classrooms. We have the data to know that COVID transmission in school is low. It's now the responsibility of our community leaders to start planning to provide in-person learning for all students. I'm in favor of balancing that ask with accommodations for families who wish to remain virtual through the establishment of effective remote learning options. But we must be able to give the option for full 5-day in-person learning to all DCPS families who want it by August 30th at the latest. Our children are more resilient and emotionally stable when they have connections with a network of caring adults in their lives. For us, that network was our teachers. After a year of virtual learning, it breaks my heart to see my 7-year-old son's fear and defense mechanisms at an all-time high. He's afraid to leave my side, even go to the bathroom alone in his own house in broad daylight. The teachers who used to be so important to him have all disappeared into a virtual world. In virtual environments, do our kids feel cared for? Are they developing a love of learning? Do they feel a sense of belonging to their school community? The answers to these questions is no. Virtual learning is school being pushed through a sieve where all the fun and valuable parts are being filtered out. There is no comparison between in-person learning versus school through a screen. Even with the most talented educators, we cannot make up for the presence of live teachers, counselors, and speech therapists. We now have the opportunity to return our children to the stable and enriching environment that public schools can and should provide. Let's not let government stakeholders and the adults who run them be the obstacles to what all of our kids across the district so desperately need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Amber Golden?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I am Amber Golden. I am a Ward 4 resident, a DC native, and I am also a parent of a senior of a visual arts student at Duke Ellington. I am also the PTO president, an LSAT member, as well as a paid parent leader. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm also testifying about several things, one of which being the persistent underfunding of our school by DCPS. I am also grateful to Chancellor Farabee and his team for hearing our concerns and taking our needs into consideration. And we are here to ask for your support to ensure that all DCPS schools are funded equitably. To add to Juan and Cynthia's comments about Ellington's dual curriculum program, the service to students in every ward of the city, and the underfunding of our teachers, I will add that we are the only DCPS high school expected to fund an entire faculty and extra school hours. As a result, our teachers are paid significantly less, averaging $25,000 less annually than their DCPS counterparts. As you can imagine, this creates significant barriers to recruitment and retention of teaching staff. As a parent of a senior, we have had to deal with this challenge firsthand as my child has lost a few effective and adored instructors, sometimes mid-year, to positions offering higher pay in order to support their families. This, of course, impacts student learning as our instruction is disrupted and the administration must divert time and attention to find educators to fill these gaps. In spite of these challenges, our teachers, both in the arts and academics, go above and beyond to support the education of our students. We have instances where teachers have driven supplies and resources to students' homes. They will meet us to deliver letters of recommendation to help our students get into university. And so it is this commitment of our teachers, as well as allowing students to excel in both their arts and academic, that inspire them to do more academically. Ellington is ranked number 5 in DC high schools and number 4 in DC public high schools by US News and World Report. So we respectfully ask that the council support securing a budget that provides equity for our teachers in order to accommodate our additional 27 full-time art teachers and allowing for the full-time sustainability of Duke Ellington School of the Arts. As an LSAT member and paid parent leader who cares about the quality of education for all young people, I also want to encourage the council to address the consistent underfunding of arts in all schools. We now know through research that the arts and culture sector provide economic, social, health, well-being, and educational benefits to society. Research in the US has also demonstrated that arts integration into curriculum is associated with consistently higher average reading and math scores compared to schools that do not. Thank you so much for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. I believe that Armand Cuevas is not here. So the next witness is Brittany Bell Surratt, who's also with Duke Ellington.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, thank you all for allowing me to take this time. I am Brittany Bell Surratt, and I'm a Ward 7 resident and mother of a freshman at Duke Ellington School of the Arts. As a Black mom to a 14-year-old Black son, I am concerned about the proposed budget for DC public schools, particularly the reduction of social emotional support and cleaning services for Duke Ellington during the pandemic, which we know has disproportionately killed Black people through COVID-19 and has caused a spike in suicides and suicidal ideation in youth. My son falls into all of these categories. Duke Ellington has gone above and beyond to ensure that his mental health as well as his academic learning is fully supported. Through this pandemic, he has managed anxiety and depression, but with the help and support of Duke Ellington, he has managed to maintain a 3.8 or above grade point average. So this is not the time to scale back any measure of support. Instead, now is the perfect time to invest in Duke Ellington more fairly and equitably. Unlike most DC high schools, Duke Ellington is dual curriculum with kids from all over the city attending. And just like those kids, they have the same traditional subjects, but they also have a full art schedule to round out an extended school day. So with the allocated budget for 31 full-time teachers in their traditional curriculum, it does not provide any funding for their additional 27 art teachers required for their courses, despite the fact that Ellington students graduate with 32% more credits and in art certification in the district's name. So as a result, Duke Ellington teachers are paid significantly less, averaging $25,000 less annually than other DCPS schools. And so I believe that you all can imagine, the significant barrier that this causes for the recruitment and retention of teaching staff when Ellington receives $16,176 versus the DCPS school average of $20,675. So as Ellington continues to achieve for its students, close to 20% of the 9th and 10th graders enter significantly below grade level, and approximately 27% of those students are considered at risk. Yet Ellington continues to overperform other high schools, graduating 99% of their senior class, with nearly all of them attending four-year institutions and garnering over $10 million in scholarships on average. So I'm here to respectfully ask for the council's support in securing a budget that provides equity for Duke Ellington teachers in order to accommodate the additional 27 full-time arts teachers, and that Ellington's budget for FY22 be increased to $13.1 million.
Sorry to cut you off. You can't.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Irvine or Irvine.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Irvin, and I'm a proud parent of a student in our neighborhood school, Langley Elementary in Ward 5. Today, I'm here to ask you to believe and start with the premise that in-person school is essential for everyone. And by that, I mean in-person with live instruction 5 days a week. I think we must start with this goal and begin planning now to get as many students as we can back by fall 2021. My daughter has attended Langley since pre-K3, and our younger son will join her next year. We were very fortunate to receive an in-person spot for term 3 and believe the leadership is doing a tremendous job in making the school as safe as possible. While her first day was filled with much excitement, it was sad to not have most of our friends and neighbors join us in person. One of the reasons we love being at Langley is the community that we entered. Our school serves a large number of at-risk populations, including students with disabilities and English language learners. Many of these students are particularly in need of in-person instruction, and many students have enthusiastically returned. I strongly believe that other families that have opted to continue virtually will also return as they see the measures in school working. To reach our goal of full-time in-person school, I believe we need strong direction from DC leadership announcing that schools must reopen by focusing on 2 areas. First is staffing. I believe that schools and teachers are essential. We must ensure that all staff are prepared and committed to return, including hiring additional staff now if necessary. The only reason our daughter is back is because her assigned teacher returned. In some grades at our school, if your child's teacher didn't return, then you were ineligible for a spot, which is unfair for other students and meant many who wanted to return were unable to, including some of our more at-risk students. Second is capacity requirements. While I understand the initial 6 feet in cohort requirements, I ask the city revisit those guidelines given new studies that show with other mitigation efforts, we can minimize or eliminate distancing requirements to have more students in classrooms. Keeping students out of school should not be the mitigation. I'll repeat, keeping students out of school should not be the mitigation. With the current guidelines, it'll be impossible to have enough staffing and space for all students to return full-time. I believe that DC has implemented several mitigation efforts that we should continue to emphasize: masking, testing, and air filtration. I'd like to highlight this last one to make a specific ask for our school. Our parent community has raised facilities issues at Langley for over 4 years now. The pandemic has laid bare the stark inequities across neighborhood schools in our city, and our school is in desperate need of modernization. Our bathrooms lack hot water and proper ventilation, and only the pandemic got us a temporary and still subpar solution. We currently have radiators and window units and need a modern HVAC system. I urge you to use newly available federal funds to assess and provide a timeline for modernizations for all schools that require it in the district. These upgrades will do a lot to further staff and students' comfort in returning to school. All students from pre-K to high school should have a safe place to go to school 5 days a week. Virtual and hybrid schedules are a poor substitute. I ask that the mayor and council provide strong leadership and communication that normal school can resume in the fall, or else I worry about families leaving the district to send their kids elsewhere. Thank you for your time, and I hope to work with DC on how to reach these goals.
Thank you, Ms. Irvine. Let me see, I have a few questions, and then I'll turn to colleagues. Mr. Carrie Brown, in your statement, you said council expanded funding in the fiscal year 2021 budget. Unfortunately, at the last minute, that funding was pulled. Could you explain that a bit more? Did the council put the money in the budget? It stayed in the budget, but then the executive said the funds were no longer available?
That's correct. The funding was a part of the fiscal year 21 budget. It was allocated to OSSI, and in late February, OSSI notified all of the applicants who had applied for the mentoring grant that the funds had been removed from the budget.
Thank you. Ms. Amber Golden, about Ellington.
Yes.
I've not heard this issue before. Is it because the faculty have been paid in part out of the foundation and the foundation is not raising as much money now?
No, actually, it has to do with the renegotiation of the Washington Teachers Union contract back in 2012. Initially, DCPS had been funding us fully, but when that negotiation resulted in higher pay, the benefit did not transfer over to Duke Ellington, which means the Ellington Fund then had to make up the shortfall for what DCPS was no longer honoring in their contract with the school.
Well, what is the contract in 2012 that meant that DCPS didn't have to pay its teachers at Ellington?
So the way that the contract is worded is that they fund the teacher and then they provide a stipend, a budget up, so to speak, that will cover the cost of the additional arts teachers. However, because the language was set and then the negotiations fell apart at that point where they didn't come back and actually solidify, okay, this is the exact amount, they were paying less at that point after 2012.
Because they're paying the stipend? Because
correct, because that stipend, there were many teachers who were they were already on the DCPS rolls, but in order to keep them, many teachers went to a DSAP contract so that we could continue to pay them, but they ended up having to take a budget cut so that we could afford to keep all of the faculty on staff as a result of the reduction in funding from DCPS. So there was a transition where our teachers were DCPS. And then as a result of that renegotiation with Washington Teachers Union, they voted to go to a DCPS contract versus just losing those positions altogether. And that was never rectified within DCPS.
So they're now contract rather than actually employees.
Right, the majority of the arts teachers.
And then Ellington Fund was making up the difference, but because I haven't heard about this before this year, the Ellington Fund had no complaint making up the difference, and now it does?
Oh, no, there's always been a complaint. There's been a constant negotiation that has been going back and forth. So they have worked with several of the previous chancellors, and we actually almost had an agreement to move forward, but then when that was about to be put into place, the false OSSI allegations came out about many of our families almost a fifth have been fraudulently enrolled. And even though all of them had been, well, the majority of them had been vindicated, there was no apology, there was no restoration of funding, the negotiations just fell apart at that point. So we've been at that kind of precipice of actually being able to renegotiate this and get it resolved, but then something always came up and interfered with that process. So there's been ongoing conversations.
Thank you. I have one last question, and that would be for Ms. Wolf with Reading Partners, and that is, what's your capacity for expanding? I'm familiar with the program to the extent that you've been successful, but my impression is that DCPS may want even more of you. Do you have that ability?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're looking into expanding, definitely. We've been talking about expanding to eventually 9 of the RISE schools in DC, the schools that are scoring the lowest academically, and increasing the schools that we're working with in wards 7 and 8. And I believe next year we're at 19 schools right now, and we plan to be at least 21, hopefully more. But at this point, I think 21 schools, and the 2 new schools we will add should also be in wards 7 and 8. And we're also trying to engage to see if we can even maybe eventually go into Prince George's County, but also within DC, if there's any ways to work outside of the school structure, like such as affordable housing units or things like that, how we can get access to more students, more kids that need our support.
Thank you. My time's up.
But those things aren't final yet.
Yes. Is Councilmember Trayon White here for questions? Otherwise, I'll go to Councilmember Henderson. I'm pausing to see if Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Henderson, 5 minutes, and you'll be followed by Councilmember Lewis George if she's here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for testifying. I'm gonna go quickly here to the folks who testified from Brea Public Charter School and Ms. Spinner from Community College Prep. I've had an opportunity to meet with many folks from your schools, and I think that the work that you have been doing both on the adult education side as well as providing these additional supports for your students is incredible, and any way we can do to help support that, I want to be a part of that. Carrie Brown from Capital Partners for Education, thank you so much for your testimony, and to Ms. Poole who testified, and as well as Ms. Wilson, thank you so much for your testimony as well. Got a chance to meet with you guys to hear more about your programming, and would like to talk more as we get into the budget process around ramp up the work, because I think you're very spot on that mentorship is definitely helpful and key in terms of not just getting students through high school, but helping them persist and graduate successfully from college. To the parents who testify from Duke Ellington, I was the committee director for the Committee on Education 4 years ago, and this was an issue back then. I was hopeful that DCPS would have negotiated the new contract to resolve some of the issues that Ellington had been facing in terms of the arts teachers not being paid the same as everyone else and being part of the impact system in the contract. But Mr. Mr. Juan, sorry if I'm butchering your last name. I'm just curious, because we don't hear much about this, but in the virtual posture over the last year, how has it been going on the arts side for your student?
My daughter's in the literary communications track. So
okay.
Effectively, she's a writer.
Okay.
But of the 8 arts disciplines, 3 of them are forced to go entirely virtual because we're not permitted to bring them in-house at this point. So, for example, theater, vocal music, and if I remember correctly, instrumental music have to be done virtually. So what I tell people all the time is that what you have to realize is that we're a specialized space. For you to learn music, it's ideal that you learn music in specialized rooms so that sounds travel in a certain way so that you attune your ear. Yet our students are at home and acoustically, we're doing the best, but it's certainly not an ideal situation. And I think that, certainly from our perspective, there's certain learning loss.
Yeah. Ms. Golden, I don't know, for your student, is he or she also in the literary or in one of the other tracks?
No, I am visual arts. And just to clarify Juan's point, our wind instruments were not allowed to return. So,
I see. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
the wind instruments were not allowed to return.
Okay. So,
so they've done, right. So the visual arts have been allowed to return. They've been focusing on the seniors to come back for our in-person instruction.
And how many are you, I guess, well, Duke Ellington already had small class sizes, but I'm assuming you have been limited in terms of cohorts of how many students you can have in a space, or no?
Right, so there are about 11 students in the class. Dance has, I think, 9.
Okay.
To accommodate that space, and they have a slightly, you can't see me, I don't know why my camera goes off, so it's not working, but, they get a little bit more than 6 feet, to allow them room to move and adequate ventilation.
Okay. Okay. As a kid who did orchestra and band in high school and middle school myself, I feel for the wind instruments out here, but I get it.
Right.
I understand it, I guess, from a public health standpoint, but we just have to definitely work on that.
Well, there is protective PPE that we requested and saying, even if we were to provide that, could we allow them to return? And that was denied. So a lot of the specialized PPE for, say, our dance students, and that we would have tried to get for our vocalists and theater majors, we still were not allowed to bring them back in the building, even though there is specialized PPE and there's evidence of other bands and different programs being able to successfully and safely bring their students back into the classroom.
Okay, and just with a little bit of time I had, I don't know if Ms. Walsh is still on. I know that the cohort sizing has been a really big issue in terms of us getting back to full capacity of being able to bring back all of the students. But for any of the future parents who are testifying on a similar issue, I would love to hear in your future testimony how you feel about outdoor learning for term 4. Obviously, that doesn't resolve all of the issues as you're speaking towards the fall, but would just love to get some feedback on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I don't believe Councilmember Lewis George is here. Councilmember Robert White, you'll be followed by Councilmember Silverman if she's still here.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank everyone who testified in this round, and I apologize. I've heard most of the other testimonies, but I'm managing distance learning myself, so I'm not on the screen much of the time. A few questions. Carrie Brown, you mentioned in your testimony that fewer students are on track to attend college this year than last year. Where did that data point come from?
Well, specifically, we know that I think 15% of fewer students are attending UDC this year, but also we can point to national figures of low college enrollment rates as well.
Okay. And did you mention in your testimony the percentage of your mentees that go on to college?
Historically, it's above 90%. 2 years ago, it was 92. This past year, it was a little bit lower. It was 84%.
And do you know how that compares to students in that kind of academic level?
Again, much higher. And so at that level, the rates are around 50–60%.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I also want to thank Mikhail, and I wasn't sure if it was Brianna or Brianna.
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
I want to thank them both for testifying. Thank you. Mr. Ulloa, thank you and all of the other Ellington parents who testified. I appreciate the chairman digging into. I was not aware of this discrepancy in pay, and certainly I think most of us understand how important Ellington is to our city and to our country. It's a unique in Renown High School. One quick question on a different note. I read an article in the one of the local Georgetown newspapers, I think it was last week, that mentioned Duke Ellington possibly being the site of a comprehensive high school for Ward 2. Is that something that parents are aware of? And if so, is that something you all are supporting or have a position on?
Well, that's something that has been in the rumor mill for a little bit. Honestly, the parent community is against it, particularly because you have to take into account that, we have a physical space that's dedicated to our traditional subject matter. And then when you're talking about the other space, it's actually specialized in that it's built specifically for the arts components that we teach. So the fact of the matter is you couldn't put, for example, desks in a dance studio without severely damaging the proprietary flooring that's put in place to protect the dancers so that they can perform safely. Again, if you look at the space, and I'd be happy to
I've done a tour of
all of you are welcome. We'd be happy to arrange that. But if you look at the physical space, it's on par with any professional or higher level institution.
Incredible.
So that our children, when they graduate with that arts endorsed diploma, if they choose to, they can go right into the workforce if they're not seeking immediate higher level learning. But they're trained on top of the line industry standard.
And what is enrollment in the school? Not in terms of number, but in terms of percentage versus capacity.
Right now, total enrollment is 588. Anticipated enrollment for next year is north of 600.
Okay.
60% of our children come from wards 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
The vast majority.
Is that mostly at capacity, or is it below, significantly
No,
below?
we're at capacity.
Okay. And finally, just because the clock is rounding out, I want to thank everyone else who testified. I do understand very much the urgency to have our kids in school full time, and I think we need to be planning around that now, whether we need to expand or reimagine classroom space or whatever we have to do from a facility and public health standpoint. We have to start planning for that now. I raised this issue with the Department of General Services in a very long hearing last night. And I want to also thank Bria and Community College Prep for the work that they are doing with adult learners. I know that's been a particular challenge right now. So thank you everyone who testified. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Silverman. If you are here, Councilmember Silverman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I will give you back my time for this round. Thank you to the witnesses for testifying.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude the questions from members. I want to thank each of the witnesses. Those of you who have not submitted written copies of your statements, please do. It's very helpful to us. You'll be excused. You can, I think, still watch the hearing from the waiting room or whatever it's called. And I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. So thank you again. Amy Hassiani. I'd previously called her by a different name. I think it was how it was signed up. In any event, Amy Hassiani was listed as a parent. Hannah Agenti, who is listed as a public witness. Last name is E-G-E-N-T-I. Stacey Beck is a parent. Joanna Cohen, who's with Children's National Medical Center. Rachel Metz with DC Action. Tara Goldenberg with Brent Elementary. Tara Ramchandani. Elizabeth Bradley. Naomi Claxton, who's with the Office of the Attorney General. I'm not sure she's speaking for them. Yoshi Nakamura, who's with Ross Elementary School. Tiffany Lilly, a parent. Lori Maloney, DC Capital Area Branch of the International Dyslexia Association. Felicia Bailey, who's with Duke Ellington School of the Arts. Jennifer Hausfeld, last name Hausfeld, Decoding Dyslexia DC. Andrea Tobin, who's with Kid Power Inc. Stefan Lockridge, who's with the William O. Lockridge Community Foundation. Josh Boots, who's with Empower K-12. Andrew Katz-Moses, who's with Katz-Moses Financial, LLC. Ann Louise Taylor, who's with Parents for City Center / Shaw Middle School. Alexandra Simbana. Natalie Rose Leistico, who's with Cleveland Elementary School. Susan Williams. Christina Carrillo, who's with Friendship Public Charter Schools. Allison Kokoris, who's with Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Robert Gundling, who's with Better Futures, LLC. Deshaun Jones, who's with PAVE. Andrew Lee, Elizabeth Reddick, Randy Grant, each of whom is with PAVE. Kimberly Stokes, Dr. James Kaluski, who's with Fight for Children. Alexis Gutierrez, Joanna Blotner, who's with Jews United for Justice. Guida Amir, who's with Global Kids. Angela Williams, who's with EduCare of Washington, D.C. And Taylor Roslin, who's with Leah's Rainbow LLC Child Development Center. I realize I called more than 20 names. I'm told that because some folks have not yet signed in, that we have actually about 20 people. So let's begin with Amy Hassiani. I want to note that on your screen there should be a clock. On my screen in gallery view, it's at the top row. Everybody has 3 minutes. If you'd be mindful of the time, please. Ms. Hassiani?
Mr. Chairman, she put in the chat that she was taken out of the lineup.
No, she's here. And
there we go.
I still have the name wrong. It's Hariani.
Yes, and
So,
thank you.
I think
Thank
somebody
you.
signed up for you, which is a practice we don't like, and that's why we got it all wrong.
No, it was me. It might have been my own typo. So I apologize and thank you for accommodating me.
Thank you.
If I may, members of the committee, other esteemed leaders, thank you for inviting me to speak today. I am a Ward 5 resident and have resided in Ward 5 for over 12 years. I first want to recognize the strength and trust of our community and of our leadership, including you over the past year. We continue to get through this pandemic together, and your resiliency, innovation, and work ethic are noticed and greatly appreciated. But I'm here to say that notwithstanding our great work together, we can and we must do more. First, we must open schools full-time, 5 days a week to every family who wants a spot. This can be done now. Our teachers and school staff have been given priority access to the amazingly effective vaccine, and our most at-risk residents are also being vaccinated at record-setting rates. We know much more about risk mitigation measures. We know about studies now that show no difference between 6-foot and 3-foot requirements. And we know that schools are not major drivers of spread of COVID. Many other cities, private schools, and daycares in our own city have successfully been reopened for months. We must figure out a way to offer an option of full-time in-person to all public school students now. And Councilwoman Henderson, I appreciate your question about outdoor education. I personally welcome the opportunity for outdoor education, as we all have adapted many social practices to now occurring outdoors, including possibly school. Some are citing the low take-up for existing in-person slots as the rationale for keeping schools closed or partially closed. I want to iterate that many families I know are choosing to remain virtual because hybrid or less than virtual instruction does not solve the issue of who will be supervising their children while they work essential jobs outside of their home. Second, we must do a better job of coordinating OSSI, DCPS, and others for school reopening to open all schools across the city. I appreciate the work the Chancellor has done to open DCPS schools, but as I sit and testify here today, my son's school has not yet offered him a reopening spot in his charter school at Creative Minds International. So my pre-K son, who has significant challenges paying attention and is unable to log on without constant supervision, is not yet able to participate in person. The most important thing you can do to ensure social and emotional well-being for our students and for my son is that their learning is open to all schools in the city, and that we simultaneously work to build trust with the residents to ensure that more and more families send their children back to the classroom. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate all you're doing for us.
Thank you, Ms. Hariani, and
Thank you.
your patience. Eugenia Genti?
It's Uchenna. Uchenna.
Uchenna, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Uchenna Egenti, and I'm a Ward 5 DC resident, mother of a 9-year-old third grade student diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, currently enrolled in DCPS. I want to tell you about my experience with school choice in my journey to get my son the free and appropriate public education. DCPS got my son's placement and location wrong from the start. They stripped him of his services in school and is now claiming that he's doing so well that he does not need services. DCPS called me a parent in denial, but they got the placement and location for my son wrong. They brushed aside professional recommendations from providers who knew my son much better than the DCPS decision makers. As a result of DCPS decision to exclude my son from a free and appropriate education, I had to fight to prove that my son needs help. I sought a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment at Bridges Public Charter School. This came with limitation of choice and trade-offs in order for my son to be in an inclusive general education setting. He continued to receive behavioral therapy from outside providers. Withholding the behavioral supports and services that Yusuf needed meant DCPS was not providing an appropriate education. My son should not have received those services from outside providers when he could be getting them in school. As of December 2020, Yusuf is no longer eligible to receive specialized instruction in an inclusive general education setting. DCPS denied a second opinion for independent evaluation because he is doing so well academically. But the school was not providing any of the services that have helped his educational trajectory. In fact, the school is working to take away his diagnosis, which would leave him without the services he needs to progress. My asks, DCPS should take into consideration professional recommendations from outside providers that have intimate knowledge of the child's growth and development, and remain transparent with the faculty, with the family, throughout the decision-making process. The decision-making power should be returned to the school's IEP team, rather than giving the power to someone in central office who knows nothing about my son. There should be no limitations or barriers on the services that the kid ought to have based on their diagnosis and based on the fact that they are clearly symptomatic, as my son was. There should be no trade-offs. A child with disabilities should and ought to receive related services regardless of their placement the child receives. My son is still receiving therapy from outside providers. His areas of need include compliance, self-regulation, and calming strategies. It is my hope that one day when he's able to advocate for himself, sit in person at these meetings, he will be heard and the services and supports that he needs will be put in place. It has been quite exhausting, time-consuming, and frustrating to continue to engage in these conflicts I'm forced to with DCPS. From the beginning, DCPS got it wrong from when I took him 4 years ago for an early stages evaluation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Agenti. Stacey Beck.
Good afternoon. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the parent of 3 children who all attend DC public schools. Thank you for providing the public the opportunity to testify today. I'm here because I believe DC public schools are failing our kids. A year into the pandemic, we know that schools are not significant contributors to the spread of COVID-19 as long as basic mitigation efforts are put into place. Yet our schools remain closed for the vast majority of DC public school students, resulting in devastating consequences for our kids. They are suffering from learning loss and social isolation. Many are facing food insecurity. Others are struggling with depression, anxiety, and other serious mental health challenges. A friend who works locally in the funeral business told me she's seen more youth suicides in the past few months than she has in her entire career, including a child who was only 10 years old. If our city truly valued its children, schools would be the last to close and the first to reopen. Instead, bars and nail salons have been reopened for months, while our kids are about to start their second year stuck in the house all day, staring at a screen. We need to reverse these priorities to treat our teachers like the essential employees they are and get our kids and teachers back in the classroom for the start of term 4 in April. The mayor needs to move teachers to the front of the line for vaccines, not make them compete with half the city for an appointment time. DC Health needs to revise their rigid and unnecessary cohort guidelines that are keeping our middle and high schools from reopening in any meaningful way. And DCPS needs to think outside the box and consider more creative ideas. To answer Council Member Henderson's question, I'd be thrilled if DCPS were to offer outdoor school, but they should start planning now so they could obtain space for schools like my son's high school, School Without Walls, which doesn't have its own outdoor space and whose small building has created significant challenges to reopening. I understand not all families are comfortable sending their kids back to the classroom, and virtual learning should absolutely remain an option for those families. But every student who's interested in an in-person slot deserves one because our kids are falling further and further behind. I urge the council to do everything in its power to make this happen. Finally, I would also urge the council to fully fund the dyslexia bill to help screen students, train teachers, and require science-based reading programs in public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beck. Joanna Cohen, and I'm going to step out for a few minutes. So Councilmember Henderson, if you could just call the next couple of witnesses.
Yep, no problem.
From Children's National Medical Center, you're next.
Hi, my name is Joanna Cohen. I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician at Children's National Hospital. And my husband, Andrew Meltzer, is an emergency room physician at GW. And we're parents to 3 DCPS students. Thank you for this opportunity to testify as a public witness. As others spent the past year transitioning to virtual work from home, my husband and I both have served on the front lines. We treated COVID patients coming in contact with their saliva, their airways, their nasal passages. We wore N95s for 8-hour shifts. We scrubbed our hands with sanitizer. We didn't have the ability to socially distance at work. We huddled in close quarters at the doctor's stations, and we didn't eat or drink for hours for fear of taking our masks off. We came home in the middle of the night, cleaned our car with Clorox wipes, washed our scrubs, and showered before going to bed. We were told we were essential workers, but it wasn't just us. It was the mail carriers, the grocery store clerks, the pet store workers, the bus drivers, the car mechanics, and so on. These services were deemed essential, so we all put on masks, we went to work, and we were as careful as we could be. Tragically, somehow teachers and schools were not deemed essential services. From US and global data, we know children are not at risk for severe complications from COVID. And we know, and as Dr. Corbin emphasized, that school environments are not responsible for community transmission. We've known this all for most of the past year, and yet here we are a year into the pandemic with the majority of DCPS students left without a critical in-person education. As a pediatrician, I can tell you that school is essential for many of my patients, essential not just for academics, but for food, for supervision, and for mental health. I've seen dramatic increases in anxiety, behavior problems, depression, and suicidality. I've seen children in abusive homes for whom school provided a sanctuary and an advocate until it didn't. It's hard not to wonder as a society how we decide what is essential and what is not essential, and essential for what and for who. Today, I'm not only here as an essential worker, but I'm here as a mom of 3 school-age children who have been virtual for an entire year. Like so many others, my children do not have the luxury of a work-from-home parent who can provide technical and academic support. Above all else, every student needs the opportunity to be in school in person 5 days a week. Negotiating the nuance of how and where this is done is a critical responsibility. If spacing and distance regulations need to be changed, change them. If schools need funding for trailers or outdoor space, fund it. If additional buildings need to be secured, secure them. If stringent health guidelines need to be relaxed, then relax them. DC needs to prioritize its children by making sure that our teachers are considered essential workers and making necessary adjustments that are consistent with the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. Ms. Metz from DC Action, you're next.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Rachel Metz, and I'm the Research and Data Manager of DC Action. We want to thank you for your attention to the educational needs of young people in the aftermath of the public health emergency. In talking with service providers and advocates over the past several months, a number of important questions have come up that, if answered effectively and transparently, could provide critical data to inform plans moving forward. Specifically, we know that as of October, public schools had far fewer students than projected. What percentage of children are enrolled in public school this year, and how does that differ from in the past? What percentage of preschool-age children are enrolled? How will schools and districts reach out to these families? We're particularly concerned with children who should have transitioned from one grade span and therefore likely from one LEA to another. For example, a student who completed elementary school at a charter LEA before the pandemic might have enrolled in a DCPS middle school. What percentage of these students enrolled in the next level for the current school year? And how has OSSI supported LEAs in coordinating so that these students don't fall through the cracks? For students who are enrolled, what does attendance look like overall? What about for students experiencing homelessness, those with disabilities, English learners, students in foster care, and students facing multiple hurdles to their education? How have OSSI, DCPS, and the Charter School Board helped schools respond in a way that's trauma-informed and not criminalizing when students don't sign on or go in person? How have they supported schools with a high percentage of students in one of these categories? Where we have uniform assessment results, it's clear that students categorized as at risk have fallen further behind in language arts, and across groups, students are struggling in math. If district and school leaders are leaning towards high dosage tutoring as a key strategy for making up the lost months of learning, how will they ensure that the students most in need of support get priority for the limited number of slots expected to be available? Distance learning and modified in-person schedules do have a silver lining in that they've led teachers to experiment with new teaching strategies. How is OSSI supporting LEAs in schools and learning what has worked well for some students about instruction during the pandemic? And how are LEAs in schools supporting their teachers in learning and practicing evidence-based forms of instruction that may be new to them? Beyond the educational impact of the pandemic, young people have been dealing with all kinds of loss. As we discuss strategies to help students accelerate their academic progress, we should also provide resources for school-based mental health, out-of-school time programs, and other ways of fostering students' broader development. Will our budget allow for that? We're living in an unprecedented time, and there are no easy solutions. But we need data to better understand what a truly equitable recovery should look like. That includes feedback about potential plans before they're made, not just after the fact, from stakeholders including public school educators, providers who support students during out-of-school time, and families, particularly families of students in historically underserved groups. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you so much. Tara Goldenberg from Brent Elementary. All right, no Tara. Tara R. I don't want to butcher your last name.
Yeah, no problem. Tara Ramchandani, thanks very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a Ward 6 resident and mother of 2 DCPS kids, ages 8 and 4, second grade and pre-K 3, respectively. Today, like so many other days over the past year, I've had to watch my 8-year-old daughter struggle mightily with the isolation of learning alone at home on a computer. And I am one of the lucky ones. I'm able to work from home, and our pre-K son is back to hybrid days at school. But I find myself up late almost every night worrying about her mental health. I'd like to focus on 3 issues. The first is budget. The Chancellor and DCPS have repeatedly told us that the budget is assuming 100% in-person learning in our current buildings for the fall. The chances of this being possible, we know, are highly unlikely. Spacing currently at 6 feet with the DOH guidelines will not allow 100% in-person learning or anywhere close to it. And that's probably even going to be the case if we go down to 3%. sorry, 3 feet. The budget needs to be one that reflects the realities of this pandemic, and I think it requires significant investment. That leads to my second point, which is planning. And this is where the investment needs to go. We need more space, we need more teachers, we need more staff, and we have to invest in the safety of those teachers and staff. We're not going to be able to recover or start bringing back our students to where they were before the pandemic, which is probably still not even enough without these two pieces. And I don't see us as a school district thinking creatively about how we're going to get these kids in, whether it's trailers and parks, park spaces, tents, using empty buildings. It requires creativity and I think exceptions to the normal rules. And then finally, just thinking about DC. As we all know, we're part of a greater region, the DMV. And what I'm seeing from colleagues is that students are going back in Maryland and Virginia, and students in the district are not. DC students are going to be behind, and DC is going to be behind the rest of the country. We should be a leader. We're sitting right in the seat of our nation's capital where we have an administration focused on reopening schools. So let's show the nation how it can be done. Because I know it best, I just want to spend a minute on what's happening in our elementary school, which is Brent Elementary. About half of the second grade class is returning in a hybrid model this week, and the school is now at max capacity in terms of space. We can't fit any more kids in the building. So this means that my second grade daughter is going to spend a minimum of 18 months without a single in-person teacher interaction. If we could think creatively about outdoor learning, perhaps partnering with the federal government for park space, maybe there's a possibility, but we're not hearing that right now for term 4. I worry about the inequities for those students remaining in virtual learning spaces while many other classmates receive in-person instruction. And this is true both at Brent and district-wide. We also know that unless there's a significant change in health guidance, which I think we have to focus on, Brent's not going to be able to bring back more than 50% of kids to school in the fall. It feels untenable. Our current understanding is that we would need 23 additional classrooms plus staffing to bring these kids back. We have a principal, staff, and parent community willing to work to find solutions, but we need both flexibility and help from the city and DCPS. It's clear to me from the hearing that the willingness of our school to return is not necessarily reflective of what's happening citywide. And so I'd love to find ways if we can get kids who want to be back in school, and to use those examples to help build trust citywide. The science shows that kids can be back in school safely, and that includes safely for our teachers and staff. So let's get them back. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Bradley from Shepherd PTO. Elizabeth Bradley. All right. Ms. Claxton, you're up next.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I turned on my headphones. I was intending to address Chairperson Mendelson, council members, and all esteemed guests. My name is Naomi Claxton. I'm an attorney in the Office of the Attorney General's Office of Consumer Protection, a member of the DC Bar Steering Committee on Antitrust and Consumer Protection issues. But today I'm testifying on behalf of myself as a resident of Ward 4 and a DCPS parent. I have a son in first grade at Shepherd Elementary and a rising pre-K 3 student. And I'm here testifying on one specific topic that I was here to support Ms. Bradley on with the Shepherd PTO regarding the ongoing conflict with the Shepherd Elementary School and aftercare parents in DPR. Over the last few years, Shepherd has dealt with a lack of funds to create a gym space for its elementary students. We have an extremely small field, and there were other issues that existed that DCPS funding was not available to remedy, including an extreme rodent infestation. Due to DCPS funding priorities, regardless of the parent or PTO and school requests, there were never enough funds to remedy these issues. And because of this, when DPR came to the Shepherd community and offered to undertake a renovation that would allow the Shepherd to have a gym, have updated facilities, remedy the rodent infestation, as well as provide community program, the parents were amenable to that. Over months of meetings, DPR made promises to Shepherd families, including and most importantly, sole access to Shepherd families to the gym, field, and other facilities, excepting the gym, which is fully separate. And when I'm talking about the gym, I'm talking about the exercise gym, not there is a separate exercise gym as well as a school gym. Now, as the community center enters its final phase and is ready to open, DPR is now stating it never made that promise to the students. It was given in writing at many meetings with the Shepherd community and PTO. Shepherd parents, including myself, are concerned that because our facilities are already so small, DPR will now offer competing programming, which will create safety issues as well as eliminate access to the gym and field for aftercare students, as well as the school programming, which often runs into the evening. There's also concerns that DPR will compete with our aftercare program, which has been run and operated by parents and was also mentioned in these negotiations. While we have expressed a willingness to compromise, DPR made promises up front and has shown absolutely no willingness to reevaluate its position in light of the promises that it made to induce the Shepherd parent community to agree to the project. Permitting the general public on site co-use of spaces with elementary aged and pre-K children creates a safety hazard. So we are asking that DCPS get involved in attempting to mediate a memorandum of understanding requiring DPR to permit Shepherd exclusive access until at least 5:30 p.m., provide appropriate security, ensure there are no access points to the school from the gym and recreational facilities to ensure that our children remain safe. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Nakamura?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Yoshi Nakamura. I have a daughter in the 4th grade in Ross Elementary School, Ward 2. I'm a current PTA Vice President and co-chair of Learning Diversity Committee. My daughter has dyslexia, who needs multi-sensory, step-by-step, and clear instruction. She is a curious learner, has a sense of humor, and extremely creative. She has unlimited potentials. Yet I have felt there's a huge gap between what helps her immensely versus what the school provides her. I cannot help but wonder, what if? What if the dyslexia bill was fully funded 3 years ago when we moved to DC? My daughter would have been confident by catching up her grade level quickly with science-based reading program, and I felt included in the school instead of having depression asking me why I have dyslexia every single night. She would have relaxed at home instead of keep breaking the pencil tip with her hands full of tears in her eyes as we have walked 2 hours every night because the school inappropriately placed her in ESL. She would have been more comfortable by having parents who partnered with her school instead of overly stressed out by the school's threatening approach, bringing DCPS attorney and having the attorney dominate the conversation at every single meeting while the family didn't have the legal representative. That what if scenarios never happened to us. We cannot go back to the past to change, but we can change our future and we need your help. Here's a simple example. My daughter is often late for the virtual class. She reads a digital clock, 10:03, while the real clock shows 10:30. The first thing her special education teacher asked her was, why you are late? The first thing the teacher wrote in every single weekly report was how late she was. It was clear that her lateness was caused due to her dyslexic condition. The significance of this story is inclusion, and a special education teacher did exclude my daughter and blamed the family. It made her stressed and depressed. Without having teachers' understanding about dyslexic challenges, it does harm than good. I want to see my daughter smile, feeling included, and simply being a child without having a burden on her shoulder. I truly hope that you fully fund dyslexia bill and investigate DCP's attorney and the school's approach that threatens the family who asks for help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiffany Lilly? Tiffany Lilly here. Okay. Lori Maloney from the DC Capital Area branch of the International Dyslexia Association.
Lori Maloney.
Lori? I see you, but I can't hear you.
Thank you. Okay.
I think you can go ahead. Oh no, your
Thank you,
screen.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Laurie Maloney. I serve as president of the DC Capital Area branch of the International Dyslexia Association, and I have over 2 decades of experience as an academic language therapist teaching struggling readers. I wish to speak today on behalf of the tens of thousands of children who are not developing proficient reading skills, particularly children to provide 20 days phase of Act 23-548 ability $72,100 budget. This is a modest investment that addresses, frankly, one of the most shameful, painful realities. The majority of students is the equity issue of our time. Reading a undergirds learning in all subjects across all grades, and it's the very factor Literacy is a cruel sentence that robs individuals and families of dignity, the right to an effective education, and the means to achieve. Say we cannot fix reading until we end poverty. We have it backwards. Literacy is the antidote to poverty and its myriad traumas and injustices. Teaching a child to read proficiently takes time, effort, and a robust body of highly specialized, the best of circumstances. But for the 5 to 12% of students with dyslexia and the other 60% of district children who struggle, according to NAEP, that task is even more complex. Teachers want and need to be trained to screen and intervene appropriately while children are young and the brains are most plastic. A plethora of instructional programs, hungry publishers and lobbyists, and strong opinion about best teaching practices. In the meantime, these students continue to go with instruction in foundational reading skills, instruction that would fortify and complement current classroom practices. Through FAPE, DC students have a legal and civil right to read, to fully engage in increasingly sophisticated curricula, and to graduate with college-ready skills. Mississippi surpassed DC and just posted the largest gains among all 50 states in math and reading proficiency at 4th and 8th grade, because that state implemented legislation. As Mississippi's success stories, when we change our assumptions about what is possible, particularly for marginalized children, we raise our expectation, true equity, fierce determination, progress follows. We invest in what we value. Please value these children and demonstrate your belief in their potential by funding this act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney, and thank you, Councilmember Henderson, for filling in my absence. Ms. Maloney, the transmission was poor, but we do have a copy of your statement, so thank you. Felicia Bailey from Duke Ellington School of the Arts.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the other members of the DC Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say about what I think about the funding of my high school, Duke Ellington School of the Arts. I'm currently a senior in the Visual Arts Department and am an active member of our student government. For almost 50 years, Duke Ellington has been the only DCPS high school with a focus on artistic scholars. Being the only public high school in DC that specializes in cultivating both academic skills and artistic skills, my peers and I are in class from 8 in the morning till 5 p.m., and many of us stay back after school even longer for things like rehearsals and performances. The dual curriculum system at Duke Ellington means that students like myself graduate with 32 more credits than the average DCPS graduate, as well as having a pre-professional arts endorsed diploma, which is recognized worldwide. The higher amount of credits that we take is possible due to having 27 art teachers on top of the 31 full-time teachers in the traditional curriculum. Unfortunately, we don't get the funding to pay those art teachers, so Ellington staff gets paid on average $25,000 less than their DCPS counterparts. This difference in salary leaves barriers for recruitment and for teacher retention. And I've seen firsthand what it's like for teachers to have to leave because of financial difficulties that they're facing because of our school not being able to pay them as much. And these barriers could be torn down with a $13.1 million budget for the fiscal year of 2022. The increased budget wouldn't be something that would go to waste because our annual graduation rate is 99%, higher than DC's average of 70.9%. And approximately 98% of our graduates go on to an institution of higher learning after we graduate, as opposed to DC's average of 58.557%. And on average, our students earn $10 million in college scholarships annually. And that's pretty significant, as I found being a senior. And on top of that, Ellington has proved that we're a good school, being number 4 in DCPS high schools and number 5 in DC high schools in general. Thank you for listening to what I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Jennifer Hausfeld.
Thank you to the Committee of the Whole for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a Ward 4 resident, a DCPS parent, former DCPS teacher, and I'm part of Decoding Dyslexia DC, a grassroots group of parents and educators. I urge the city to fund $272,000 for Act 23-548, addressing dyslexia and other reading difficulties, which passed unanimously in November of 2020. All DC kids deserve a preventative approach to literacy that includes universal screening and instruction that is systematic, explicit, and evidence-based. This is more critical now as more students are likely to have been missed and lost out on needed interventions due to distance learning. In DC, 70% of 4th graders were not proficient in reading in 2019. That same year, only 5% of DC students with specific learning disabilities scored proficient on the PARCC exam, 5%. Dyslexia, often misunderstood, is the most pervasive learning disability. Currently, we are identifying children too late, making remediation more difficult and exorbitantly more expensive. In 2016, out of nearly 4,000 identified with SLD, only 18 were age 6 compared to 310 at age 9. 75% of children whose reading help is delayed to age 9 or later continue to struggle throughout their school career. Reading intervention that begins in 3rd grade is less successful and less cost-effective than interventions that begin in earlier grades. We must stop waiting for children to fail. The best intervention is high-quality initial instruction, but in many DC classrooms, struggling readers are taught to use picture clues to guess at words, not the type of explicit and systematic instruction many children need to learn to read. 62.9% of all DCPS and charter school students do not read proficiently. These students are in all classrooms and in all grade levels, and their teachers should have professional awareness about their condition. Training for teachers of reading is specific because the cognitive science of reading is specific. We sent out a survey to WTU teachers and 66% said they had learned very little or nothing about dyslexia. How can we identify students if we don't know what to look for? As reading researcher, Dr. Louisa Moats has said, the science of reading is not a one-size-fits-all approach, but it's the emerging consensus based on literally thousands of studies. These studies have revealed a great deal of how we learn to read, what goes wrong when students don't learn, what kind of instruction is most likely to work best for most students. Let's bring the science of reading to all DC reading teachers. They don't need to wait for a watered down version of the science. The percentage of students who experience reading failure and the deep academic and emotional consequences can be tremendously reduced. Children with reading difficulties, including dyslexia, who aren't identified or remediated have higher rates of dropout, unemployment, anxiety, and depression. Almost 50% of those incarcerated have dyslexia and nearly 80% are functionally illiterate. Fund $272,000 for the reading and dyslexia bill. We aren't helping these kids right now, but we can. All children in the District of Columbia deserve an equitable education, and that includes dyslexics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hausfeld. I believe Andrea Tobin, Stefan Lockridge, Josh Boots, and Andrew Katz-Moses are not present. So the next witness is Ann Louise Taylor, who's parents for Center City Shaw Middle School. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? I live in Ward 5 and I have 2 students at Seton Elementary. I'm testifying as a member of the group Parents for Center City Shaw Middle School. I'm asking the council to appropriate funding this year for modernization planning for Shaw Middle, and I'm asking the DME and the chancellor to support by right feeder patterns across the city, including in Shaw. The middle school program at Cardozo Education Campus is inadequate. The middle grade students housed at Cardozo share facilities, a budget, and a principal with 3 other programs. The Comprehensive High School, which is also the feeder for Czech and School Without Walls at Francis Stevens, the Trans STEM Academy, and the International Academy. The building was never designed to host these students, and the program is not resourced or prioritized as it would be if it were in a separate school. As a result, Cardozo's performance measures do not approach the same level of the feeder elementaries that the same students attend. The solution is a Center City Middle School that would benefit students across the city. It would serve in-boundary students from wards 1, 2, 5, and 6. DCPS has not engaged in comprehensive planning anywhere in the city. Francis Stevens modernization did not come until it was becoming overcrowded. Another middle school would benefit our entire feeder pattern. And parents are choosing schools for pre-K 3 based in part on the middle school pathway and lack thereof in our area. Additional middle school capacity east of the park would also alleviate pressure on overcapacity schools west of the park. Lastly, planning and funding should start now. Cardozo has room for fewer than 300 middle school students. Nearby schools offered only 46 out-of-boundary seats last year. DCPS's latest enrollment projections in 2019 anticipate over 100% utilization of feeder schools in less than 3 to 8 years and Cardozo in the next 3 years. There are 2 feasible locations DCPS has identified that are available in the city's inventory, the former Banneker building or Garnett Patterson. Cost savings are available by modernizing while there is still enough capacity that a swing space is not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I believe Alexandra Simbana is not present, but Natalie Rose Leistokow would be the next witness.
Chairman, I'm here.
And that's, you are Natalie Rose. Yes, please.
No, I'm Alexandra Simbana.
Ah, and you show up on my screen as Natalie Rose Leistokow.
She is next, but she is right next to me.
Gotcha. All right. Oh, so why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Oversight, oversight, oversight. I can't stress enough how much our education system is broken. And because of that, we continue to focus on oversight. We're limited in the power that we have to fix this very broken system. And all I can think about as I look at a list of 200 names on today's witness list is that folks would not be signing up if everything was working as it should. When are we going to admit that deep structural change is needed and what we have now with mayoral control is not working? Which cohort of students will be the last to fail under this broken system? We see how this pandemic has and continues to be mismanaged on the education stage by a lack of leadership, a lack of vision, and a lack of acceptance of the situation. Why are we always hoping that next year will be better? We do not place any meaningful measurements of progress on our education system improving for its constituents. And yet we continue to pile on unfair measurements on students and teachers like PARC and impact, which only take away from real progress being made in the classroom. We have no education plan, zero direction for thoughts of a plan which serve roughly 100,000 students in DC. We have no plan on how to improve the system because as a city, there is a refusal to look at it and be critical. The lack of planning continues to place a disadvantage on students and children here in DC. I will share our struggles with Octo Technology Helpline. I called for help with my daughter's computer after she told me she was being kicked out repeatedly, and it was also happening to her whole class for a full week. As a parent lead for digital equity, I could have easily reached out to the tech leads at DCPS or Octo, but I purposefully chose to go through the system which is open to all DCPS parents, because our aim is to ensure that the system works well for everyone. I actually took screenshots and recordings of every Octo interaction because in the past our reports have been dismissed as untrue. Believe me, I truly wish it weren't that way. On February 25th, I called the Octo helpline 5 times to resolve this matter. Through the course of 5 phone calls, I was basically told to go to the school and look for help, and they couldn't do anything for me on the helpline. It has now been 11 days and no call back for my first ticket or the escalated ticket. This all happened 2 days after the performance oversight hearing, where a much rosier picture was painted on the services provided by Octo. My intention in sharing this is not just for my child alone, but for her whole class and the countless other DCPS students who are calling for help and being told to go elsewhere or are still waiting for a call back. I also just want to put on the record, I know that this pandemic has hit everyone very differently, and lots of people are suffering with health and real death risks, as others are. But really having people remain alive and know that that is their primary concern, I really want, especially people of color, they don't need empathy. They need their feelings to be recognized, validated, and respected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Leistokow?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Hello, my name is Natalie Rose Leistokow. I am a 3rd grader at Cleveland Elementary. I am here again to let you know what is happening with students. First, I want to say that my teachers are very good and we communicate with them whenever we need to. But what I will share today adds a lot of extra stress to all of us. And we are already working so hard to keep our learning moving forward. Our main issues involve technology not working well or the tech helpline not being available to really help. Help with technology is a big problem. We get kicked out of class often because of Teams. It gets frustrating very fast. Sometimes we are not able to get back into class. On really bad days, we can't even get into class at the beginning of the day. Sometimes Teams logs us out of class and locks us out of Teams. Once my friend Augusta was kicked out of class and was not able to get back in, so she was not able to do the lesson in math class. Another time, my friend Nora was kicked out of reading class when we were being told a code to enter a new app that had a sheet of paper that we needed to complete for schoolwork. I also have been kicked out of math class while doing independent work, and I did not know I had been kicked out by Teams until I realized there was absolute silence. My class is rarely silent because we all like to participate. I did not know how long I had been out of class or if I had missed an important lesson. I was afraid that I would not be able to do my homework, because I would not understand it from the parts that I missed. This is too much to expect from families, students, and teachers. There should be a better system to really help fix technology problems for us. I hope you can do something to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leistokow. And I'm impressed with your testimony. I believe Susan Williams and Christina Carrillo are not here. Allison Kokoros, who's with Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, City Council members and staff. My name again is Allison Kokoros, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Carlos Rosario School. As you know, we and our peer schools made a Herculean effort to shift towards distance learning while making sure we were being responsive to rising needs. And allow me to briefly share a window into a normal week at the Carlos Rosario School at this moment. The desire to attend the Carlos Rosario School remains high, with 1,800 students enrolled. They're attending morning, afternoon, evening, and Saturday classes, mostly virtually, some in person when required for their learning. Our students come from 70 different countries and speak 40 different languages, and they are diverse in every sense of the word in their educational background, native language, range of experience using technology. So imagine every step of the enrollment process takes significant time for our students and for our staff, assessing English language proficiency, reviewing DC residency proof, securing a signature from the learner, etc. This support must be in person for some learners, including those who do not yet have the tools or skills to send an e-signature. Otherwise, they would be excluded from access to our school. We've equipped every single student with a laptop, enabled with internet, and pre-imaged with the learning platforms and resources our teachers are using to connect with their classes. For many of our students, receiving a laptop is not the end of the process of accessing learning at our school, but it's the beginning. Staff teams provide supports to onboard students to use the laptops in their native languages with paper instructional packets also in English, Spanish, Amharic, and French, one-to-one tutorials via phone, and in-person socially distanced troubleshooting. We've recruited staff from various functional areas to support this key step in a student getting and staying connected to their teacher and student services. Related to workforce development, I want you to know that we're receiving real-time input from employer partners, and our programs have shifted and pivoted. I'd like to call out specifically our nurse aid training program, and continues to certify students. And these individuals have been recruited by and hired by local facilities, including the Washington Hospital Center and Sibley Memorial Hospital. And you have more information in my detailed testimony, but I would in particular like to request that the City Council continue considering and valuing adult education schools as a key part of recovery and reopening, specifically that we be included with COVID testing, that we be included in support for PPE expenses, technology expenses, and access to vaccines for our learners. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for all of your leadership and support.
Thank you, Mr. Kors. Robert Gundling, I believe, is not here. Deshaun Jones would be the next witness from PAVE. Mr.
Good afternoon. My name is Deshaun Jones. I'm a Ward 8 parent, parent volunteer with PAVE, which is Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. And I have 4 children that go to DC Public School and public charter school. My biggest issue right now is clearly helping to make sure that equality and equity are something that we clearly know and understand, and fully investing in our students' education is important. We need that $106 million to fully fund the per pupil student funding, and we definitely need that $78.5 million to fully fund the at-risk weight. We have a number of at-risk students over in Ward 7 and in Ward 8. And with those at-risk students over in Ward 7 and Ward 8, being somewhat the highest concentration, there are a number of level of schools that are outside of our ward that are doing very, very well, which is documented by the DC Policy Center. So we definitely need to know how and why outside of the ward that is the most impoverished and that is suffering a lot more with at-risk students, we don't have just as much quality education as other wards with schools in that area, just as well as making sure that we have quality teachers to do the exact same thing. A number of parents are suffering with a number of anxieties with the pandemic. I'm fortunate enough to work from home, so I'm at home with my kids every day trying to help make sure that they get their learning. I pay attention and I'm hands-on, but we know that our teachers are stretched just as far as the parents are, especially if they have children at home that they're trying to educate themselves. A big concern that I'm having is for my 4-year-old who's in pre-K 4. She has 3 hours allotted for her slot to learn. And those 3 hours are nothing compared to the level of education that my older 3 children had received prior when there wasn't a pandemic. So she's already behind the 8 ball. The city is behind the 8 ball. I mean, there's a ever widening education gap. And if all of us know, the education to prison pipeline is something that's real. I mean, it's pervasive. It's something that's constantly running and running and running. And if our children don't get this money that they need, the education that they need, you know, they're going to slip and get lost in the cracks. Out of school time funding is definitely important. The academics and the social, the social putting that together and funding DC is definitely necessary. Please fund out of school time funding. Definitely fund at-risk students, and we also need you to fund the per pupil student funding.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Andrew Lee is the next witness.
All right, I'm here.
When you're ready, please.
Okay. Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Andrew Lee and serve as the Artistic Director of DC Strings Workshop. I'm a musician and Ward 8 resident. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 8 PLE board. I want to commend the council for their investments to increase school-based mental health supports and additional enhancements for out-of-school time programs. For DC Strings Workshop and other community-based organizations, out-of-school time supports have been critical to keeping the music playing in our community and have been a vital lifeline to keep our educators and students engaged. These supports have helped us to reach over 75 youth and offer group therapy in addition to music lessons on a weekly basis. But we need your support to keep these vital programs going strong and the teachers who lead them day in and day out. In addition to music, many of our youth want to engage in sports and other out-of-school time activities, but as you know, the mayor's current order prohibits outdoor sports activities at this time. These programs are even more vital when too many youth have been in front of screens on Zoom for hours on end, yet we expect them to achieve and remain focused throughout the day. These investments in the arts and education are critically important, but public safety also has to be a top priority for the council. We cannot condemn the violence of January 6th and turn a blind eye to the endless stream of blood coursing through the streets in the east end of our city. Our communities are hurting now more than ever. As you know, even in the pandemic, violence continues to skyrocket out of control, and crime affects all of us. Families have lost loved ones to gun violence and the pandemic. While many of my neighbors are pleased with the mayor's new task force and commitments to reducing the violence, we need to do more and engage federal partners and others, whatever it takes to keep our communities safe. I urge you to strengthen the protections for victims of violence and bring the perpetrators who terrorize our communities to justice. I also call on you to prioritize mental health supports for the children, family, and communities left behind, broken, and distraught in the wake of such heinous acts of violence. Too many of our youth are victims of gun violence. One of my PLE board member colleagues had to console her young 6-year-old daughter who heard multiple gunshots while at school in Southeast last week. My best friend lost his mentee tragically in January, who was home from college in a morning shooting at Anacostia. A colleague lost her preteen son this past summer to gun violence in the Shaw community. I could go on, but we know what works. After school and summer programs led by caring, competent, and skilled instructors are critical links to increasing engagement in class, social emotional skills, and self-esteem, all factors that drive improved academic performance. A lack of summer enrichment during elementary school years can account for over 2/3 of the achievement gap between lower and higher income students. Disadvantaged youth continue to fall behind in reading during the summer in comparison to their growth during the school year. We know that school closures are affecting youth in terrible ways, from mental health challenges to parents not being able and missing days from work. I urge you to reconsider Council Member Robert White's initiative to bring more accountability to our school system and encourage you to support the school State Board of Education with the vital resources they need with staff and budgets to be able to bring more accountability to the school system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next witness is Elizabeth Reddick.
Good afternoon, council member and state agencies. My name is Elizabeth Reddick, and I am a proud parent of 5 children, 2 of whom attend DC school systems. My eldest attends Bard Early College High School, where we live in Ward 7, and my third grader attends Bridges Public Charter School in Ward 5. I serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education on the Ward 7 PLE board, which brings me to this discussion today. I am grateful for this opportunity to meet with you, and I come here first as a parent and secondly as a concerned citizen and neighbor. May I just say, we as a community are not doing okay. We are doing what we can, but I ask you, are we collectively doing our best? The inequalities plaguing the US, the districts specifically, have not gone away. They've been exacerbated to the point that many of us are losing hope for what the future will look like. Even with the additional educational resources, access to quality services will not magically occur. Equity in education is the solution, but in doing so, we must take a family-centered approach to address the needs in our school. Behavioral health support should be integrated into how we do business as a whole. It's the compassionate, goal-oriented thinking that helps us transition through life with our best selves present. These skills need to be integrated into the curriculum, reinforced by teachers and school staff, and then nurtured into the family network. We need to eliminate punitive school systems and work collectively as a unit to provide the best care for our families. To support our educators in creating culturally responsive, caring schools, paid parent leaders are asking for a total of $10.8 million for social emotional learning and trauma-informed training in all schools, and investing in more than $6.4 million to fully fund the school-based mental health expansion. Healthy families are supportive families which produce responsible citizens, the same citizens who grow up to be the essential workers who have supported us through this pandemic. I look at my own children. One is thriving during virtual learning and the other has checked out, completely disconnected. What I have learned as a person about us is that environment is everything. We are a neurodiverse family and we need different supports to be successful. Available resources aren't any more effective as unavailable resources if that resource isn't what that person needs to be successful. A $10,000 lawnmower is not going to help me if I have no grass to cut. Libraries are not going to be effective without effective programming to maximize utilization. In order to ensure that all schools have the resources they need to meet children and families where they are in their learning, I'm calling on you to invest in the future of our city by fully funding equitable funding for schools, including the $106 million to fully fund the UPSFF and $78.5 million to fully fund the at-risk weight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Reddick. Randy Grant, who's also with PAVE.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson, council members and committee. My name is Randy Grant, as just spoken, and I'm speaking out today with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. I have lived and worked in DC as an artist and educator for over 30 years, 10 of those years in Ward 7 as a mother of 2 daughters. Both attended DC public charter schools. My oldest just recently, 2020, graduated from GW on a full ride scholarship. I know firsthand about the necessity of mental health services for youth and young adults. As Ms. Reddick said, access is really important. I would first want to begin by saying thank you. In the fiscal year 2021 budget, we saw many important investments which support families in need of these types of services, including an investment of over $300,000 for funding for at-risk students, almost $4 million to social emotional learning, and over $3.3 million to school-based mental health. Even with these gains, I want to give you a little clarity on what the problem is. My youngest daughter at the age of 11 was attacked on her way home from school. It plummeted into, mental health issues, which included an attempt at suicide. She was diagnosed and sent to PIW, Psychiatric Institute of Washington. They diagnosed her with agoraphobia, PTSD, and anxiety. This, needless to say, stopped her in her tracks. She was a thriving dancer, singer, basketball player, and excelled academically. We could not find help. I did not have Medicare, so I couldn't even be put on a waiting list for whatever available services we had in DC. The ones that were given to me took me around in vicious circles over and over again. And I kept getting confronted with shaming because people want to put you in a conveyor belt truck kind of resource, provide you a resource that is blanketed, it's not individual. And as Ms. Reddick said, our cases are individual. And so we require professionals that have the keen sense knowing what exactly our children are dealing with so that we can be placed appropriately. Needless to say, she lost all her high school years because we were not able to find those services. That attack kept her from socializing, from making friends. And even in early 2014, she could not participate in school online. It was just too much for her anxiety. But I could not find the resources that I need, but I was continually considered being in the wrong in terms of her education. Fortunately, when she became 18 years old, yes.
Your time has expired.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, thank you for giving me that time. I got kind of nervous, but I hope you understand that we need more money to account for and provide access for our students for mental health. Thank you.
Yes, and we do have your statement. Thank you. The next witness, well, I believe Kimberly Stokes is not here, but Dr. James Kaluski is.
Yes.
Kaluski.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is James Kaluski, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Fight for Children. I'm here to testify about the importance of out-of-school time youth sports programming. Fight for Children was founded 30 years ago by businessman and philanthropist Joseph E. Robert Jr. and has been a pillar in the DC community, raising $70 million to impact more than 400,000 young people in the areas of healthcare and education. We were grateful recipients of grant funding from OSSI between 2008 and 2018, during which time our partnership advanced a number of educational leadership and early childhood initiatives. In 2018, we evaluated the ever-changing needs of our young people and shifted our focus to strengthening nonprofit, sports-based youth development organizations. We made this shift, in part, because of our founder's love for boxing and the impact it had on his life, but also because of the power of youth sports to promote social change and educational achievement. Sports and youth development programs have numerous positive influences on young people, but on the whole, young people who participate in sports are more likely than their non-participating peers to do better in school, stay out of trouble, increase their social and emotional capacities, and improve their overall health and wellness. A couple of the nonprofit organizations achieving these outcomes through sports are testifying here today, and we applaud them for their meaningful and important work. It's no secret, however, that the pandemic has posed a threat to many nonprofit organizations, with estimates that up to 1/3 of nonprofits nationally are at risk of closing their doors due to financial challenges. To better support these organizations and enhance their viability throughout the pandemic, we launched the Fight for Children Institute, which is DC's only youth sports collaborative, providing a combination of robust capacity building services and financial operating support to sports-based nonprofits. This collaborative now unites the work of 17 organizations delivering programming in 13 sports for 20,000 young people throughout all of the district's 8 wards. In closing, Fight for Children would like to thank DME's Learn 24 initiative for recently supporting our trauma-informed care series for nonprofit leaders. And we want to thank the mayor and the district for investing in out-of-school time networks. However, in the coming year, we urge you to invest more heavily in crosswalking, sports-based youth development, nonprofits with our educational system. Because we feel that when the pandemic is behind us, these organizations will be positioned to play a major role in the recovery and revitalization of our families, schools, and communities. Thank you for your time and consideration of my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Koleski. Alexis Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Alexis Gutierrez, and I'm the mom of 2 children at Bruce Monroe at Parkview Elementary. Like many, I had hoped my children would start this school year in hybrid learning. However, they've yet to be able to be given the opportunity to return to their classrooms. Our dual language school is an incredible school with dedicated teachers and leaders. To make a dual language program work in a virtual environment, our school relies on small groups. This is great, but this means for our pre-K3 and K child, we need to help with 10 separate logins between 9 a.m. and 3:15 p.m., 4 days a week. Our choice was either for my husband or I to decide who would quit their job or to find help. We are very fortunate to have the means to be able to pay for a Spanish immersion camp that supports their virtual learning. What we thought would be a 1-month experience has turned into 7 months. When only 95 spaces for 473 students were offered for term 3, we decided to find alternate arrangement for our pre-K3 child and have moved him to private school while our kindergartner remains in camp. We want to stay at our DCPS elementary school, but have decreasing confidence we will return in person this year. We understand this, but it is challenging as we see our friends at charter schools and other DCPS schools being given the opportunity for in-person learning. Based on our experience to date, we are not confident that the fall will be anything different than this year, which has been a roller coaster of last-minute announcements. Looking forward, we'd like the DC Council to direct the Mayor's office to work with respected health institutions around our nation's capital, like Children's Hospital, Georgetown, GW, and Johns Hopkins, along with DC Health, to begin scenario planning for the fall, based on high, medium, and low vaccine adoption rates, prevalence of COVID-19 variants, and continued adherence to social distancing. DCPS is not a public health institution, but we are in a public health emergency. We need clear, objective scenario planning that will help families and school leaders to understand what occupancy rates could be in the building and plan staffing and in-person learning accordingly. We'd also like public health experts to opine whether occupancy can be based on square footage of the room and percent occupied rather than a cap for all schools, regardless of the. We think it is not responsible to suggest to families that in-person learning is the default for the fall without a thorough review by public health experts on what possible occupancy rates can be based on different prevalence scenarios. Throughout this pandemic, uncertainty has been one of the most enduring qualities, but also one of the most difficult to deal with. DCPS's last-minute communications and changing directions has exacerbated this experience for parents. We do not want to repeat this school year where families were planning for hybrid in the fall only to change to virtual, or families were told reopening in November only to have a few CARES classrooms in December and January, or when families were told by our principal just 2 weeks ago there would be no more spaces for term 4, only to have the chancellor send out a completely different message the next day. As we look towards school year 2022, we hope that the council's oversight will compel DCPS to do a better job. Thank you for your continued oversight.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Joanna Blotner.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I'm the DC Legislative Director for Jews United for Justice. Through JUFJ, I also serve as the Legislative Director of the Under 3 DC Coalition. And in that capacity, my testimony today will focus on OSSE's role in helping the early childhood education sector navigate the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, Chairman, the benefits of early childhood education last a lifetime and help set up our city's children for future success in education, in jobs, and in life. Early learning programs are also foundational for our workforce. Working parents were already struggling to find affordable, quality care before the pandemic, and if we do not do everything possible to save our early education system and build back better, we will exacerbate already existing racial and economic inequalities for years to come. A year ago this week, the world shut down. OSSE was quick to respond and provide critical stability to childcare providers who participate in the subsidy program by continuing reimbursement payments based on typical enrollment. This policy allowed families and providers flexibility to make the best decisions for themselves and their children about how to protect their health in those early months when there was so much uncertainty about COVID-19. However, OSSE's initial actions did not go far enough. The cost of providing safe care during a pandemic rose significantly, while subsidy rates remained stagnant throughout FY20. And then last fall, OSSI announced a change from enrollment-based payments to attendance-based payments, causing industry-wide panic. The later tweak to provide 32% higher per child rates was helpful, but again, not sufficient as attendance remained low. And in light of OSSI's own analysis that pandemic operating costs have actually been much higher. Further, more than half of DC's childcare programs that rely on any form of tuition experience both sudden and prolonged declines in tuition income. There has been little intervention by OSSI or other government agencies to respond to this part of the sector's financial crisis. Of particular concern, if mixed model providers permanently close because they lack sufficient funds to continue paying bills, their subsidized slots disappear too, limiting educational opportunities for some of the district's lowest income families. Any loss of early learning programs will limit the city's ability to provide educational foundations for our youngest residents and stymie the ability of parents to fully return to work. To ensure the district's childcare shortage doesn't worsen, we must invest in stability and relief for all types of childcare providers. As an industry, the sector's fate is intertwined. That is why it is essential for OSSI to use forthcoming federal funds to make all childcare providers whole for the remainder of the fiscal year. My testimony includes some written notes on those suggestions. And to ensure we never again subject the childcare sector to such financial turmoil, the city should be guaranteeing public funding for early childhood education the way we do for pre-K-12. The Birth to 3 law is a roadmap for a better, more resilient early learning system, and it's time we prioritize its full funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plattner. And it's good to see you. Wida Amir with Global Kids.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I'm hoping that everybody can see me and hear me, and members of the committee on the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Wida Amir, and I'm the director for Global Kids Washington, D.C., and a member of the D.C. Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here to highlight the district's investment into OST programs that are making critical impact to youth and families, particularly during this time of unprecedented isolation and great loss. I'm also asking us all to work more openly, collaboratively, in order to give young people the best resources they deserve. Global Kids participants learn to connect their personal experiences with social, economic, and political issues around the world, and will become part of a community of informed individuals who are engaged in the democratic process. Our youth leaders learn about critical international issues, become committed to justice, global diplomacy, and human rights, and create substantive peer education and service projects that educate and inspire the younger community to become engaged in civic responsibilities. This is our 11th year here in the district, serving young people ages 15 through 19 in high schools throughout the district, hailing from all 8 wards. And we also serve students at McFarland Middle School. Annually, we serve over 300 young people. Beginning in March of 2020, Global Kids made the transition, as everyone else, to a virtual learning program offering 4 days a week programming between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., as well as a 6-week summer institute. Our programs, as I mentioned, support young people's critical thinking, leadership skills, social emotional learning, and academic success. Our weekly curriculum is responsive to domestic and international news that inspire conversations about difficult topics, as well as meeting the interests of our young people, such as the US election, and youth involvement, human trafficking, healthcare, self-care, and police brutality. Students find these discussions to be uniquely important to them. In their words, Global Kids workshops opened my mind up about controversial topics. Global Kids created a place where I want to learn more about the world. I get more global experience and knowledge about the problems that are similar or different than ourselves and other countries. Global Kids also holds town hall style meetings weekly, where we bring experts from institutions such as the Council on Foreign Relations, Department of State, the Department of Treasury, so that professionals discuss national and global topics with our students directly. Our students, this is an opportunity for our students to get hands-on interaction and understanding of broader national and international subjects and ask questions that they often do not have access to. Again, from one of our students, I like all programs offered, but I love virtual visitors. I want to thank the mayor and the council for holding the funding harmless from last year, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you now, as well as, again, ask that we have open, clear, and direct communication and collaborative work so that we can serve people better. Thank you.
Angela Williams with Educare of Washington.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Hi, my name is Angela Williams, and I'm the Comprehensive Service Manager at Educare DC, which is a high-quality, research-based Head Start program in Ward 7. Educare is also a pre-K enhancement and expansion program known as PKEEP. My expertise lies in the special education field. My passion is to ensure children with developmental delays and disabilities are nurtured, cognitively and socially supported, and provided the same opportunities as other children. Over the past several years, there was an MOA between DCPS and DC Head Start. The MOA described the responsibilities of each party to ensure all children with IEPs who were enrolled in a Head Start program received access to Part B services. When this MOA expired recently, we found a gaping hole in our mixed delivery system. DC has developed a pre-K for all system, which works well unless you are a child with special needs. Specifically, if you're a pre-K student with an IEP, the district only funds your IEP if you are enrolled in a DCPS or charter school. Research shows that early intervention is critical for children with special needs. This is the prime time to intervene and support. So it's heartbreaking to think that children who need that support but attend CBOs may not receive the services that they truly need. Without proper funding, we're forcing families to make a difficult choice. One, have their child transition from a school they've been in since infancy to a DCPS or charter school, or two, deny the IEP and the services that come with it because they want their child to stay in a program that they know and love. It's wrong to force families to make this kind of decision. CBOs receive no funding from the district for Part B services. There are 29 KEEP providers offering high quality programs for over 900 pre-K children, meeting all the same standards as public schools, and in many cases performing higher. Yet the supports and funding are not equitable. PKEEP programs do not receive the special education allocation that is part of the UPSFF for children with IEPs. According to the 2019 pre-K report, only 1% of children in PKEEP programs have IEPs compared to 16% at DCPS. But that same data shows that CBOs have the highest percentage of pre-K children who qualify as at risk, which research shows is correlated with special education. At Educare, we raise private funding to ensure that those children receive their Part B services that they need. But many CBOs are not able to do that. And no CBO should have to because these services are provided from the jurisdiction. Today, I respectfully urge the council to ask OSSI, early stages in DCPS, to work together to develop and fund a plan for immediate implementation so that Part B services are provided for pre-K children enrolled in PKEEP sectors of our mixed delivery system. These children deserve the same benefits as children in DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I had a question for Ann Louise Taylor. She had talked about the Center City / Shaw Middle School.
Yes, sir.
My recollection is that when this came up before the council a couple of years ago, it was very divisive and unfortunate how that issue was polarized, that an argument was made that there still are not enough students to warrant a separate middle school in the Center City. Can you speak to that? I know you touched on that in your testimony, but
yeah. So DCPS says that in order to warrant the investment in a separate middle school for those 3 feeder elementary schools, that we would need at least 500 or 550 students. Of course, not every middle school in DC is that large. Many of them are not, but that is the standard that they have set for our neighborhood for these 3 schools that are currently feeding into Cardozo for middle school and don't have an alternative feeder school. 2 of the schools that used to feed into Shaw Middle School have been given other feeder schools for middle school. So this is what is left that DCPS has going to Cardozo. There are fewer than 300 students in the middle grades in Cardozo right now this year, but it only has room, based on my estimates, for up to 300 in the current space. So there's going to be several years where there are too many children in the space that's allocated for the middle school in Cardozo, but still not enough for DCPS to say warrants a separate middle school based on the current feeder pattern that they have. But their own projections show that there's going to be over 100% utilization of all three feeder schools and Cardozo in the next 3 years. And so if they start planning now, there will be enough students in the future for the middle school, because it takes a while to get the modernization to be fully funded and completed before those students. So right now we don't need a swing space because those students can all fit in Cardozo, but eventually they will not.
So Cardozo's at capacity now in terms of middle school students?
They, I don't know what it is this year, but the DCPS 2019 enrollment projections showed that it would be at capacity in the next 3 years.
Okay. Yeah, and it's my view that parents would be more enthusiastic about being in the elementary schools that feed into the middle school if there was a middle school separate from Cardozo.
Exactly. There'll be even more students. So, and there have been other schools that DCPS said there were not enough students, like Ida B. Wells, Jefferson has this problem. What are the other, I mean, in Brookland, and these schools have all either approached or exceeded their enrollment projections, you know, that they need the number of kids that they needed to go to those schools to justify the budget.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. There were a couple of witnesses who testified about governance, either in this group or in previous groups, and I just wanted to speak to that for a moment. Folks have talked about how we need to re-examine or examine school governance. School governance means different things to different people. For some, it is, well, looking at whether the existing agencies and their alignment are appropriate or whether there ought to be some adjustment. For example, there are a couple of bills that have been introduced that would try to make OSSI more independent. But for a few others, when you talk about school governance, the question is whether mayoral control should be eliminated. In fact, I think there was one witness who talked about having the state board be returned to being in charge. Let me say this. If the issue is that we should examine mayoral control and reopen that issue, I don't support that. And I don't want to pretend that the council is going to, at least in the next couple of years, be looking at that. That would give false hope, create a lot to a few people, and create an awful lot of energy and attention to an issue that's not going to get developed. There will be a hearing later this year on the bills that have been introduced with regard to OSSI. So there will be some discussion about, in the committee of the whole, and with regard to education, some discussion about whether there could be a better alignment or independence or oversight or checks and balances between the agencies that are involved with education. There will be that discussion. But I want to be clear that I think it is, if we want to revisit the very controversial fight from 10 years ago, 14 years ago, I think that that's not going to have a direct impact on the classroom and will redirect a lot of energy away from where we need to focus it, which is what much of this testimony has been about today. And that is, what are we actually doing to help kids in the classroom, ensure that class sizes are the right size, these schools are not busting at the seams, dealing with teacher principal turnover, dealing with social emotional needs, dealing with learning loss, closing the achievement gap, and so forth. And so I just wanted to put that on the record for those who've been testifying about that. Let me turn to colleagues to see if they're here, if they have questions. I know there've been some council members in and out, and there's another hearing that's been going on. If, let me see, Council Member Louis George, if you are here, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I think, you know, we were just having a conversation on governance, and I do think that's an important conversation that we have for a later time. But I do think it's worth reevaluating 10 years later how the impact of governance has impacted students, especially with what we've heard from testimony today. But I know we will have a hearing on that later on, so I will digress. I want to recognize our witnesses from Ward 4 and thank them for speaking with us. Thank you, Ms. Claxton, for sharing about Shepherd Elementary and the new DPR Community Center. My office has been working with the Star Achievers Program leadership and everyone in DPR to help find a solution that works for everyone. I want to thank Mr. Lee for speaking about the importance of out of school time grants, and I fully agree and recognize the importance of after school programs and keeping our kids engaged and safe. And you also spoke about the trauma of gun violence, and I can't agree more. And we have to do everything we can to keep our streets safe. I want to thank Ms. Grant for sharing about your daughter's attack and its effect on her mental health. And I can't imagine how traumatic this was, and plan to talk with our city's education leaders tomorrow about safe passage and how we can improve that. My first question is going to be for Ms. Hausfeld. I don't know if you're still here, from Dyslexia DC. This is an area where I think we all need more guidance and knowledge on. You spoke about a few things, and so I want to know, how can we detect early intervention regarding dyslexia? And then when you talk about the training for teachers and the cognizant of science of reading, what can OSSE be doing to ensure that the proper and training is happening for teachers regarding this fundamental issue? And how can we identify students if we don't know what we're looking for, is something you said. So how do we get schools prepared and trained and teachers trained to the level that they are looking for the right things?
Yeah, thanks you for the opportunity to answer the question. For the first part about the identifying students, there we can do dyslexia screening, screening for reading difficulties.
I'm sorry, you're going out. I can't hear you.
A big part of that is also training people. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Okay. So there is what I was saying before is there's universal screening for dyslexia and reading difficulties. That is something that teachers need to be trained on, so they know what they're, how to use it. But also beyond that, they need to know what dyslexia is and the, professional awareness about reading difficulties, so they know what to look for.
Sorry, you're going out again.
Signs and symptoms is, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So there are signs, warning signs that are as available as young as pre-K. And so I think training on that, or about what the warning signs are, is the law that just passed has a 1 hour video professional awareness training about what dyslexia is, what the reading conditions are for all educators, because we know children with reading difficulties are in every single classroom in DC. That's why it's so critical. As part is for reading teachers, there needs to be something much more intensive. Some people testified earlier about how in charter schools, the training special educators is city public schools. And so that's why it's so critical to make sure that they know what, have this deep and intensive training of what is called the science of reading.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I want to go to Miss Simona and her daughter, who spoke about the Octo helpline. Can you both speak more about how you think we can improve technology assistance for families, particularly as it relates to the Octo hotline?
I think, we've discussed this, and thank you so much for the legislation that you're pushing forward. I think there has to be a real deep dive in how that money is being spent. Right now, we've already paid Octo $11 million for the system that we have right now. And really in highlighting this is just to say, like, where are these broken pieces and how can they be fixed? Because, you know, I'm lucky enough that I can make the, you know, flexibility of time, and I have the language and I have the technology to reach out, but we're thinking about those people who do not have those things. And so it needs to be a simple process to get help. And it's not just simply resetting passwords, things like that. I'm happy to forward along the work that Digital Equity has done on this, but really it's a consideration of the full process of what we're getting, how much we're spending for that. Is that the best way to then use additional funds? Maybe there's a better way to, you know, to bridge these gaps that are in the service being provided. But Natalie Rose, do you want to talk about, you know, your feelings and your classmates and just how that's been for you?
It's frustrating. It's frustrating, and it happens especially on Fridays. We get a lot of we get like 2 tests on Fridays, and then there's always something. It could be big. It can be big technical difficulties. It can be small technical difficulties.
And just from the parent side, you know, seeing her desire to try and like continue with this learning digitally and the effort that she puts into it, and then just seeing the frustration and hearing the frustration of the other kids, you know, I'm logged out, like, can someone try and tell them, like, I'm here, I'm participate. You know, I think just really looking at the effort that the students have put in and honoring that work, and that, you know, trying to take away any barriers that they have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know my time is up and our panels are at large, so I won't be able to have meaningful questions, but I want everybody to know I hear your testimony, and I think it's clear from what we've heard so far that the public feels like they don't have a voice in our system. With nearly 200 people signed up today, I'm hopeful that we will be continuing these conversations. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis George, you were the beneficiary of me not paying close attention to the clock. Councilmember Alyssa Silverman, are you here for questions? Councilmember Silverman? Councilmember Trayon White? I think we don't have any other questions for any of the witnesses. I want to thank each of you for your time. I know that you only have like 3 minutes to speak, and you have to sit through this entire panel, plus however long you were waiting to get let in. So I appreciate the time, your testimony. Thank you so much. You're excused now. You can continue to watch the hearing from I guess it's the waiting room or the other ways that the hearing is being broadcast. So I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Audrey Walker, who's with Jubilee Housing, Daniela Grigioni, who's with After School All-Stars, Rob Smith, who's with Youth Sports Collaborative, Marion Babcock, who is a high school parent, Allison Kavanaugh and Laura Wilson Phelan, both of whom are with Kindred, Claire Sontag, Megan Mountford, who's with PAVE, Iselle Romero, who's with PAVE, Azine Anianwu, and Chioma Chugura, both of whom are students at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. Janae Preddy, who's Young Women's Project. Janaya Charity, who's also with Young Women's Project. Haven Gilchrist, who's a student at Wilson High School. Jean-Pierre Roberts and Perla Guzman Martinez, who are both DCPS students. Manisa Powell, who's with the Young Women's Project. I believe the Young Women's Project is also DCPS students. Dia George, Noah Schleifer, who's a student at School Without Walls, Sophia Hosford, Nadia Gold-Moritz and Chika Anwuchki. I'm sure I pronounced that. Both of them are with Young Women's Project. Vilka Scott Marcus, who's with Friendship Public Charter School. I'm going to call a few more. Chelsea Coffin, who's with the DC Policy Center. Joan Ships. Maya Walker, who's with Black Swan Academy. Loretta Thompson with Sitar Arts Center. Lakeisha Lloyd Lee, who's listed as Aussie, but I'm sure she's not testifying on behalf of Aussie. Alan LaGrenade Finch. Alan LaGrenade Finch with City Year Washington. Reginald Black, who's with People for Fairness Coalition. Aletha Entonoff, who's with Point of Care Child Care. I called a few more than 20 because we've seen some fall off here. It's usually our practice that when people want to testify, they have to sign up for themselves, but we have a new process and it's a form that we're finding others, that people are signing up other people, which is why we're seeing so many no-shows and bad names as well. Bad names meaning we're getting it misspelled. So let's begin with Audrey Walker from Jubilee Housing. Is Audrey Walker from Jubilee Housing here? Let's try Daniela Grigioni from After School All Stars.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, why don't you proceed? It's nice to.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Daniela Grigioni and I am the Executive Director at After School All Stars and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I am here to testify about the importance of out of school time programming and how we can improve performance and collaboration. My organization serves about 550 students in 6 middle schools with our larger footprint in Ward 8. We offer daily, free, comprehensive programming where students receive academic support in a great variety of enrichment classes, all infused with social emotional learning. When the school system closed last March, we were able to pivot to virtual programming in 3 weeks. It quickly became apparent, though, that community needs had multiplied during the pandemic. We tackled a new pressing issue and came back to the new school year, adding tutoring for students in collaboration with American University, distributing computers to families, distributing $40,000 of Safety gift cards to fight hunger, adding mental health services, and launching community workshop to support parents. And this is not all. I'm truly grateful that the mayor and the council found a way to support the OST sector during last year's budget season, but the funding need is greater still. We're doing our part. We bring funding to schools from the private sector to augment public dollar, but we've also assumed increased responsibility that calls for more funding. I invite the council to consider additional funding for the OST community in the upcoming budget. We are an effective bridge between schools and families. The community knowledge we have could inform decisions if we had a seat at the table with the CPS, but we found that many families do not know what we are doing. When the CPS is not taking into consideration these additional resources, it's failing to present solutions to already stressed families and communities. And while school leaders are rightly focused on academic achievement, OST provider can help by providing stabilizing services to working families. However, we are regularly excluded from conversation about school shutdown and reopening, even though we're willing and able to expand what we're doing. We heard that the mayor is considering an investment in high-dosage tutoring next year. While academic help is necessary, please do not divert resources away from effective programming, especially from those experiences of social emotional growth. Instead, bring the OST community to the table, properly fund this, and let us help. In conclusion, we are asking for funding that meets increased costs, and we are asking to be part of collegial conversation on how to best help the school system meet its academic mission and help our most fragile communities. City agencies need to work together and not in isolation, alongside with OST partners to remove barriers and provide services. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grigioni. Is Rob Smith here from the Youth Sports Collaborative?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Smith, founding executive director of the Youth Sports Collaborative Network. YSCN is a national member association for nonprofits providing sports-based youth development programs, which Fright for Children mentioned a little earlier today. SBYD is not a well-known model of youth development. It uses delivery of sport intentionally to achieve positive, non-sports-based outcomes, including social emotional learning, better academic performance, and improved health and wellness. DC Scores, who testified earlier today, employs SBYD in their programs. Much of my written testimony, which I did submit yesterday, does address the results of the YSCN's unique national survey we conducted in September 2020 and taken by 82 nonprofits providing out-of-school time SBYD programs. DC is well represented among the nonprofits from the 32 cities that took the survey. Our survey is unique as it reveals the impact of these nonprofit programs prior to and during the COVID shutdown through the 2020 summer. Here is a snapshot of the results from the 9 nonprofits that took the survey. The 9 included DC Scores, Nationals Youth Baseball Academy, and Friends of Fort DuPont Ice Arena. Before the pandemic, the 9 worked with 12,000 youth in the DC area. All 9 provide after-school programs and 8 summer. All 9 include Black and Latinx youth. All include youth qualifying for federal school lunch program, and 6 of the 9 nonprofits offer their programs for free. 7 of these 9 nonprofits also offer academic support and homework help, literacy, or STEAM as part of their regular programming. And like SBYD nonprofits in other cities, 7 of the 9 immediately pivoted during the pandemic to provide virtual content and communications. By June of last year, they found only 32% of the youth regularly participating in their virtual programming. However, nationally, the number was even lower at 16%. Finally, all 9 expressed different levels of concerns with the health and well-being of their youth without in-person programs. DC is fortunate to have several of the leading sports-based youth development nonprofits in the US. And as we heard from others who have testified today, learning loss and emotional well-being is a serious problem for many youth, and in particular youth from under-resourced communities. SBYD nonprofits should be an important part of the in-person school plans so that the learning and well-being of these youth continue during out-of-school time as well. These programs were needed before the pandemic, and they are needed now even more for even more youth than they have had in their programs before COVID. Thank you for this opportunity to share our views and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Marion Babcock.
Hi, thank you today for this opportunity. I'm going to jump right in. Last year, I testified in regards to the performance oversight of DCPS. It's a year later, and I have the same request. I need a chancellor who recognizes and nurtures the full expression of a school principal's role, and a mayor who will value and fully fund public education. I'm a Ward 5 parent. I'm a co-chair at School Without Walls, LSAT. I'm a member of Wards 2 and 5 Ed Councils, and I noticed that DCPS school principals are suffering from a lack of recognition and an adequate school budget. For example, School Without Walls High School was not only plagued by the pandemic, but was purposefully and needlessly stressed even further with the blindsided removal of a blue ribbon school principal earlier this year. In reaction, our pandemic fatigued school community was stressed even further to advocate and protest for restoring our leadership after our own assistant principal of the year 2020 was overlooked for the interim position when an outsider was appointed instead. This move ran contrary to DCPS values of excellence, teamwork, joy, and putting students' needs first. The resulting disruption has diluted efforts in addressing student needs, teacher innovations, and a more reflective planning process for reopening in this pandemic. Another example is that for the next school year, the per pupil funding average for School Without Walls is $10,400, which is about $200 decrease from last year, while our enrollment holds steady at 600 students. Devaluing a principal's leadership in our schools is a tragic educational reality at DCPS. Last spring, Wards 7 and 8 also sustained several principal losses and disruption to leadership gaining traction at their schools. When all of our principals' leadership is fully recognized and nurtured by our chancellor, they can be principals who are equipped with the necessary supports and funding to meet demands of their job expectations and to deliver the required student outcomes across all DCPS schools. Principals who are proactive in leadership goals for their own can recognize the nuances and address the educational needs of their own community, like safe passage and park scores. Principals who are better at supporting their own teachers ensure professional development and targeting needs that not only support, but increase teacher retention. Principals who are welcome to represent their stakeholders' concerns to the chancellor are collectively better equipped for the chancellor's vision and plans for DCPS. It is our universal right to have a mayor who fully and fairly funds public education and who empowers a DCPS leadership that is engaged, coordinates effectively, and communicates with clarity. And finally, is our elective expectation that DC council members assist stakeholders in resolving this leadership crisis. I thank you for your attention in this extremely urgent matter.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. Allison Kavanaugh with Kindred.
Chairman Mendelson and other distinguished members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Allison Kavanaugh and I am a parent at E.L. Haynes Elementary School. I'm here today to tell you about a program called Kindred that has worked at E.L. Haynes for the past 3 years and the impact that it's had on my life. Kindred is a group of diverse families who are committed to equitable opportunities in education for all of our children. Kindred runs dialogue groups with families from diverse races and economic backgrounds. I grew up in a small town in New Hampshire. I'm from a family that never discussed politics or talked about race, and it was almost viewed as impolite. But it also wasn't necessary as the demographic skewed heavily white. I moved to Washington, D.C. almost 20 years ago, and I love being part of a community that is so full of so many different cultures. And when my son got a spot at E.L. Haynes, I was thrilled because the school is known for its focus on diversity. When I was asked to participate in a Kindred dialogue group, I saw it as an opportunity to strengthen my ability to engage in conversations about race in schools, which at that point was basically non-existent. And it was powerful to listen to the stories of other parents, from their journey through life and education to how they personally experienced racism in our community and in our school. I gained a perspective that fundamentally changed the way I viewed the city around me and my place in it. These conversations were not always easy, but Kindred created a space where people could feel safe to share their truths so that we could learn from each other and grow as a community. My frame of thinking went to being about what was best for my children to being about what was best for our children. I still don't feel totally comfortable talking about race and equity, but I also understand that I can no longer use that as an excuse not to try. It's no secret that over the past year, the pandemic has widened the already existing achievement gap amongst children in our city. If we are going to work towards coming back together and addressing the needs of our school communities, we need parents talking to each other, sharing our stories and connecting across difference so that we can support each other. We've learned at our school that relationships can be transformational, but you need people who can guide these conversations in a direction that will bring the most impact. I want to see that parent empowerment that Kindred has created at our school happening in every school. And we're asking the City Council to put $750,000 in the education budget to support this crucial work at 15 schools next year. Given all of the emotional turmoil of the pandemic, it's never been more important for parents to build supportive relationships and influence school decisions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. Laura Wilson Phelan, also with Kindred.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Laura Wilson Phelan. I'm the founder and executive director of Kindred and a parent of twin fifth graders. Kindred is a movement of parents and educators across 17 schools who are advocating for racial justice and educational equity in their schools. Kindred supports this movement by facilitating dialogue circles about racial and educational equity among families and staff. Through this work, we help dialogue group members grow close and dive into racism as a root cause of inequity in their schools. Through dialogue, they experience that our lack of connection and deep relationships with one another perpetuates systems and behaviors that oppress others. We are all well aware of the oppression and disparities caused by racism, but the question is, what is the city doing about it? The way the system is set up now, including how we spend our resources, doesn't support relationship building as a means to interrupt systemic racism. Instead, decisions are made from a distance between those most burdened by inequity and those with authority. I saw this firsthand as an elected member of the State Board of Education. Changing the system requires that those with the authority to make decisions that affect others be in authentic relationship with their constituents. But how do you get close? How do you understand the impact of your decisions? Kindred offers a proven way to do this in schools by creating deep relationships among staff, families, and school leaders. The work these schools are doing is leading to real change in the lives of the most oppressed by our systems. In one school, parents helped transform the behaviors of security officers who were stopping parents of color at the door, but not white parents. In another, parents worked with school leadership to recruit and retain Black staff. And in that school, new hires who identify as Black grew from 14 to 32% in 1 year. Significant change is happening in Kindred partner schools. And if we want to move the needle in educational equity, as I know you all do, this work needs to be spread to additional schools. We are asking for City Council to support DCPS and charter leaders to embed the practice of deep relationship building through dialogue into their approach to pandemic recovery. In doing so, they will learn more about the impact of the pandemic on families and be better able to support the academic and social emotional development of students. If we don't do something now, while overall public understanding of racism is growing, and while the pandemic has brought to light the deep importance of family partnership in schools, we will have let this opportunity pass, and children and families furthest from opportunity will continue to suffer the burdens and immeasurable harm of racism within schools and in society more broadly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Phelan. As you know, I have visited with your program a little bit, and a member of my staff is active with Kindred as well. Thank you. I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm told that Rosalind Taylor is here, if she could testify, and then I'll go to Audrey Walker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Rosalind Taylor, and I'm the owner of Leah's Rainbow Child Care Development Center in Ward 7 in Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens community. For almost 10 years, I have expanded my business and home to become the quality center it is today, getting all certification and credentialing with 22 families being served and 7 employees hired from the community. My testimony today will focus on the importance of expanding or at least maintaining the current level of subsidy funding at the minimum for a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system. Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens is mainly one way in and one way out. This means most of the essential services, such as childcare needs, are away from families, homes, and community. RC childcare subsidy payments are one of the main components that keeps my center operating daily and serving my community's family. A year ago this week, our lives and business plans changed forever. COVID-19 arose and we all were literally fighting for our lives and livelihood. RC subsidy payments are one of the main resources that kept centers like mine open during COVID. These payments also allow my staff to meet new classroom ratio requirements, purchase PPE, and even assist families further. RC, I thank you for making the right choice to continue subsidy payments based on an enrollment basis. This stability was essential at the initial outbreak of the pandemic. We need to continue providing stability to the childcare community to get through this pandemic. And we must expand subsidy payments so more families and more businesses like mine can survive during and after COVID-19. We all saw the government's failure on the national level because of this. Roslyn Taylor, the owner of Leah's Rainbow Childcare, is standing with the Under 3 DC Coalition to make the vision of the Birth to 3 law real, so we're securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. Thank you, council members, for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Audrey Walker.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committees, members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Audrey Walker, and I am the director of the Youth Services Program at Jubilee Housing and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I am also a native and current DC Ward 4 resident and a mother to 2 children that attend DCPS and charter schools. One of the critical support services that Jubilee Housing has been providing the past 13 years is a high-quality out-of-school time program for both residents of Jubilee Housing as well as youth who live in our neighborhood. Jubilee Youth Services provides free of charge academic and social-emotional enrichment in a safe, supportive environment. Our Early Start Activity Zone and Teen Center programs serve youth K through 12th grade. They not only support students in their academic careers, but provide freedom to parents to pursue full-time employment and maximize their at-home time for family togetherness and not just homework. In addition to homework assistance, staff leads activities centered on community, stewardship, structured physical activity. Such activities also include STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math lessons, led by our staff, tutoring, college entrance exam preparation, and workforce development. Between April and July 2020, our in-person after-school and summer camp programs shifted to a virtual program focusing on supporting participants' social and emotional well-being, STEAM programming, yoga, and literacy development. In October 2020, we adapted the traditional after-school program to a day program model where students receive an in-person support during the school day on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Not only do students receive academic supports in small cohorts with a ratio of 8:2 student-to-teacher ratio, but they also get the social interaction with peers that many children have lost due to the pandemic. Students enrolled in the in-person program receive access to a computer, internet, headphones, supervision, food, and support with virtual learning from youth services staff. Also, each student has been paired with an individual tutor through the DC Reach program through American University. In addition to providing health and safety protocols, we have kept the COVID case count at 0. Frequent and deep cleaning, regular temperature checks, and strict face mask and visor policies are just some of the measures we take on a daily basis to keep children and families safe. After operating our OST programs during the pandemic year, Jubilee would like to offer the following comments and recommendations. 1, OST works. OST programs have been doing the necessary work to maintain students' learning levels. 2, increase dialogue with OST communities. 3, promote and coordinate OST resources. 4, strengthen OST with high dosage tutoring. And finally, invest in what works. It's critical that we do not divert resources away from what we know works. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing commitment to the children and the youth of our city who rely on critical out-of-school time programs funded by OSSI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Is Claire Sontag here? I don't believe so. Megan Mountford is with PAVE.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and to the Committee of the Whole for letting us testify today. My name is Megan. This is my 31st year in DC. I'm the parent of 2 daughters. One is a 2nd grader at Shepherd. One is a 8th grader at Washington Latin, both in Ward 4. And I also serve on PAVE's Ward 4 and citywide boards. In the fiscal year 2021 budget, we saw many important investments in parent priorities, including a 3% increase in the UPSFF and $30,000 for funding for at-risk students. However, there's still a gap of $348 per student, and the at-risk funding is over $1,800 lower than recommended by the 2013 DC Education Adequacy Study when adjusted for inflation. There's a very distinct air that surrounds you when you live in financial stress. I grew up in a household with a single mother and 3 kids, and the anxiety over money was ever present. When my oldest entered the DC public school system in 2011, I recognized it in the air, that near constant worry that there are not enough funds. Every single student in DC deserves to attend an adequately funded school. Not only is the at-risk weight below what is needed, but because of overall funding insufficiency, DC schools routinely divert at-risk funds to cover essential costs for schools such as staffing. I'm not just asking for dollars, I'm also asking to spend these dollars mindfully to close the gaps between West and East and white and Black. In 2019, almost half of DC students were considered at risk. At-risk kids score roughly 30% less on PARCC in both ELA and math. Schools with 70% or more at-risk population are concentrated in wards 7 and 8. And while at-risk students and students of color are falling behind, white students are actually gaining faster than before the pandemic in some areas. In reading, at-risk students, which we know are largely Black and brown, only grew by 58% from last year, while on average, white students grew 176%. The racial and economic disparity in our city will never be erased, excuse me, until we can offer equitable resources and a commitment and dedication to spending resources wisely. There's no greater long-term investment we can make as a city than our children. I recognize that our budget is tight, but it can be done. We have federal stimulus money on the horizon, and other sources of revenue can be found. Do we tax our wealthiest neighbors, neighbors whose students attend fully funded and high-achieving schools, so we can finally inch towards equity in our city given the gross inadequacies? Yes. I can't help but envision children all over the city walking into their schools and not feeling any stress in the air. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, to share what I want to see for our kids in our city. I hope you will commit to increasing the UPSFF by a minimum of $106 million and $78.5 million to fully fund the at-risk weight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mountford. I believe Giselle Romero is not here.
She's not. No, she could not make it.
The next witness would be Azine Ananwu. I mispronounced, and I'll be corrected. A student at Benjamin Banneker, Azine Ananwu. I'm going to continue. Chioma Chukwura is also a student at Banneker. I'm going to continue. Janae Preddy, who's with the Young Women's Project.
Greetings, my name is Janae Preddy. I'm a sophomore at Bar DC and I'm 16 years old. I live in Ward 1 and plan on pursuing a career in the criminal justice field. I am a youth advocate with the Young Women's Project. I am here today to talk about my experience and feelings with school safety within DCPS. Thank you for this opportunity. School safety to me means protecting children physically and emotionally. Not only should students be protected in their school building, but they should also feel emotionally safe. In my experience, I feel safe at school emotionally, but not physically. At BAR, there are people you feel like you can trust and you can grow a bond with. I am really close with my security guards, and if something were to happen, I feel like I would be protected. I feel comfortable enough to express how I'm feeling to them. Last year, before in-person school closed, my school had 3 lockdowns due to shootings nearby, and one was even in front of our school. I had only been in the school for 8 months. The first one occurred 1 month after I started my high school experience. When the first one happened, I was in shock. After the first one, it just seemed like it was repeating itself in a cycle. In response to this, my principal followed up with an email to parents, but there wasn't a check-in with everybody after. If students don't feel safe physically at school, they won't feel motivated to continue learning, and they may want to stay where they are safe at. They may give up. During the pandemic, students may feel like they are taking a risk with going to school due to the virus and potential violence. One of the solutions that was brought to my attention was Safe Passage, which I don't know a lot about. As a solution, DCPS should do better advertising and assemblies to inform us about this program. Businesses should start advertising that they are a part of Safe Passage program and should come to the school to talk about it with the students. Even though I feel like my school does a good job addressing the problem, I do think they can do better. One of the solutions I suggest is having town halls in response to making schools safer. These town halls should include the voice of everyone to contribute to finding solutions to this problem. It should also include the businesses that are part of Safe Passage. I also feel like schools should provide emotional support to students. A social worker or a staff member that students feel comfortable with can have small groups with students where they can check in, ask questions, and talk about their feelings or safety within the school. Another solution I propose is a grace period after events like these where students can cool down. I do not think students should return back to class after a lockdown as if something didn't happen and they should just continue on with their day. Students should be able to write down their feelings, listen to music, and just debrief. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Preddy. I see that Ms. Anwu and Ms. Benjamin Banneker have reappeared. I'd appreciate it if folks would be ready when I call them. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Azine Ananwu. If you could begin.
Yes, it's Azine Anyanwu. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Azine Anyanwu and I'm a Ward 5 DC resident. I'm a senior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I'm the co-president of the African Student Union and a member of National Honor Society at Banneker. I will be attending college in the fall and aspire to be a medical doctor or work in healthcare. I've been a peer educator with the Young Women's Project since July 2019, and I joined the Young Justice Campaign team in July 2020. I've had the opportunity to speak with DCPS staff that specializes in mental health in order to contribute my opinions on some mental health issues. YWP builds the leadership of youth to solve community problems. One issue that I'm dealing with is the lack of mental health support in schools and the lack of mental health resource information that is shared with students and parents, especially through public school websites. Mental health is an issue that is important to me because mental health issues are rising and can be overlooked for teens. There was times where I was really stressed in school due to the unbearable workload. I didn't feel like there was nobody I could go to because the stress was expected. My friends and I went through the same thing because of how rigorous and competitive my school is. All of these problems are documented in a recent survey that is being distributed by the mental health team. Our preliminary analysis shows that 22% of students believe that stress in the past 3 months is consistently high, and 35% believes that it's too much. 75% of students believe that a challenge of the pandemic is due to an increase in school workload. As a mental health advocate, I've had the opportunity to speak to DBH staff to inform them about my experiences and the pros and cons about mental health programs in schools. Schools are not doing a good job addressing the mental health needs of the students, even though school is one of the main reasons for stress because of the workload and responsibility. Some teachers are checking in with students in the beginning of class, but it is not enough. Due to online learning, I don't see them on a daily basis. Banneker does sponsor a Teams meeting on wellness on a weekly basis. However, not every student is aware of this and doesn't participate. Another problem is outreach and information. There's very little online information on students about how to access mental health resources, both inside and outside of school. YWP's mental health team conducted an analysis in February of the websites in 18 DCPS high school and 9 public charter high schools, and we found that DCPS public high schools, including my own, provide virtually no information on their websites about mental health services and staff. I have 3 recommendations. Schools should incorporate sessions in which students can engage in conversations about the best way to deal with stress. Students need more ways to get that support. 2, there should be more SES staff that can work with students on a daily basis to know how they're varying and feeling. 3, teachers and counselors should check in with students individually. This will help students because they will be able to express how they are feeling without having to be dismissed or have to talk about their problems in front of a big group. Thank you. You take these recommendations into consideration.
Ms. Chukura.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chioma Chukura, and I am 17 years old. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a senior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I am a co-president of the African Student Union, a member of the Student Government Association, and a member of the National Honor Society at my school. I recently joined the Young Women's Project in July 2020 as a youth advocate. This organization empowers youth to work towards the change that they want to see in their community. I decided to join the mental health team of YWP because I recognize the lack of mental health resources in DC public and public charter schools. I am testifying today to suggest ways that DCPS and DCPCS can improve the mental health support for students in schools and to present some preliminary findings from our Student Mental Health and Wellness Survey. Mental health wellness is an important issue to me. My peers and I deserve the best mental health resources to aid us in reaching our fullest potential. Students should be academically successful and mentally well at the same time. I feel as though mental health has suffered due to the academic rigor at my school. I often stress about assignments, tests, and grades, and as a result, I feel very drained and exhausted. I sometimes even lose motivation to complete certain assignments because of the time, effort, and energy I know will require. My friends and classmates can relate. The young people who took the YWP's recent mental health survey seem to be experiencing similar problems as well. They were super stressed, with 57% ranking their stress as consistently high and unbearable. They have a lot of work, with 75% saying that their school workload has increased, but there is lower motivation, with 28% of students saying that it was so low that they stopped doing activities. 29% said that they were struggling with low motivation. And before the pandemic, students ranked that their motivation was high and 47% as solid. This indicates a major change. I have 2 recommendations that I would like to summarize. We can create online surveys that emphasize anonymity so that students have easier access to them and feel comfortable sharing their feelings. This will increase the amount of data we have available to determine what areas DCPS and DCPCS students need the most support in. This can also make students more inclined to participating in other activities that will provide us with more information on how mental health can be improved in schools. Using online surveys is very practical, especially because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The mental health team of YWP has created an online survey for middle school and high school DCPCS and DCPS students. We have already distributed this survey to over 273 students. As the Committee on Health, you can help quickly distribute this survey to schools or make the survey accessible to schools online. The second option is to provide more school-based wellness options like meditation, yoga, and talk therapy, or other positive activities that people can feel good about. Many of the youth respondents in the YWP survey said that they would participate in these things, such as meditation, talk therapy, and yoga. And as a youth advocate, I'm working on how students can use meditation to improve their mental health individually. This is something that I would like to suggest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janaya Charity, who's also with the Young Women's Project.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Hello. My name is Janaya Charity. I am an 11th grader and I attend Benjamin Banneker High School. I live in Ward 4 and plan on attending college after I complete high school. I'm a youth justice advocate through the Youth Justice Campaign, and this is my 2nd year with the Young Women's Project. I'm testifying today to share my experience attending Benjamin Banneker and give a few recommendations for improving safety in areas surrounding schools. School safety is important to me because I'm a student, and prior to COVID-19, I attended in-person school every day. Since I go to school on Georgia Avenue, there's quite a chaotic energy surrounding the school. Though I have not experienced this danger firsthand, many of my peers and friends have been catcalled, robbed, jumped, and more. I can only imagine how that breach of safety has impacted their wanting to attend school. As a school safety advocate, I have learned that not many students appreciate heavy police presence, as they do not have a healthy relationship with school officers and police officers. In order to solve this issue of school safety, DCPS staff must become familiar with students and form relationships with students so that students are more trusting of the authority figures like police that are put into and around schools to protect them. Although someone may recommend increasing the amount of police in schools, I would like you to understand that having a heavy police presence that is intimidating and unfamiliar only worsens the problem of school safety. If students do not recognize or feel comfortable with the police, how do you expect them to depend on officers when they are in dangerous situations? COVID-19 has temporarily ended this issue, but as students begin to attend school again, this problem will only resurface. DCPS has made an attempt to solve this issue with the Safe Passage program. The Safe Passage program allows students to use an interactive map of safe spots where students will be able to seek help if faced with danger. Personally, I feel like they have rarely communicated with students or parents regarding this program because I have never heard of this program until recently. A solution to this problem would be similar to the Safe Passage program, but with a few changes such as more familiar security presence on these routes and increasing the visibility of the program. Since school is virtual now, a way to kickstart this would be spreading the word prior to reopening schools. Sending out emails and pamphlets about the Safe Passage program would be great. It is DCPS's job to continue to hear out the suggestions from students, parents, and community members about programs they have in place and solutions for solving the school safety issues. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope to hear from you soon on updates about the Safe Passage program.
Thank you, Ms. Charity. Haven Gilchrist,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Okay. Greeting, council members. My name is Haven Gilchrist. I'm 16 years old and a junior at Wilson High School. I live in Ward 3 and I want to pursue a career in public policy. I'm a youth advocate at YWP because I believe DC youth should have a voice. I'm testifying today to talk about police presence in our school in response to the investigation and elimination of hate crimes. School safety is vital because promoting school safety creates an open space for kids to explore, learn, and grow. In my school, we have problems when it comes to marginalized groups. We have a history of students bullying people for their sexuality, students saying derogatory terms, and hate crimes. One that has come up frequently during my time at Wilson is swastikas around our school. Since my freshman year, there have been incidents of hate crimes like this. I have many Jewish friends. These anti-Semitic incidents make them feel uncomfortable in a place they're supposed to feel safe. In response to this, my school has increased the amount of police presence in our school. My school's problem is that their first action was to increase the amount of police instead of increasing our mental health staff or implementing an adequate Holocaust education at our school. Students know the history and the amount of hate behind swastikas, and studies show that a growing number of in-school officers criminalize student behavior and substantially increase in-school arrests. Sending a student to jail does nothing to repair the hurt that the student caused and does nothing to address the root of issues of why the student committed a crime. Whether it's someone scratching a swastika on a wall or kids coming to school in blackface for Halloween, school leaders struggle to react when students vilify other students' identity through images or symbols. DCPS educators have the opportunity to eliminate hate-motivated crime and violence. Our schools should take the action to create comprehensive anti-hate policies and programs that involve every facet of the school community, from students, parents, teachers, staff, and administrators. Incidents like swastikas happened before the pandemic, and with our switch to distance learning, the call for change never came from DCPS. Instead, students had to take the initiative to work with national movements like No Place for Hate. Students changed their backgrounds on platforms like Microsoft Teams to raise awareness for the program. Students organized a No Place for Hate committee, and students signed an anti-hate pledge. I think it is excellent that these student-led movements are advancing, but DCPS and the DC Council can help further assist students in making the goal of anti-hate campaigns to all DC schools. We can work together to use the power of positive peer influence to build inclusive and safe schools in which all students can thrive when everyone returns to in-person learning. Thank you for your time and listening to ways we can eliminate hate crimes in DC schools without increasing police presence.
Thank you, Ms. Gilchrist. Jean-Pierre Roberts.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jean-Pierre Roberts, and I'm a Ward 4 resident attending Wilson High School. I am 16 and in 11th grade, working with the Academy of Hospitality and Tourism in order to pursue my future in business management and potentially law. Lastly, I'm a youth advocate with the Young Women's Project. Today, I'll be testifying about school safety in regards to having police and security officers present in the building and the potential removal of them when returning back to schools. School safety is important to me because it's imperative to any learning environment that students feel safe, comfortable, and accepted in order to perform at their absolute best. At Wilson, this isn't always the case. We've experienced weapons such as firearms and knives entering the school, as well as threats of mass violence imposed on us. The staff at the building, teachers, deans, principals, and guidance counselors have all done a great job at preventing panic and things from spiraling out of control. The police officers and security guards really don't do anything to prevent or diffuse those instances. Overall, the presence of police and security officials affects the school's atmosphere, creates unnecessary tension, and distracts students from what they are there to do: focus, learn, and apply themselves in their classes. The social unrest we experienced last year has further spotlighted this great tension between communities of colors and the police. Students will not be as comfortable entering back into buildings with police officers, creating this atmosphere of a greater threat within the building. Currently, school staff handles the responsibilities of the security guards, such as diffusing situations, talking out the issues with students, reporting home, and etc. The way to resolve this is by identifying another professional who does not pose a threat to the community to actually handle these situations. Schools can and should get rid of security officials completely and rely more on mental health counselors and psychologists in order to help students manage conflict and prevent it from escalating to the point where physical and emotional violence is necessary. I want to propose that it's time for us to look at new solutions, such as having more mental health resources, trusted adults, people just to talk to, and general counseling to replace security. This will lift that environmental strain on students and work towards stopping incidents before they even develop. The steps I've developed to make these changes are as follows. 1, schools need to sit down and facilitate these discussions, ask students what they think safety is, develop surveys, take notes, and learn. 2, we need to reevaluate mental health and how it plays a role in school safety. We should introduce mandatory mental health courses to schools. And 3, we need to reevaluate how general stress and curriculum-induced stress can relate to how we think about criminal activity amongst students. Before I leave, I'd like to ask you all a simple question. Can you all commit to making the steps necessary to remove and replace police officers in DCPS? Thank you for hearing me out and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Perla Guzman Martinez.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Greetings, council member. My name is Perla Guzman Martinez. I'm a sophomore at Columbia Heights Educational Campus. I'm a Ward 5 resident, and I plan to study and pursue a future of being a photographer. I'm also a youth advocate with the Young Women's Project. Today, I'm testifying to bring your attention to sexual harassment in my school and how it can be better handled across the city. Being followed and harassed through school hallways always made me realize that teachers don't understand what being uncomfortable looks like. I had an experience where during class, a student kept saying things to me until they finally laid their hands on me, and I reacted. As a result, I was kicked out for disrupting the class. Not only was my side of the story dismissed, but I got treated as if speaking up was wrong. Luckily, I was able to talk to a staff member who handled the situation properly. Unfortunately, there are times where sexual harassment happens inside the school, but still goes unreported. My school, along with DCPS, needs to stop ignoring the fact that bullying courses, sex ed classes, and consent classes are needed, because school safety does not only mean protecting school students by adding police officers and metal detectors, but it also means protecting students mentally. Providing sexual harassment training to employees and students, interactive videos, and TED Talks are perfect resources for discussion and can inform students about a topic at a steady pace while being virtual. The role of DCPS should be to implement the laws that they already have, like the School Safety Amendment Act of 2018. Topics about developing and maintaining healthy relationships, plus other appropriate topics to support the healthy development of students, is never talked about. They should take immediate and appropriate action when a student has an issue, like sending out a mass email to parents, counselors, and deans to assist and provide for the situation. The DC Council should enforce a month or week of sexual harassment awareness month, so that everyone is aware of what it might look like and the effects that it may lead to. Not once was Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month mentioned or even grazed over, which goes against the policy that already exists. As a result of these solutions, high school students will respect each other and create a proper environment for learning and won't have to fear that their classmates could take advantage of them. Thank you for your time, and I hope that the policies that DCPS already has will be carried out properly.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Manissa Powell.
Hello. Greetings, council members. I am Manissa Powell. I am 16 and I currently reside in Ward 4. I am in the 11th grade and attend Benjamin Banneker High School. I plan on attending a four-year college. I have worked with the Young Women's Project since 2019. I'm a youth advocate with YWP to uplift voices that aren't heard. I am testifying today to share my experiences with the dress code policy and to help improve the school environment for not only myself, but peers and staff. The dress code policy is ineffective. Dress code restricts self-expression in an environment that we are supposed to feel comfortable in. Before the pandemic, many of my friends have had to wear gym shorts and huge shirts to cover their outfits. Staff on the administration team typically stand out in the lobby while everyone is first entering the building. If you have on inappropriate clothing, they'll point you out and tell you which part of the dress code you broke. You are then told to change it to gym shorts, or they take you to the office and give you proper clothes. Things that are considered inappropriate are spaghetti straps, hats, do-rags, bonnets, and short skirts above the knee. Some of the dress code definitely targets students that have curvaceous body types. Also, some of the items like do-rags, headscarves, and bonnets are primarily worn by Black students who use those items to maintain and protect their hair. These policies are clearly discriminating and unfairly targeting Black women. Banneker's demographic is also mainly Black women. These policies promote prejudice about the way Black women are perceived, especially with their bodies and hair. It's not only distracting for the student to be targeted, but distracting to peers too. Having an environment that you feel most comfortable and safe in is extremely important. Post-pandemic, after wearing scarves through Zoom Teams, I think at school we should be able to wear it too. As a solution, schools should lessen the restrictiveness of the dress code. Also, students have had a very different experience before and during the pandemic. Pre-pandemic in school, no one really asked if everything was fine or not. Also, if you didn't have what you need for class, you just had to borrow from other students. Now, there's a therapist that asks you to talk if anything is wrong. They also make sure everyone has the proper technology for classes and homework. As a solution, schools should continue providing the basic necessities for students after the pandemic. I think it would be even more important to continue check-ins because after effects of the pandemic will be long-lasting in many homes. As a solution, Banneker should continue providing resources for mental health like sit-in chats or social and emotional learning meetings. Promoting them more through emails and having them accessible is very helpful. Giving students a voice in matters that concern them is very important. This will help high school students in DC because it would make us feel that our voice matters. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Talia George.
Hello, council members. My name is Dea George. I'm a youth advocate from Ward 3, and I'm a sophomore at School at Wells High School. I'm a youth advocate with the Young Ones Project, and I'm passionate about advocacy work because having empathy costs nothing, and just observing the current world is enough to radicalize anyone. I also enjoy initiating conversations that make people recognize their complacency or question their beliefs. I'm testifying today because I believe that high school students deserve year-round employment opportunities because early work experience is beneficial to the success of students after graduation. I was previously employed as a cashier at CC Welch Chinese Cafe in Richmond, Virginia from 2018 to 2019. Along with operating the register, I packed to-go orders. I gained important time management skills from balancing schoolwork and my job, which I learned to manage successfully. Even laborious tasks like scooping hot fried rice into buckets taught me to remain focused on one task for an extended period of time, a skill which even proved beneficial in completing my schoolwork. My next and current job is working as a youth advocate for the Young Women's Project. I feel angry about many issues facing youth today, which is a common sentiment among my peers, and this job provides me with the resources to take action. Managing work with my school assignments has prompted me to write a new to-do list for every week and granted me a sense of pride after crossing off each completed task. My salary at the Young Women's Project also helps me in feeling secure that my family is financially supported, which benefits my state of mind and subsequently my ability to succeed in school. School at Wells High School is effectively preparing me for post-graduation career success by extending opportunities such as the George Washington University Early College Program, in which we can earn our associate's degree from George Washington University while simultaneously working towards our high school diploma. Students at School at Wells are required to complete an internship prior to graduation, typically during our 11th or 12th grade years. Working as an intern, students can explore their personal fields of interest or gain experiences with networking, following deadlines, or improving professional communication. Unfortunately, this is not the case in the experience of many DC high school students. Some schools do not require internships nor provide opportunities for students to explore careers, get work experience, or earn college credits while in high school. Students need internship opportunities, and I recommend that DCPS continue to partner with DOES, other agencies, and nonprofits to create internship opportunities for students. Paid work supports students during a time when 25% of DC households with children are living in poverty. A source of income allows youth to consider the possibility of pursuing higher education, and working in new environments helps youth to explore previously unfamiliar career paths and teaches many life skills, including time management and financial literacy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Noah Schleifer.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Noah Schleifer and I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a senior at School Without Walls. I'm the co-editor of the newspaper and I hope to study public health in college. Since my junior year, I've worked at the Young Women's Project and I'm currently a youth justice advocate on the mental health team. As part of that team, I've met with city leaders to advocate for more youth input in our mental health systems. We appreciate your continuing support of YWP. Today, I would like to discuss the lack of accessibility to mental health resources for DCPS students. Specifically, I would like to discuss the lack of online information and clarity for students seeking resources. Mental health in schools is an important issue to me because the pandemic has exacerbated the issues many students were going through before. Virtual schooling has made getting work done so much harder, and as a senior in high school, I've seen the impact of the pandemic both on the mental health and academic performance of students. If DCPS truly values the gains made in the past years, as in graduation rates, test scores, and the like, they must also consider what goes on behind the scenes. As students struggle to get work done, their mental health issues can worsen at home without the attention of teachers or other school staff. Schoolwork can burden students, and pressure from the school environment itself plays a huge role in mental health struggles. We all know that students, teachers, and staff are facing challenges during the pandemic. I think that certain actions need to be taken to improve the school environment. 40% of student respondents in a recent survey by YWP reported that they had not received any individual support from a teacher or counselor in the past month. This mental health and wellness survey included 261 youth from 29 public schools. Another significant obstacle is that there's so little online information clearly catered to students about how to access mental health resources. YWP's mental health team conducted an analysis in February of the websites of 18 DCPS high schools, and we found that most provide virtually no information about mental health services and staff. In this research, we found that 61% of DCPS high schools do not provide information about mental health services in the school. In general, there's a lack of information given to students from both our schools and DCPS about how they can reach out for help. As we approach a year after the start of the pandemic, reliance on online resources has only grown. Despite these changes, from what you would see on high school websites, you would never know we are in a mental health crisis. Unfortunately, 94% of school websites do not provide an easy method for students to access online information about mental health. 64% of youth respondents in our survey shared that they had received no communication from their school about mental health services during the pandemic. 89% of school websites don't provide the DBH hotline number for mental health services on their website. We have to streamline our communication as students continue to stay home and we rely on the internet for so much of our communication. In order to make our services more streamlined and accessible, the DCPS website and individual school websites need to be more clear. They should provide contact information for social emotional staff at every school, as well as DBH staff at schools with that presence. There should be easy way for students to schedule appointments with counselors or social workers online. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope that you consider these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schleifer. Sophia Hasford.
Greetings, council members. My name is Sophia Hosford, and I'm a junior at Woodrow Wilson High School. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I plan to pursue a career in journalism or politics. I work as a youth advocate with the Young Women's Project, and as a member of the mental health team, I advocate for improved mental health services for DC youth. I'm also a research advisor with Child Trends. I'm here today to testify on the mental health referral process and the need to centralize mental health services. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experiences and thoughts today. These issues are important to me because the mental health of myself and my peers has only worsened during the pandemic. We must improve the systems in place to counteract the mental health challenges that we're all experiencing. Undoubtedly, there is a mental health crisis plaguing our country. The 2019 Youth Behavioral Risk Survey said that 20% of females and 14% of males in high school have a plan to kill themselves, which has certainly increased due to the pandemic. The inability to be in a typical school environment, coupled with anxiety, has definitely taken a significant toll on me, in part because there's no longer a separation between school and home. The desire to be the best and get the best grades is an overwhelming feeling that I've experienced and struggled with, as have my peers. Increased mental health support is vital in ensuring that my generation can overcome this tumultuous time. Not only do some students not know of mental health services, but they feel uncomfortable reaching out to someone. 55% of respondents from our mental health survey said they would not feel comfortable turning to an SEL staff member if they needed support. 24% of the survey respondents said they'd seriously considered attempting suicide within the past 3 months. These startling statistics must not go unnoticed and must be met with proper action. One area that needs improvement is the referral process for mental health services, which is cumbersome and frustrating. Making the referral process easier could determine if the student reaches out to an adult or suffers in silence. According to the DCPS Here For You pamphlet, the process to access mental health services for students includes 6 steps and 10 days, which is way too long. The steps for filling out the form include printing it out and scanning it. This is a burden for youth who may not have access to those materials. The form is also unrealistic. No one is going to admit to self-incriminating behaviors like skipping class or using drugs. The form also needs to be more accessible. 89% of the 18 school websites we analyzed do not provide the referral form on their websites. To improve the form, there should be open-ended questions and a 24-hour turnaround to ensure that students' needs are met. There should also be an online option, not just a written referral form. Youth should also not be required to self-report behaviors that could be used against them. These changes will help high school students in DCPS and public charter schools by easing the processes of getting mental health support. We are in a digital world, and making these changes should be a priority, especially as we near 1 full year of distance learning without the people and systems we are accustomed to having. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hosford. Nadia Gold-Moritz.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other council members. And thanks so much for this opportunity to testify. I'm Nadia Gold-Moritz. I'm the Executive Director of the Young Women's Project, Ward 4 resident, and I have 2 kids in the DC public school system. YWP develops leaders and puts them to work solving community problems. You met a number of our young people today. We have 3 teams of youth advocates and organizers that are working on projects in mental health, workforce, and safety. My job for the last year has been really working side by side the young people on the mental health team. So we have been immersed in the nitty-gritty and the weeds of mental health. We've been assessing how services are delivered, who's delivering them, how youth feel about it. We've developed curricula. We've also done a web assessment and survey assessment, which you've heard about today. And I think all of that work has really confirmed what we all already know in our hearts and also the national data, which is that young people are in a mental health crisis. The way we see it from our standpoint is that young people, on one side are the young people, and they are losing sleep, they are depressed, they are stressed, they are overwhelmed, and then on the other side are the practitioners. We have 150 in Department of Behavioral Health. We have 450 in DCPS, 168 in the high schools, but young people are not in touch with those folks for the most part. There's not information on websites. There's not ways to connect with practitioners. There's not wellness. You know, some schools, and I don't want to say, let me say this, a lot of teachers have picked up the slack. Young people have connected with them individually. That also shows in the survey. But by and large, there's not the infrastructure in place that we need to really make progress on this issue. We also are not teaching mental health education. The vast majority of students have had 1 hour or less of mental health education. So there is a lot we can be doing with the resources that we have right now. We put together 10 recommendations, a 6-month plan, and we are looking forward to meeting with council members to go into more detail. There are very common sense measures, including teaching resilience building, setting up a communications infrastructure, setting up dashboards where you could communicate data, engaging youth in decision making. Yeah, so we look forward to talking about that more with you individually and are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say that of everybody from the Young Women's Project, you're the only one who I don't have a statement from, a written statement from.
I did send it, sir, and I'll send it right now.
Thank you. Chika Anwuchi, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
No worries. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chika Anwuchi, and I'm the Program Manager of the Youth Justice Campaign at the Young Women's Project. YWP, as you've heard, is an organization that builds the leadership and power of DC youth to transform institutions. The Youth Justice Campaign specifically develops youth leaders as system change agents, and we focus on 3 issue areas: mental health, workforce, and school safety, of which I'm the team lead. Through the School Safety Campaign, youth leaders redefine and recreate school safety so that youth voice and experiences are central. Most recently, our team focused on school safety in the midst of the pandemic, where they channeled their frustrations with DCPS's reopening decisions into a petition that outlined several demands. So today I'll be testifying about the need for students to be at the center of decision-making through the Reopen Community Corps at their respective schools. In order to promote the highest levels of student achievement, students need to be actively engaged in the decision-making process of their educational experiences. This allows for optimal attendance, participation, and success. When students are not engaged, they are less likely to participate in discussions, complete assignments, or even show up to classes, albeit on Zoom. With the impact of the pandemic, and as we return to in-person learning, truancy will be an even more troubling crisis than we anticipate. Recently, YWP conducted a survey about youth wellness and reopening concerns. Unfortunately, over half of the respondents did not think that their schools were doing a good job of sharing information with students about reopening, and less than half actually provided feedback to the reopening plans at their schools. As such, 62% of our respondents said that they would like to offer their ideas on the reopening. Creating the conditions for dialogue, accountability, and understanding is essential in order to maintain student engagement, prevent alarming truancy rates, and get our students back to in-person learning successfully. The Reopen Community Corps should fill this gap as a decision-making body that ensures that students contribute directly and meaningfully to the reopening plans at their respective schools. This is why we are proposing the following solutions. Council mandate that at least 1/3 of the Reopen Community Corps members at each high school be students. Currently, out of the 7 members, the Community Corps team only has an added suggestion of student voices represented, which is alarming because students are the most impacted by reopening decisions. The details of these meetings should be made public for engaged stakeholders, namely the general student body, to attend. The link, date, and time should be published on the Reopen website. And as a follow-up, the minutes of these meetings, which should include key decisions, should be posted. This promotes transparency and accountability, qualities DCPS has struggled with in the past. Additionally, we are requesting that DCPS be asked to provide school attendance information at their next hearing, and that includes virtual, CARES classrooms, and in-person. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will commit to prioritizing student voices in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Anwuchi. I hope I pronounced it right that time. And I want to thank everybody from the Young Women's Project. I have your statements. We just got Ms. Cole-Moritz's statement. And I also appreciate that you summarized aspects of it so you stayed within your time. Thank you. And I'll look more closely at your statements. The next witness is Violeta Scott Marcus from Friendship Public Charter School. Is Ms. Scott Marcus from Friendship here?
Yes, I am here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Violeta Scott Marcus, and I am the Chief Academic Officer at Friendship Public Charter School, a community of 15 high-performing public schools in 5 wards across DC. As we look towards shifting from virtual to in-person learning for the majority of students, it's critical that we address learning loss and student social emotional wellness. These issues are discussed daily alongside how schools will effectively reopen their buildings and educate students prepared to thrive beyond the pandemic. March 13th marks a full year of virtual learning. This experience has revealed the incredible strength and creativity among educators, scholars, and families. Yet no matter how resilient and persistent, this year-long experience has magnified student isolation, trauma, and the deep inequities that exist across communities. While school communities like Friendship have made significant investments from mental health professionals and social workers on every campus, one-to-one technology, internet access, small group and individual tutoring, and meal distribution, among other resources, we know that these investments aren't just needed in the short term, but must be sustained for the foreseeable future. Our social workers and mental health personnel have particularly heavy caseloads while caring for students and families. While we see light on the horizon as vaccine access widens, this journey is far from over. Meanwhile, how do we help students get back on track academically and socially? The Council can make a difference by ensuring that we better support at-risk students. We request the Council double the amount of available social emotional personnel for schools and in the community. By increasing critical personnel, we can give students and families the time and resources they've identified as essential. Additionally, we need greater investment in at-risk academic funding. Specifically, we ask the Council to consider raising the amount of at-risk funds to the level specified in the At-Risk Funding Adequacy Report. The Council has a unique opportunity to look at all education data and outcomes from the lens of at-risk students. We already know what you will find, whether attendance, truancy, failing grades, tech access, social emotional health, or standardized test scores, our at-risk students are falling further behind. As Council members, you have each raised the concern of learning loss. You must put the resources in place so that those who have lost are losing the most get the supports they need. There was a time when schools were simply called to be great schools. We are now places of exceptional learning, social emotional support, technology innovation, meal delivery, and medical testing sites. We appreciate the Council's willingness to listen and respond to the needs of district students and families. We are depending on your partnership so that together we can ensure our most valuable students can rise above the lingering impacts of the global pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott Marcus. Chelsea Coffin with the DC Policy Center.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and especially the youth testifying in this panel today. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, where our education research focuses on how schools connect to broader dynamics in the District of Columbia. The pandemic put the district's public schools through an unprecedented stress test and imposed rapid changes on how students learn in public schools. 4 key challenges of distance learning in 2020 emerged from our research for the State of DC Schools report that we will release next week. The first key challenge was mental health. The social isolation, stress, and economic hardship brought on by the pandemic also likely increases the chances of anxiety and depression among DC's children and youth. The second key challenge was the digital divide. Although access to technology has improved, a September 2020 PAVE family survey found that 9% of respondents still lacked a device and 6% lacked internet, and that basic internet packages were not always adequate for video streaming. The third key challenge was providing services to the 16% of students with disabilities and the 13% of students who are English learners. Many services that students with disabilities require are difficult to deliver virtually. For some English learners, navigating learning platforms and school communications could be a challenge. The fourth key challenge for parents was communication. Messaging was sometimes confusing and conflicting, especially for parents of multiple children attending different schools. In addition to overall well-being, these challenges have had real implications for learning. Interrupting years of improvement in learning outcomes, the pandemic has meant less class time, including the 2019 to 20 school year that ended 3 weeks early and limited live instruction on Wednesdays at most schools. Early data from Empower K-12 show that DC students have likely learned less than they would have in a normal school year, and that at-risk students have likely had a greater disruption to learning than others. 3 questions emerge as key to ask of public schools in DC with an eye toward recovery. First, how are we rebuilding trust? Communication was challenging for some this past year at a time when parents and caregivers were asked to do more than ever. And in some cases, trust levels are very low. Many are questioning whether to return to in-person learning. Second, how are we adapting approaches to meet different needs? We know this year was harder for some students than others. Data and community feedback indicate that students designated at risk, English learners, and students with disabilities will likely have greater academic needs than during a regular school year, but each experience has been unique and will need a customized approach to get back on track, including providing options that work for students and their families. Third, how are we addressing holistic needs? Students are going to need more mental health supports than before. when they come back next year. Even early on in April of 2020, 54% of parents who responded to a survey conducted by Connect Ed thought their children were somewhat or very anxious. Over the past year, home and learning has become more intertwined than ever for DC's public school students, often leading to a larger disparity in access to learning opportunities. We need to reflect on this year and enable all of us to emerge stronger than before. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I assume that Joan Ships is not here. The next witness is Maya Walker with Black Swan Academy.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maya Walker, and I'm testifying as a representative of Black Swan Academy. In my role as Policy and Advocacy Manager, I work directly with young people to advance policies and practices that support their visions and needs. I recognize that schools are nothing without the young people that fill them. As such, it's important that schools be built up through the leadership and guidance of young people. I stand with young people, educators, and organizers in the call for police-free schools. We demand more opportunities for young people to define what safety looks like in their schools. Beyond getting police out of schools, it is also important that resources are funneled into these schools. I was extremely dismayed to learn that despite the mayor's budget getting pushed back by almost a month, schools were only granted 8 days to submit their reimagining school security applications. With this new timeline, I demand that schools be given an opportunity to resubmit or update their applications, and that the timeline to resubmit be adjusted. If given the chance, the possibilities for what schools might begin to imagine are expansive. For example, mental health is just one of the things schools would have a chance to re-envision. It is absolutely absurd that across the nation, 90% of schools do not meet the nationally recommended standards for having enough health support staff. No DC school should have an SRO and not also have a nurse, a counselor, and a social worker. As we move through this pandemic and the aftermath of a summer of hyper-visible violence, the need for social emotional learning staff is greater. Thus, we need a greater response. DC Public Schools' current comprehensive staffing model is inadequate for allocating sufficient social, emotional, and behavioral health staff in schools. As DC Public Schools revises its staffing model, it should allocate such resources in a way that addresses the trauma and behavioral needs of all students, not just the students with disabilities. In DC, 31% of students who are arrested have a disability. Similarly, 100% of school-based arrests involve students of color. The ways in which the youth are policed, as well as the trauma they may be carrying, certainly need to be taken into account. These youth are being asked to return to schools in which less access to essential social emotional support staff. Furthermore, there is a stark contrast in the amount of money and resource given to schools for policing versus what will actually support young people. Students do not need an introduction to the school to prison pipeline, but the reality is that schools with SROs have 5 times the amount of arrest as schools without. The money and resources that allow more armed police to patrol our schools and invoke fear and punishment can instead be used to add twice as many mental health professionals to our school. I ask that the council let students and people who support them guide us in what they need in this moment. You can do that by giving schools an opportunity to resubmit or update their reimagined school safety applications, extending the timeline for the above mentioned application, removing police surveillance technology and metal detectors from all schools in DC, and lastly, ensuring that the current and future efforts to reimagine school safety add to and not replace existing social, emotional, and behavioral health initiatives that were already underfunded to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Loretta Thompson, with Sitar Arts Center.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Okay. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Loretta Thompson. I'm the Deputy Director of Programs at Sitar Arts Center and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. And I'm here to testify about the importance of out of school time programming and how we can improve performance from last year. Sitar Arts Center's mission is to offer possibilities that transform the lives of children and teens born into a world of unequal access to opportunity. Sitar provides multidisciplinary arts programming after school and in the summer for grades K through 12, and early childhood arts programming for prenatal to age 7. We serve approximately 1,000 students annually 80% of our families enrolled have income that is at or below 50% of the median area income for the district. During the summer, SATAR also provides an internship program offering workforce skills in the creative economy for 50 district youth. SATAR operates in Ward 1 and predominantly serves wards 1, 4, and 5, but has students from all wards of the city. When SATAR closed its doors a year ago, we had full intentions of a quick return. Our staff worked quickly to provide online class options so our students could continue to feel as part of our community and be able to participate in classes they anticipated during after-school hours. SATAR was then able to develop a strong and engaging online summer camp program, offering full-day programs for K through 8th grade for 5 weeks and a virtual musical theater program. To ensure all students enrolled could participate fully, SATAR provided iPads and supplies for all classes, including books for literacy. We are now preparing to offer our spring semester and offering up to and over 35 arts classes, 25 private instrument lessons, an online aftercare program, and preparing to offer outdoor classes for our early childhood program. I understand how difficult this last year has been, and I appreciate the support the mayor and the council have shown to OST during the pandemic and holding OST harmless during the last year's budget season. It also has become apparent that OST programs need more funding to continue to operate through the current conditions and begin to prepare to shift towards a new way of functioning. SATAR Arts Center and all of the OST programs immediately responded in the wake of the pandemic. While students have struggled academically, OST programs continue to provide valuable skills and experiences, most often not included during the school day, yet beneficial to students' social, emotional, and developmental well-being. Many students thrive in OST online programming, while students were provided with devices and supplies and connected with peers in many meaningful ways that cross barriers, not linked to grades. However, cuts to budgets can be detrimental to our programs, especially now. SATAR can provide valuable feedback regarding school opening plans and understand how best to collaborate with schools. We're currently finalizing plans for summer, but desperately need to be included in conversations with OST programming and DCPS. Some of my recommendations are to make sure that OST needs increased funding to support the increase in changing budget needs of programs, having more open conversations with the chancellor, DCPS community, and OST community, develop a citywide resource for families with up-to-date information to access OST programs, having communication needs to be more inclusive to OST programs, investing funding in OST program, which has shown proven results in our youth, and identifying clear reporting points of change for OST programming so we know how it will affect our applications to advance our programs and grants. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I believe Lakeisha Lloyd-Lee is not here. Alan LeGrenade Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the DC Council. It's an honor to be here today. Good afternoon. My name is Alan LeGrenade Finch, and I proudly serve as the School Partnerships Director for City Year Washington, DC. I'm also a proud alum of City Year as well. As many of you already know, City Year is a national education nonprofit that recruits, trains, and deploys talented young people known to us as AmeriCorps members to support students in schools. We've been supporting students in public schools across DC for more than 12 years, and today I'm excited to share some important updates about our work. City Year AmeriCorps members serve full-time as near-peer tutors, mentors, and role models. And this year, over 150 City Year AmeriCorps members are serving over 8,000 students in 15 DCPS schools and 2 public charter schools. While distance learning changed the tools we use to reach our students each day, the supports we provide them have remained the same. School leaders choose to invest in a City Year team because our AmeriCorps members provide comprehensive, evidence-based interventions to encourage regular attendance, build social emotional skills, and accelerate student growth in math and English. In fact, an independent analysis by Deloitte found that for schools we partner with, City Year is 78% more cost-effective than contracting with individual providers to deliver the same set of services. And City Year DC outpaces national benchmarks for student progress. For example, in the school year ending in 2019, elementary school students enrolled in our program outperformed City Year's national average of assessment growth by 29 points. As you all heard from Empower K-12's testimony last month, DC students have lost on average 4 months of learning in math and 1 month of learning in reading. In spite of challenges presented by the pandemic, City Year's commitment to providing students with high quality intervention has not wavered. To date, America members have provided over 1,500 students with nearly 8,000 hours of high dosage tutoring in math and English. And our mostly Gen Z core is uniquely equipped with the tech skills required to shift to all virtual student support with relative ease. COVID-19 has only increased the demand for services like Cydia. As we plan for the upcoming school year, there's been a dramatic increase in interest from school partners. Over a dozen new schools have reached out to us so far, tripling last year's number. While exciting, we don't currently have the budget or the staff capacity to meet the rising needs without outside public funding help. With your continued support for our work, we can all come together to ensure that students across DC reconnect with their school communities, re-engage with their learning, and recover from learning loss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lagrenade Finch. I believe Reginald Black is not here. So the last witness this round is Alethea Etinoff from Point of Care Childcare.
Good afternoon. My name is Alethea Etinoff with Point of Care Childcare, and I'm a resident of Ward 8. Point of Care Childcare is an early Head Start childcare partner. I'm a member of Under 3 DC, a coalition which is committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of financial assistance and childcare for a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. Every business sector in the district relies on childcare, which is in itself a business sector. It is the work that makes all other work possible. Yet our minimal investments in the sector means early learning programs like mine are teetering on the brink of collapse. More investments were necessary before the pandemic and continue to be necessary now and in the future. OSSI's enrollment policy at the beginning of the pandemic provided needed stability for my business, but it wasn't enough because ratios changed and minimum wage in the district increased to $15 per hour. The recent federal relief package for childcare are the only hope for my business and many others to avoid permanent closure. OSSI must commit to putting those funds to work immediately as substantial grants and or extending the higher subsidy rates for the duration of the current fiscal year. DC is poised to receive nearly $41.6 million in federal aid for the subsidy child care slots. The DC Child Care Associations have recommended 3 priorities for the CCDBG dollars. Pay based on pre-pandemic enrollment to keep stability in the subsidy payment providers receive for the remainder of the year. In addition to enrollment-based payments, OSSI should also pay out for attendance of children who have changed early learning settings during the pandemic, provide reimbursements for virtual learning services. Further, OSSI should begin providing immediate aid to early education providers as they need to be able to plan their budgets and reopen capacities for this spring and summer. And separately, DC is poised to receive another $39.8 million for childcare stabilization. These funds would be well spent as relief grants for mixed model and private tuition early learning programs who are also suffering from financial impacts and lower enrollment. The grant operated by LEF was a good model for many child care operators. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Etinoff. I see that I was wrong about Reginald Black, that he is here. So would you please proceed?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am here. My name is Reginald Black. I'm a native Washingtonian, and I am a new Ward 4 resident, also a consumer representative for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I am here today in my capacity as the Advocacy Director for the People for Fairness Coalition. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education is one of the main entities working with unhoused youth in our schools in the district. We traditionally see higher numbers of unhoused youth every year. That seems to indicate we need a better system of counting our unhoused population overall. It's usually 3 to 4 times higher than the point in time count in January. And it's just youth. The experience of unhoused youth is unique in terms of formal institutionalized experience. Most of our unhoused youth are from foster or formerly unhoused families. Housing instability has a profound effect on our community, and contributes to extreme generational poverty in our community. Youth with this experience face a myriad of subsequent traumas related to their housing instability. We need to do a better job of locating unhoused youth and encourage them to partake in many of the services that we have brought online to make their experience rare, brief, and non-recurring. OSSI is a great partner in our youth space with constant participation in our meetings and are great at engaging youth, but still, there are issues. In the latter months of 2020, the Interagency Council on Homelessness initiated and conducted a racial equity audit. The government tier of the council, Homelessness Council, in my opinion, has not fully embraced racial equity. Many agencies, like the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the Office of the City Administrator, and the District of Columbia Housing Authority, are not as engaged in this process as the Child and Family Services Agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Department of Human Services. OSSI should be participating in surveys like this provided by ICH. Please inquire into why this agency did not engage with an internal racial equity audit initiated by the ICH. How can we say we are committed to racial equity if our public entities refuse to participate? Our youth are important, and they must experience equity the same as adults. They suffer the same racial disparities that we all do, but have a harder time processing it because they are youth. They are just starting their life journey, and it's not fair for them to feel the same level of disparity as adults. And it's not fair that their journey through life starts off with disparate conditions, and those continue throughout. We want the REACH Act to be successful, and to do that, our government must fully commit to racial equity, and not in words, but in actions and policies that will give a greater experience with services. The unhoused of any age have been failed by what is in place right now. And the only way to go is to make sure that we fully back the idea of racial equity. I will be pleased to work with your office and others to help the Office of the State Superintendent of Education bring equity to services and housing the unhoused will need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I believe that completes everybody that is in this panel or this group. I want to remind folks that if you have not sent us your written statements, please do that. It's helpful to us. I was particularly intrigued with Maya Walker's testimony regarding security and their recommendations from Black Swan Academy. And there were other witnesses, some of the students, but I have their statements. If you, Ms. Walker, could make a point of getting us your statement, I would appreciate it. I'm going to turn to colleagues to see if they have questions. It's a challenge knowing whether everybody is here. Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Is it my turn, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Oh, okay, hold on one second. Hold on. There's a lot of hearings going on today, so I'm double fisting. But I didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk to some of the students who testified. But first, can I start with Miss Nadia Gold?
Okay, I can only guess what we should do, but perhaps.
Can you possibly share with my office the survey data?
Follow-up questions.
Because I thought that was really interesting and would love to get sort of a better sense and idea. I know that you guys are still having the surveys that's kind of out there, but would love to hear a little bit about that, or to actually see the data a bit more. Chioma and Izine, I'm not sure if you guys are still on. You might have popped off because you got stuff to do.
Still here. Chioma's still here.
Okay. I wanted to ask you more or less about the, you were talking about some of the mental health pieces, and I sit on the Committee on Health, and we had a separate conversation with the Department of Behavioral Health around the school-based mental health program. And I'm curious, have you guys been made aware of the resources that are available? Do you feel like students know that this is an option for them?
I don't think students are aware of the resources available.
Okay, so what would be your suggestion on how we best get that information out there?
I would say distribute it to high schools so that they can make it known to their students.
Okay.
I would say that especially now that we're virtual, like social media would be like a good way to be able to reach out to students because a lot of people use that platform. So if maybe like having some kind of social media page and where students can be able to reach out and, you know, be able to express how they're feeling or be able to, you know, be provided with the resources or where they can reach out to, you know, that would be a good start.
Okay. Okay. And no, I hear you on that. I mean, I think that the pandemic has been a stressful time for everyone. And I know we are spending money on resources, you know, to help young people through this time. And if it's not getting to you, I think perhaps we do a better job of connecting the services with elementary and middle school students because, you know, they're in a more controlled environment. Whereas for you guys in high school, you're making a lot of the choices and decisions for yourself. But thank you for that. Is Janae and Janaya still on? Maybe.
Hi, yes, I'm still here.
Hi, I wanted to say I appreciate your testimony around school safety and safe passage issues. And obviously, you know, you guys have been doing the virtual, but so those situations may have died down, but have not necessarily gone away. And so I'm curious, as you're thinking about in terms of heading into next school year, what are the recommendations that you would have us think about and consider?
Okay, so similar to what I said in my my testimony, I think that including more security that students are familiar with would be good, and then also spreading more knowledge about the program, because until I started to do my own research, I'd never heard of this program like ever. And I've been at these, I think it was introduced in 2019, maybe last year. And yeah, I've never heard of it. Another thing that I feel like would be really beneficial to the program itself would be maybe making it into a more secure app or website where like you have to maybe put in your student ID in order to get into there, as opposed to just being able to go on there and anybody can see the safe spots. I feel like that leaves you to, like, yes, to have more danger, something like that.
Now let me ask you, when you say more school secure or more security or safe, trusted persons, who are you referring to? Because, you know, Jean-Pierre and Haven testified about not wanting more police officers in schools. So I'm trying to understand what the balance is here.
Right. So everybody's, you know, experience is different. So me personally, my security at my school, they are fine with me. And Janae talked about how she has a nice relationship with her security, but Haven and P don't share the same thing. So I understand that. So, and I also talked about how I didn't think that having more security would be good. Maybe just, like I said, forming better relationships. And then also the people and businesses that are a part of the Safe Passage program, maybe coming in and talking, like just getting familiar with the students so the students actually feel comfortable going to those places and not just, you know, like it's a random place I'm going to if I need help. They actually like form a relationship with that business and know who they are and things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And is Haven on? Jean-Pierre? I bring y'all into this conversation.
Yes, I'm here.
You know, I think your testimony was very interesting and it kind of reminds people there are folks who have this very very rosy picture of the things that are going down at Wilson High School. And I think you kind of shed light like, oh no, it's not all bubblegum and fairies over here. We do still have some particular issues around building an inclusive community. You spoke about if students knew more about the Holocaust, perhaps they wouldn't necessarily do those particular things. Are you suggesting a change in curriculum, or what are your thoughts there?
I am suggesting a change in our curriculum. Wilson, we do just tap on some subjects, like, actually, no, my freshman year, I believe that was the year we should have learned about the Holocaust. I feel like if anything, it was maybe 5 minutes in a lesson. And I don't think that our curriculum is touching on a lot of issues of like unheard voices or just any type of marginalized groups, and just talking about all type of just groups of people. I think we're just focusing on, they want to get down the history that they know of when it comes to like presidents and stuff like that. But I think we really need to tap more into issues, because there's obviously a lack of information with our students, and it's a lot of ignorance that's happening in my school.
Good, thank you for that. My time is up, but I just wanted to say to Mensa, who testified, I think you bring up a really interesting point around school dress code issues and the need to sort of rethink this as students come back in person. Because I often say to myself, even my colleagues, right, like, I look very professional from here up. I'm wearing leggings. And it's going to be a struggle when we have to go back out in person to do that type of work again. But how do we make that transition for students so that they're not unnecessarily getting disciplinary reactions for that? But thank you to everyone who testified. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is Councilmember Silverman here? If not, I'm going to thank all of the witnesses. I appreciate your time and your waiting and your testimony. And again, submit written statements if you've not already. So you're all excused. And I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I'm going to start with Stefan Lockridge, whom I called earlier, but I understand he's now present. Laura Jackman, who's with the Low Income Investment Fund. Ann Sun, who's with Lafayette Elementary School. I know she's a parent there. Dolly Turner. Lisa Rosenthal Yaffe, who is with DC Arts and Humanities Foundation, DC Arts and Humanities Education Collaborative. Sharniqua Green, who's with FAN DC. Robin Thurston, a parent. Gretchen Vanderveer, who's with Fair Chance. Leah Sims, who's with PAVE. Patricia Palestra, who's with Lafayette Elementary School. Latrell Fitchett, who's with Promoting Love and Wisdom Home Child Care Center. Jenna Day, who's with DC Strings Workshop. Don Johns, who's with DMV Percussion Academy. Oliver Spurgeon, who's with DC Strings Workshop. Cynthia Davis, who's with DC Family Child Care Association. I believe not all these folks are here, so I'm calling more than 20. Mulu Kenya, K-E-N-E-A is the last name, Muluwerk Kenya. Carol Spring. Letty Mendez, who's with PAVE. The last name, or the first name is L-E-Y-D-I, Letty Mendez. Valerie Jablo. Lubertha Payne, who's with Burt's Family Child Care. Ronald Jarrett, who's with U3DC. Sherry Davis. Jennifer Mampara, who's with Fresh Farm Footprints. Ricardo Villaba, who's with PAVE. Nicole Renard, who's with Amadon Bowen Elementary School PTA. Tyler Grigsby, Shaden Dawet, Timon Lawson, Alona Robinson. Those four individuals are with One Common Unity. Larry Bram with Easter Seals, DC, Maryland, Virginia. Elizabeth Morin, Afra Dormu, who's with Jubilee Housing. Christy Matthews with the DC Girls Coalition. Lupe Quinteros Grady, who's with the Latin American Youth Center. Lucas Jemison, who's with Life Pieces to Masterpieces. And Jen Matolenic, who's with Kindred. So let's start with Stefan Lockridge. Everybody should be let in.
Yes. How are you today?
Let's start with you. 3-minute clock, and it should be, if you're in gallery view, at the top of your screen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the council. Thank you for having me. My name is Stefan Lockridge, and I'm the vice chairperson and co-founder of the William O. Lockridge Community Foundation. I'm a Ward 8 and DC native and music production teacher at Somerset KIP DC, also located in Ward 8. The Lockridge Foundation was established over 10 years ago in memory of my late father, William O. Lockridge, who was a champion advocate for the East of the River community, specifically as the school board representative for 17 years. And the Lockridge Foundation has focused on providing scholarships to students who live or attend in Ward 7 and 8, in which we give we've given over $150,000 in scholarship funds and provide opportunities for students to travel internationally. Recently, the foundation has made viable efforts to be a voice for the community by holding forums discussing different challenges affecting the community. In the fall, the foundation held a virtual community forum addressing legislation relating to MPD's contract with DCPS and whether it was beneficial to residents of the district. The conversation was lively and included representatives of MPD, DCPS, parents, school staff, and by far the most important group, our students. The conversation was amazing and led to the Lockridge Foundation sending an open letter to the DC Council for consideration and legislation decision-making regarding MPD and DCPS security contracts. After an impactful forum, we decided to hold another forum discussing COVID-19 and the effects it has on students' mental health. Our recent panel included students, mental health practitioners, school officials, and parents. We were blessed to have 2 students from DCU City Council represent in the conversation, and they provided great insight and ideas to overcome the many challenges COVID-19 has presented to us all. The purpose of this particular testimony is to highlight and report takeaways from the discussion. A common thread throughout the discussion was a need for providing efficient mental health support for students in and out of the school building. Most agree providing mental health services should be a priority, and the current services have not shown to be enough support, especially during COVID-19. COVID-19 has indeed forced all of our hands to address student challenges, both at home and in school, issues some of us which were present for before COVID-19 arrived in our country and will remain the same if we don't take steps to change it. So we asked the council to consider providing streamlined intentional mental health services for both students and their families, providing clear plans and timelines for actions in regards to returning to school was another concern for the panel. Students and parents expressed concerns for communication to prepare for schools to open. In these certain times or in these uncertain times, the foundation believes it is imperative to be transparent when it comes to our kids. Though schools are in the process of opening back up, please consider an extensive review of the school opening process in the fall, including a communication plan to decrease anxiety amongst families who are not comfortable sending students back to school. Also wanted to mention—
Mr. Lockridge, your time has expired.
Sorry, thank you.
We have a copy of your statement, so thank you.
Appreciate that.
Laura Jackman.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of council. My name is Laura Jackman. I'm the program manager of the DC Early Care and Education Program at the Low Income Investment Fund, more commonly known as LIF, and a proud DC resident. LIF is a national community development financial institution, CDFI, and we partner with OSSI as an intermediary to administer grant funds to childcare providers in the district. Our DC program began in spring 2018 when we began administering the DC Access to Quality Childcare Grant Program. That was the program to expand infant and toddler care by 1,000 slots. I never got to publicly share the results of that program that ended in September, so I'd like to share some stats about that and our other work. We awarded $8.1 million in grants, creating 1,244 new infant and toddler slots, and provided over $470,000 in COVID relief grants to those grantees. We also leveraged over $25 million in other funding for those childcare facilities projects. And those projects that were funded through ADQ will increase providers' revenue by over $22 million annually. Then, of course, we pivoted to provide support to childcare providers during COVID-19. We awarded grants to family child care providers, and we're currently administering the DC Child Care Road to Recovery Grant Program that will provide $5.8 million in COVID relief grants to district child care providers. That's funded by OSSI through the CARES Act and city dollars that were literally announced 20 minutes ago through the mayor's press release. Since 2018, we've provided over 2,000 hours of technical assistance to help district child care providers plan facilities projects, navigate regulatory processes, build business plans and budgets, understand and access federal relief programs. So really the important thing I want to highlight is that we partnered with an SBA lender called the Community Reinvestment Fund that helped get over $1 million of PPP loans into the hands of district child care providers. And then we maintain a list of business resources for child care providers and participate in the biweekly stakeholders call with OSSI. The district government has made laudable investments in childcare throughout the course of the pandemic, but childcare providers are facing a fragile and uncertain future. We urge council to fund the Birth to Three for All Act and make targeted investments in expanding childcare facilities in the district to address the high cost and low supply of childcare. If we want all Washingtonians, especially women and women of color, to have a fair shot at economic opportunity, we must invest in childcare. We continue to receive inquiries at LIF from DC childcare providers about the availability of expansion grants for childcare facilities because many programs see commercial spaces available now and they want to expand their capacity. Childcare is essential to reinvigorating the district's economy. It's time for the DC business and community development worlds, including agencies such as DEMPED, DSLBD, and DHCD, to open their arms to childcare as both a public amenity and economic investment. LIF will continue to work tirelessly to bridge the gap between childcare and economic investment and urge district government to open doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackman. Ann Sun from Lafayette.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a parent at Lafayette Elementary School. I serve as the HSA co-president at Lafayette. I'm speaking as an individual and not for the HSA or the LSAT. As a mom to 3 kids, including one yet to start at Lafayette, I want to call attention to the importance of funding our school fully to support academics, special subjects, which are given short shrift from a budget perspective at larger schools like Lafayette due to the shortcomings of the comprehensive staffing model, resource specialists, and early childhood education. As many have mentioned, budget cuts at DC public schools is the opposite of what we should be doing in this moment. We have to increase school budgets substantially for next year to meet kids where they are when they come back to school. I urge the council to press for more in-person teaching beginning as soon as term 4 and certainly by the start of school year 2021. My 4th grader attends in-person school at Lafayette, but only receives 40 minutes of in-person instruction per day. And the rest of her day is still on the computer. We need to do better to prioritize our children's learning and bring more teachers back to teach in person as soon as possible. More teachers teaching in person as soon as possible, again, is the biggest factor in supporting learning recovery and our children's mental health. There's been a lack of clarity and communication from DCPS, which has only added to the confusion for parents, teachers, and schools. With so much lost already, let's make a real plan for better reopening in term 4 and next school year. In addition, I urge the council to find approximately $150,000 for DCPS to lease space at the Episcopal Center for Children at 5901 Utah Avenue Northwest, and to begin planning and exploration to renovate the space for future DCPS needs. The 4-building, 7-acre property is located just half a mile from Lafayette Elementary, within walking distance and within the school boundary. With the mayor's small area plan soon to be enacted, the student population DCPS has to serve soon will surely grow in the local area. Lafayette is significantly overcrowded, and the Episcopal Center space would be a strategic leasing opportunity for DCPS, one that the community has already shown enthusiasm for. Finally, I encourage the council to emphasize early childhood education in funding for our schools. Pre-K education is a crucial component of our public schools and should be offered to as many students as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sun. I don't believe Ali Turner is here, so the next witness is Lisa Rosenthal Yaffe.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Lisa Rosenthal Yaffe, the Executive Director of the DC Arts and Humanities Education Collaborative. We're the DC organization that works with DC cultural institutions and educators, DC public and public charter schools to provide equitable access to experiential learning in the arts and humanities for DC students. I will just provide a bit of an overview. More details are in my written testimony. As you may know, the DC Collaborative has a 23-year history in providing equitable access to the arts and humanities. We collect data that helps equitably distribute arts education resources to students in all wards. We work collectively and collaboratively with all education agencies, in particular DCPS and the DC public charter schools. And we've been a key arts and humanities partner with DCPS and the charter schools, certainly during the FY21 year. There continues to be demand for our services and needs for arts and humanities education providers in schools, out of school time and after school time in all 8 wards of the district. And this year during the dual pandemics, the DC Collaborative has actually already served 24,000 students and educators. And with our distance learning resource database, which has over 140 unique visits every day, we provide curricularly connected DCPS family cornerstone connected learning opportunities full of social emotional learning components for students and their families. During the pandemic and just within this last year, we convene the community. We hold state of arts education conversations. We've addressed the new inequities in arts and humanities access through distance learning. And we also work very closely with so many stakeholders in the cultural and education landscape, including working with DC Public Schools on a student gallery for the National Cherry Blossom Festival, which will actually be an online student exhibition this year. So for today's educational performance oversight hearing, there are 4 points and questions that I'd like to pose to you. One, the need for increased support for us to do our work, to provide the important SEL programs. And some questions around the OSSI budget. There was $1 million that was put towards arts, humanities, education funds that came over from local dollars from the commission. And we'd like to know what happened to those. We understand so many budget cuts have had to happen, but those are dollars that could have helped us in our transition. In addition, there were, Chairman Mendelson, you may recall, there was a data visualization arts access money that was put into the OSSI FY21 budget, $250,000 for us to apply for, and we have been told that that's not available. Especially relevant with you having a data roundtable coming up on March 18th. DC Collaborative is the unique organization that can help connect the 120 different cultural institutions to student learning. And that data visualization money, if it can't be provided in this current fiscal year, we'd like for it to be allocated for FY22 so that we can make sure we're continuing to do this work so that we're all ready and prepared in whatever hybrid form we are next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe Sharniqua Green is here or Robin Thurston. So the next witness is Gretchen Vanderveer.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Gretchen Vanderveer and I'm the CEO of Fair Chance, an almost 20-year-old DC-based nonprofit and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I am also a former DCPS parent. Fair Chance is a social change organization with a vision for a city where every child succeeds. We believe that community-based nonprofits, like many of those who have testified here today, are critical players in combating the effects of poverty on children. Annually, Fair Chance selects cohorts of nonprofits, predominantly led by people of color, and provides them with a free year-long partnership program that strengthens organizational infrastructure and sustainability. Our goal is to ensure these organizations are strong resources in their communities for years to come. And since 2002, we have worked with over 100 DC nonprofits, mostly from Wards 7 and 8. More than half of the nonprofits in our network provide out-of-school time programs. When the pandemic started last spring and schools and businesses closed, we reached out via phone to our alumni. We were able to reach roughly 60 nonprofit leaders who shared heroic stories of adapting to new remote learning platforms, adding food and supply delivery services, adapting in-person curricula to the online environment, and training up staff to operate new software and troubleshoot technology issues. In addition, these amazing professionals have provided needed support for anxious children and youth in an unprecedented time of uncertainty. As we begin to plan for a recovery phase in the coming months, I want to offer the following recommendations. 1, include the nonprofit sector as partners in solving the growing learning and achievement gaps due to COVID. Schools can be siloed because there is so much required of them, and administrators and teachers can be overwhelmed. Yet learning about valuable nonprofit resources may be the answers to some of their challenges. OST programs can adapt and deliver curriculum to support school learning goals if they are included in the planning moving forward. 2, continually communicate the status of summer and fall plans to the network of OST programs. 3, let's work together on getting the word out to parents about the list of available and affordable nonprofit OST providers in their neighborhoods. These should be published on school websites, on bulletin boards, and emails sent to parents and referenced in news alerts and press releases. Parents need to know, and schools should be able to refer them to additional academic support their students may need. 4, invest what it will take. On behalf of the network of Fair Chance nonprofits, we are grateful that funding for OST programs was held relatively harmless last year. However, looking at a daunting learning loss and achievement gaps that need to be addressed, the council would be wise to invest even more in OST programs and engage us as full partners to help the city address both learning regression and the social emotional issues we are seeing. I hope that we can achieve even more together in the future through schools and nonprofits working together with increased OST funding in the education budget. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderveer. Leah Sims.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lee Sims. I'm a proud Ward 6 parent of one budding preschool student. I also serve with PAVE as a Ward 6 PLE board member. In the fiscal year 2021 budget, we saw many important investments in parent priorities, including a 3% increase in uniform per student funding formula, UPSFF, and and an additional $300,000 in funding for at-risk students. Those are important investments. Today, I'm testifying before you because we need to see a UPSFF and at-risk weight that is funded to the recommended adequacy levels. This ask is important for my family because we chose this city as our home, and we hope that while we choose to remain Washingtonians, we get to see all of our community members access the best the city has to offer. As a child, I used to beg my mother and father to send me to private school. The students were always a year ahead in math, and the required reading seemed to be just a little bit more interesting to me. My private school request was never realized, even though I tantrumed about it all through middle school and even the beginning of high school. One day, my mother sat me down and explained to me that she and my father were strong public school advocates, and as long as they were able, they would select their place of residence based on the quality of the public education provided in that district. DC should invest in equitable school funding and funding for students who are most vulnerable, including $106 million to fully fund the UPSFF per pupil funding and $78.5 million to fully fund the at-risk weight. In 2013, the 2013 adequacy study reported that the base UPSFF should be $11,638 when adjusted for inflation. However, the UPSFF is currently set at $11,310, which is a gap of nearly $320 per student. The 2013 study said the at-risk rate should be 0.37 or $4,062 per student. The at-risk rate is currently set at 0.22 or $2,551 per student, which is a gap of $1,879 per student. Even though I was a DC public and charter school teacher for more than 10 years, the statement my mother made so many decades ago hits home literally. As I think about my son's public school trajectory, I have to ask myself, If the city is not working at the margins, are they not performing a disservice to all? In other words, if it's not good enough for my neighbor, it's not good enough for me. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I want to see for our kids and our city. I hope you'll consider fully funding the UPS-FF and at-risk weight for the betterment of our community and the benefit it will provide to our kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. I believe Patricia Balestra is not here, nor Latrell Fitchett. So the next witness is Jenna Day with DC Strings Workshop. Ms. Day? I actually saw her earlier and Jenna Day.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
I'm sorry. There we go. Sorry about that.
Please proceed.
So good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jenna Day, and I am a music store owner and serve as the chairman of the board of the DC Strings Workshop. First, a huge thank you for making the investment to increase school-based mental health supports and additional enhancements for our out-of-school time programs, the OST programs. For DC Strings Workshop and the other community-based organizations, OST supports have been critical in helping DC Strings Workshop to keep the music playing. Studies have shown that through the pandemic, music has provided a critical social and emotional support to students while in isolation. The funding has helped us to reach over 75 youth with 10 instructors and offering group therapy in addition to music lessons on a weekly basis. But we definitely need your support to keep these vital programs going strong and the teachers who lead them day in and day out. These programs are even more vital when too many youth have been in front of screens on Zoom for hours on end, yet we expect them to achieve and remain focused throughout the day. The waiting list for our programs was over 60 students, showing that the need and desire for this type of enrichment and healing is critical. After school and summer programs like the ones DC Strings offer are linked to increased engagement in class, social and emotional skills, self-esteem, all factors that drive improved academic performance. We know that so many students are falling behind in a virtual learning environment. My daughter, Savannah, is a good example. I pulled her out of virtual school and I am now homeschooling her as she was struggling both mentally and academically. Early summer education loss results in the consequences of much later in life, such as whether students drop out of high school or whether they attend college. Disadvantaged youth fall significantly behind in reading during the summer in comparison to their growth during the school year. These expanded enrichment opportunities do not just benefit children from families and communities. Benefits for working parents concerned about their children's after-school care miss an average of 8 days of work per year. COVID-19 has exacerbated the longstanding inequalities in our city and in our education system. Even before the pandemic, research found that 11 out of every 100 renters in DC was experiencing an eviction filing. In wards 7 and 8, the rate is nearly doubled, with 20 out of 100 and 25 out of 100 people experiencing eviction respectively. As of yesterday, March 8th, there have been over 41,000 positive COVID-19 cases, and over 1,000 people have lost their lives to the virus in DC, undoubtedly leaving many more with trauma, grief, and loss. The majority of COVID-19 related deaths has been people of color. We have had students who have lost family members and teachers and who have been impacted. According to the 2019 census, 46 of the DC residents are Black, 46 are white. However, over 74% of all lives lost from COVID have been Black, and only 10% of the lives lost were white. I urge you to continue to do more to make the vaccine equitable and the distribution be able to be rolled out. In closing, I encourage you to support Councilmember Robert White's initiative to empower the State Board of Education.
Ms. Day, you're over your time.
Okay, thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Oliver Spurgeon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I'm Oliver Spurgeon, a Ward 8 resident, treasurer of DC Strings, and also a board member. We're a nonprofit organization committed to bringing music to all parts of our city, particularly underserved areas. It's important to perform live music in neighborhoods in areas where it isn't normally heard, so people get a chance to hear music in the context of their everyday lives. DC Strings Workshop operates from the belief that all people, particularly young people, should experience the joys of music and have access to quality music instruction. Even during the pandemic, we've developed new ways to engage our audience of adults and youth alike through virtual concerts, music lessons, workshops, and even conversations that are virtual as well. DC Strings believes that each student's creativity and self-expression is a birthright and that all children should have access to performing arts, visual arts, and the humanities. I'm here today to call upon DC's public and charter schools to expand their music programs by partnering with more community-based music organizations in the neighborhoods where students live. Unfortunately, many music teachers in DC public schools continue to do more with less. In one of the highest per pupil spending school systems in our nation, our students deserve robust opportunities to learn an instrument, understand the history of jazz and go-go, or how the jobs of the future in music technology and production are attainable to them. Learning an instrument or the history of go-go and jazz in DC shouldn't just be an experience for the elite or forgotten in the history books in school. Yet today, too many of our youth do not have access to quality music education programs in school, and we know that these programs work to boost student achievement, to reduce behavior problems, and to provide creative outlets to our students. DCPS must do more to invest in providing music instruments and music instrumentation and instruction in an equitable way that reflects the history, contributions, and musical achievements of the district. More importantly, we know that out-of-school time programs are standing in the gap for so many kids who otherwise wouldn't be able to participate in these enrichment activities. For every dollar that the district invests in OST, the city saves $2.50 in crime-related costs. The rate of violent crimes committed by youth is the highest during the hours right after school, with close to 1 in 5 juvenile violent crimes taking place between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. This crisis does not reflect what our youth were experiencing before COVID. Sadly, in 2019, about 1 in 3 middle school students and 1 in 5 high school students seriously thought about killing themselves. Of the 5 million students impacted by mental health issues in the US, 80% of students won't receive counseling, therapy, medication, or treatment. And this means that more than 20,000 children covered by Medicaid in DC likely have a mental health disorder that can be identified and requires treatment, but year after year, the data shows they go without. Chairman, I urge you guys to continue to demand answers and more accountability that are sorely lacking in DCPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. I believe Don Johns is not here from DMV Percussion Academy or Cynthia Davis. So the next, or Mula Work Kenya, or Carol Spring, or Letty Mendez. I'm told Letty Mendez is here. Ms. Mendez? Please proceed.
Yeah. Hi, I'm sorry. Yeah, I am here. Thank you. I am Lady Mendez. Thank you. I'm sorry. Buenas tardes, presidente Mendelssohn y miembros del Consejo de DC. Mi nombre es Lady Méndez y soy mamá de 2 maravillosos niños que asisten a la escuela Capitol Hill Montessori. Soy residente de la zona 1 y también soy miembro de Padres Amplificando Voces de Educación en PAIF y en la mesa directiva de Padres Líderes de la zona 1 y Padres Líderes Latinos. En el presupuesto del año fiscal de 2021 vimos muchísimas inversiones muy importantes en las prioridades de los padres, que incluyen un aumento de 4 millones para el aprendizaje socioemocional y un aumento de 5 millones para fondos de emergencia para el cuidado infantil. Gracias por esas inversiones, fueron muy importantes para nuestros niños, especialmente durante estos tiempos difíciles. Hoy estoy testificando ante ustedes porque necesitamos un aumento de 106 millones de dólares para financiar completamente el UPSFF, el financiamiento por alumno. Esto es importante para mi familia porque considero que las escuelas necesitan los recursos y todos los materiales que son necesarios para que los niños tengan una educación digna. Yo puedo dar un ejemplo de lo complicado que es esto. obtener recursos. En la escuela de mis hijos, la cual es Montessori, gran parte de la educación se basa en los materiales, los cuales son específicos dependiendo de la edad del niño. Adicionalmente, son algo costosos. Desde que mis hijos han estado en esta escuela, he sido testigo de los proyectos en los cuales hemos tenido que participar los padres para recaudar fondos para la escuela. Cada niño existen actividades en donde las invitan a hacer donaciones con el fin de que estos fondos sean destinados para la educación de los estudiantes. Considero que entre padres, maestros y directores de las escuelas estamos luchando por alcanzar una educación plena y que sea lo suficientemente de buena calidad, pero también pienso que ustedes nos pueden apoyar. Todo este sueño se puede hacer realidad y los más beneficiados serán nuestros niños. Gracias por dejarme testificar y comparto lo que yo quiero ver para nuestros niños de esta ciudad. Tengo la esperanza de que este año va a ser un año de grandes cambios y uno de ellos serán los fondos que estamos solicitando hoy en esta audiencia. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. And we have a copy of your statement, which is in English. So thank you. The next witness.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Councilmember?
Are we going to get an interpretation of that in English at all? Outside of the statement, I just heard you say that. But.
It would be the statement.
Okay.
I believe Valerie Jablo is not here. All right, she must have just arrived. Ms. Jablo?
Hi, my name is Valerie Jablo, and as a DCPS parent, I am testifying about DCPS, the Charter Board, DME, and OSSI. That's 3 minutes to address the performance of 4 agencies handling more than $2 billion annually, 45 seconds per agency, or about $11 million per second. Many parents and school staff could not be here today because they are working. One of those missing parents has worked years before the pandemic on getting our schools closer to digital equity without being paid a dime for that. Indeed, like most DCPS parents, as well as most DC citizens, whether on ward education councils or PTAs, I am not paid in any way to testify, to speak to anyone in DC government, or to rent rooms in the Wilson Building and purchase food for round-robin meetings with council members and staff to advance an agenda. As neither the council nor the mayor have visitor logs, it seems important to say this. It's also important to say that proposed changes to DC school governance are being floated because mayoral control is not working for many students and families. Here's more about how it's not working. I found out from a tweet that DCPS last month was discussing locating another high school in the building of my child's DCPS high school, Duke Ellington. No one at Duke knew about or was involved in the discussions. This is exactly how our charter schools operate. Someone somewhere signs a lease or buys a property and or plans a school, after which the public finds out and can only react fruitlessly while paying for the whole thing. The current discussion around Duke involves more than $100 million of capital spending outside the law governing that in an effort to expand capacity in Ward 3, the only ward with all its schools already renovated, while schools elsewhere remain untouched by fulsome modernizations. Recall that Duke's field was taken away so the mayor could give away prime use of another public field to a private school, as if the purpose of DCPS assets is not for students, but to balance the mayor's political priorities. All this is happening while budget expert Mary Levy has determined that budgets have been cut at 49 of 115 DCPS schools, mostly non-selective schools east of Rock Creek Park. A good number are not even projected to lose enrollment. Even DCPS schools without budget cuts have effectively had them anyway because staff costs have grown more than budgets. DCPS has also barred the use of federal relief funds for staffing, despite the fact that with a timeline of almost 3 years, those funds will be around longer than many DC teachers. DCPS is thus denying its own schools recovery funds for needed staff and recovery efforts while there is no guidance from OSSI otherwise, a move that empowers LEAs over specific needs of schools. And while DCPS has pushed reopening, principals, teachers, and families were not involved as true partners in formulating and implementing reopening plans, while no one has examined reopening through a racial equity lens, recognizing that until everyone is vaccinated, distance learning should be a floor for at least 2021. And all this is happening as discussions about the virtues of extended time or tutoring have trumped sustained investment in what we know will help our students now: more social workers, emotional support structures, and stability in staffing and budgeting at our schools. We can do much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chadwick. I believe Bertha Payne is not here, so the next witness is Ronald Jarrett.
Hi, can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Ronald Jarrett, and I'm director of the Under 3 DC Coalition. We are 50 organizations committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. We appreciate the emergency relief funding that the administration and council have dedicated in fiscal years 20 and 21. However, for early education programs, the cumulative relief funds delivered to date, district dollars, PPP loans, and other federal and private sources of funding covered only 35% of their additional costs, putting these businesses in jeopardy. Now, every business sector in the district relies on childcare businesses, relies on the childcare business sector. It's the sector that makes most other work possible. Yet our minimal investment in the sector means early learning programs are teetering on the brink of collapse. If we're moving mountains to support hotels, restaurants, and retail, then we should do at least that to save the childcare businesses that make our other jobs possible. Both the National and DC Chambers of Commerce warn of continued economic stagnation if workers cannot return to work because of a lack of childcare. It is also imperative that we move mountains to create a pathway to middle-class career opportunities for early educators who work with our children during the most critical time in human development. Yet these educators have historically been undervalued, underpaid, and underestimated. The vast majority of childcare program owners and educators are women, primarily women of color. The average wage for DC early educators is $16.41 an hour with minimal benefits, which is far below a livable wage. The fact that early childhood educators were initially left off the district's COVID-19 vaccine priority list exemplified the ways district leadership treat early learning as second tier. It was disappointing and disrespectful. Many early educators have been working on the front lines through the pandemic. Some were able to keep essential working parents on the front lines. Transforming early education careers into good paying jobs will advance equity in the city in more ways than one. It is incumbent on the mayor and the council to advance the funding and intent of the Birth to 3 for All law. It is past time to provide the resources, respect, and recognition that these essential educators deserve for the critical role they play in the local economy and children's lives. Under 3DC is calling on this committee to ensure OSSI plays a leading role in both saving DC childcare and building a more equitable early learning system for all district stakeholders. We are grateful for this afternoon's announcement that the initial $16 million in federal relief for childcare will be made available for grants this spring, but more details are needed about OSSI's timing and allowable grant expenses so that childcare providers can effectively plan their budgets. We also believe more collaboration with community stakeholders and transparency will be needed to determine the best use of the additional funds coming from Congress's most recent package. One priority for the infusion of federal support should be the completion of the long overdue compensation study for early educator pay parity, so that we can finally start down the path to good paying early ed careers. In fiscal year 22 budget, our coalition has requested $60 million in recurring local funds to make this pathway possible. As the interim state superintendent Shana Young said today in the press release that childcare is a crucial component of our district's education system, along with K-12 schools and higher education that deserves ongoing public support. Thank you for your opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Sherry Davis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sherry Davis, and I am a former teacher for DC Public Schools, a resident of Ward 6, and a proud graduate of Community Family Life Services Speakers Bureau. There are two programs I'd like to speak on today: the appeal to the chancellor and the background check process. Due to an error, I was rated poorly with the wrong group of teachers and was terminated as a result. As part of the decision, I was not allowed to apply to DCPS again until 3 years had passed. I feel that there should be a board of my colleagues who examine and determine appeal outcomes, not the chancellor who enforces the policy. Since I was unable to teach, I focused my energy solely on building my seasonal tax business. However, I grew my company too rapidly and needed help. Not all help is good help. Mistakes were made, especially with staff supervision, which led to my being convicted of a felony for failing to prevent actions taken by staff through my company. I never imagined my business dealings would result in my going to prison and having to start over. I thought it would be easier to pick up where I left off in teaching because DC government has a felon-friendly hiring process. However, I was wrong. I applied and the results of the background check rendered me ineligible for hiring because I was on probation for 3 years. The logic behind this was that my being on probation was evident that the courts did not consider me to be as being rehabilitated and still considered me a threat to society, which was the basis for not hiring me. I applied again several years later and was told that I had been rendered ineligible because of my background check. My problem with this is that I was never given the opportunity to appeal the decision or present evidence to the contrary of my fitness to teach. This is what I went to school for, hold honors and degrees in, and is my primary source of income. For a time, my son was my convicted co-defendant before his conviction was overturned. He was also a teacher, but he was able to appeal and present evidence to the review panel, which consisted mostly of lawyers. He successfully argued his case and was hired with his conviction. His conviction was overturned about 2 years later. In this case, the process worked for him and not for me. I would like to see the chancellor appeal and background check process continue, just with modifications and proper implementation to ensure a fair and equitable process. I'm asking the council to implement and/or oversee uniformity in protocols and procedures so that everyone receives the same fair and equal treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Jennifer Mumparo. You're on mute still.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you so much for holding this full day hearing. I'm Beth Bacon, a member of the Foodprints team, and here today on behalf of Jennifer Mumparo, the Director of Education at Fresh Farm and co-founder and director of the Foodprints program. We're here today to advocate for inclusion of programs like ours that can support outdoor education at multiple DCPS elementary schools in COVID recovery budgets. We're also here today to ask for assistance in establishing a system for recurring funding in the city budget to support comprehensive food, garden, and environmental education programs. In the past year, while students were learning from home, the Foodprints program has pivoted with virtual cooking classes, food access, and garden and science-based outdoor learning. Now, as students begin to return to school buildings and principals are developing stimulus spending plans, we're receiving requests to partner with additional schools to provide academic recovery and support for social emotional learning and healing from this difficult year of isolation. One principal said to us, "We want to work with Foodprints because our students need connected experiences to help them heal." After 12 years of working with DCPS, DC public elementary schools, we're in a strong position to provide exactly the kind of support that students, families, teachers, and school administrators need. We'll continue to plan and partner with DCPS, the Washington Teachers Union, and the State Board of Education to expand our partnership model with a focus for now on outdoor learning and school gardens. However, we and other organizations like ours need time to plan in order to be prepared for expansion, particularly after we reduced our staff and programming levels due to a reduction in our funding from DCPS for the 2021 school year. Organizations like ours can only provide the most responsive programming for COVID recovery when the planning for the education stimulus dollars in the district include partner organizations, teachers, school leaders, and for both school day and out of school time programming. We believe that food education for young children and families is a critical tool in the city's effort to rebuild and to become a nationally recognized sustainable city to combat stark health disparities. We welcome the opportunity to partner with the city on expanding our program model to support a healthier and more sustainable DC. Thank you, council members, for your leadership at this critical time.
Thank you. And your name again is?
Excuse me?
Your name again is?
My name is Beth Bacon, B-A-C-O-N.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Zoom shows you as Jennifer. Thank you.
She was signed up and we work on the same team, so.
Yes, no, I understand. Ricardo Philippa from PAVE.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the committee, the rest of the committee. And I also want to give a big shout out to everyone testifying today. Thank you for representing our city. I appreciate you guys. Just like many of you have been waiting all day for this opportunity. So I thank you for everyone that has testified today as well. My name is Ricardo Villalba, and I'm the proud parent of 4 children, including a daughter that attends Mary Reed Elementary School in Ward 1. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 5 board and on the city-wide board. In the fiscal year 2021 budget, we saw many important investment in parent priorities. Today, I'm testifying before you to share my vision for a family-centered education system in response to the impacts of COVID-19. This pandemic has caused a lot of pain and harm, but it's also giving us an opportunity to do things right and better for our children and to focus on the things that matter the most. 30 years ago, I was not able to graduate from a DC public school because I did not get the support I needed. Today, we're struggling to support communities that need the most help. I want to call on our council members to take this pandemic as an opportunity to invest in a school system that is truly responsive to the needs of children and families. Chairman Mendelson, one of the things that you have spoken to us before is that our children are not reading at a level that is competitive with the rest of the country. That is true. I see that with my own daughter who's having challenges with reading and writing. I hired a tutor and I'm spending $50 an hour to support her. But that's not an option for most of our parents. I have been a struggling parent before. I have 4 kids. I have felt the challenges of putting food on the table for my family. We need to meet this moment with solutions for families that are struggling in this time. I believe that all students and families should be able to access tutoring service to address learning loss. To do this, we need to fully fund the Uniform Poor Student Funding Formula to ensure that schools have the resources and flexibility to invest in the academic success for all our children. I also believe that we need to invest in school-based mental health. I think that should be a priority in our response to this crisis, not only for the students having the option, for the family as well, but also for educators. Domestic violence is skyrocketing, and the first to suffer the consequence of this are children. For many kids, a school was a safe place. We are going to need to address this trauma right now, and especially as they return to in-person learning. DC needs to invest $6.4 million to fully fund the school-based mental health pension, restore the $4 million cuts to community-based health providers, and dedicate a total of $10.8 million to social emotional learning and trauma-informed training in all schools. Supporting our educators to be trauma-informed and trained will be crucial for our children's development. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I see for our kids in our city. Thank you to everyone. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Villalba. Nicole Renard.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Nicole Renard, and I am testifying on behalf of the Amadon Bowen Elementary School PTA and LSAT. We serve approximately 340 students in Southwest DC. We are a Title I school, which means the majority of our students are from low-income households. We were recently forced to cut staff from our school budgets for FY22, the first year of recovery after the pandemic. Each year, staffing costs increase faster than school budget allocations, and many schools are forced to cut staff. This year was no different. Yet, the stakes feel higher after all that our children have lost because of the pandemic. Many students will return to in-person schooling in the fall after an extended period of time out of the school building. How will schools be able to target additional academic supports to students with fewer staff? How will schools be able to provide more social emotional supports with fewer staff? How will schools be able to accommodate both online and in-person groups to adhere to the social distancing requirements with fewer staff? This should be a time where we step up for our students and give recovery our best shot, keeping in mind that recovery will not happen overnight, but will instead take years. Instead of layering supports on for the next few years, we are cutting school budgets once again. These annual cuts represent more than numbers to our school community. They represent teachers, social workers, classroom aides, and other critical staff necessary to provide our children with a well-rounded elementary school education. Cutting back on staff yearly not only increases the expectations of the remaining staff by increasing student to staff ratio, but this is also a stressful time for the school community each year. This must change. You may hear that DCPS is providing stimulus funds to schools for new programs or additional supports for the summer. DCPS is not allowing schools to use these funds on regular staff, and DCPS is not giving schools the autonomy they need to make decisions for this relatively small pot of money. Why aren't schools trusted to make decisions with small pots of money to best meet the needs of our students? You may also hear that there is nothing we can do about the shortfalls in DCPS school budgets. This is also a fallacy. To be clear, we have made policy decisions in the DC education landscape that have led to the current constraints on school budgets. You have the power to change this, but it's going to take more than asking questions and hearings. It is going to require actual changes to our policies. I'm here for that because I'm here for our students. I ask that you all please show up for our students too. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Renard. Tyler Grigsby.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tyler Grigsby. I'm a program facilitator at One Common Unity and the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here to testify about the importance of out of school time programming and how we can improve performance from last year. One Common Unity was founded here in the year 2000. We break cycles of violence and build healthy, compassionate communities through the transformative power of music, arts, and peace education. Over our 20-year history, we have focused on transforming DC school climates to incorporate social emotional literacy, restorative justice, conflict resolution, and the arts. I don't want you to just take my word for it though, so I'll share some words from a 14-year-old student named Rose who recently graduated from our Fly By Light program at Stuart Hobson Middle School. From my experience with Fly By Light, I've learned a lot about social justice and human rights. It opened up my eyes to everything going on in the world. I was a child who had anger issues and trauma in my life. Fly By Light helped me learn how to deal with it and take control of my emotions. It taught me how to deal with those emotions and carry myself in a more effective way. Fly By Light is a life-changing experience and something that I wish everyone could be involved with. It helps you become a better person, and the people you meet eventually become like your family. Young people like Rose and organizations like ours need the council to continue funding what works. You will hear from my director and 2 students after my testimony. Even small budget cuts to out-of-school time programming greatly impact the amount of students we are able to serve. In my written testimony, you can find additional data on our programmatic outcomes. As the pandemic continues, we are very concerned for the well-being of the communities we serve. It's not optional to create spaces for students to express themselves, find supportive community, and have creative healing outlets for the trauma they have suffered in the past year. In this critical time, we need to not only maintain our consistent engagement with the students and their families, but also increase our support to our communities. I personally have seen sharp increases in the number of students who report symptoms of trauma and have had an increase in interventions for mental health related incidents. I've lost count of how many times my students have claimed groups like ours are one of the only things getting them through this time. As one of my partner educators said recently, our kids aren't living, they're surviving. Our students need the space to do more than just survive. We know programs like ours support our youth surviving and going on to help them thrive. We want to thank the mayor and council for holding out of school time harmless during last year's budget season. We're grateful for your commitment to OST, and we're here to remind you continued investment will be needed now more than ever. It's critical that we not divert any resources away from what we know works when it's needed. Let's increase those investments, break cycles of violence in our community, and give our young people the futures they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Shaden Delwitt.
Thank you, Tyler. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee on Education. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council today. My name is Shannon Hodge. I am the Program Director at One Common Unity and also a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here to testify about the importance of school-based and out-of-school time, mental health, and social-emotional learning support for the thousands of DC youth that are currently experiencing a severe shortage in care. One Common Unity's mission is to break cycles of violence through the transformative power of the arts, music, and peace education. Through our flagship program, Fly by Light, middle school and high school youth participate in a dynamic process of creative arts, personal transformation, social emotional learning, restorative justice, and community engagement. Our impact evaluation surveys indicate that youth that participate in our programs are more self-confident, develop stronger peer relationships, and increase their ability to feel what others are feeling. While the magnitude and effect of COVID-19 are impossible to quantify, it is abundantly clear that this crisis has taken an immense hold on young people's mental health and well-being. Young people are now facing a sudden reduced access to educational resources, loss of enrichment activities, and immense trauma. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, OCU's programs quickly pivoted to virtual programming and helped students and their families access vital resources and support when schools are struggling to respond. Our brilliant team provides trauma-informed spaces in online classrooms, special club offerings ranging from mindful art to dance parties, and out-of-school time spaces where students can receive quality enrichment programming. On a monthly basis, we hold educator trainings and parent workshops focused on important topics ranging from mindfulness to conflict resolution and trauma-informed care. The district has spent years in investing in a robust out-of-school time network and has made strides in building out goals and opportunities to further deepen SEL and enhance school climates and cultures. While we greatly appreciate that funding and supportive school partnerships, we worry that the investment in, for example, high dosage tutoring and focus on learning loss is going to divest essential resources away from programs like ours that focus on SEL, trauma-informed care, arts-based education, and restorative justice. Additionally, we feel that our input is valuable, and we would like to be present in community conversations as decisions are made for next year. I kindly request that you consider the vital nature of these investments in the whole child after this year's multiple pandemics. We recognize the vital urgency of having programs like Fly by Light in school and after school, and would love your consideration for continued support of One Common Unity's programs in DC schools, expanded community collaboration, and more details and information surrounding this summer and next school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dowitt. Timon Lawson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Timon Lawson. I am an 11th grade student in Easton Senior High School and part of the One Common Unity's youth organizing troop. The majority of my life, I have been in public charter schools, and even while transitioning to a public school, I feel as though all teachers are treated the same in terms of pay. Teachers are the forefront of preparing the people of tomorrow, and yet the payment they receive is on average less than $100,000 a year. What could be more valuable than the pay for those who are preparing the leaders of our city's future? Along with increasing the pay for teachers, another issue I care about is student opportunities for community service hours. During this unprecedented time of the COVID-19 pandemic, less opportunities are available, and so with less funding for community service groups, it's less hours students can get. Students should be able to tutor one another and get hours, especially if it's multiple students a day. Currently, we can only earn hours through an approved group by most groups, but most groups with good community service hours are currently closed. Some solutions for these problems are to offer more opportunities for students to earn hours and be entrepreneurs in their school communities. I also believe we should increase the teachers' pay by cutting money from other budgets, such as Metropolitan Police Department. These both impact me personally because school budgets are already small. We were barely able to go on field trips before the pandemic. I want my teachers to be able to get well paid, and I want opportunities to serve my community and earn hours towards my graduation. It is important to keep after school programs. Thank you for keeping programs such as this one I'm currently available because it was hard to find. We need to make sure this and other programs are funded and available after school. Thank you for listening. I hope you have a wonderful day and are staying safe.
Thank you. Alona Robinson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alana Robinson, and I am a high school junior youth activist with One Common Unity's organizing troop. In OT, I've learned about and become passionate about many issues regarding teens, women, people of color, body politics, and etc. All of these issues pertain to my concerns on having menstruation resources for period-having students in schools. During quarantine, I have had the pleasure to be in a house of girls that have many resources when having our period, including hot packs, tea, pain meds, menstruation products, and comfortable areas to sit and lay during an uncomfortable time. I haven't been able to access any of these things in school. In fact, many times when I go to the nurse to ask for menstruation products, they have lectured me on the importance of being prepared and in many instances didn't have what I needed. My question is, why aren't schools more prepared? In DCPS only, there's a student ratio of 64% female to 36% male. This means that at the very least, 64% of students in DCPS have their period every month for the average of 9 months in this school year. There are approximately 51,000 students in DCPS as of the 2019-2020 school year. Also, according to the DCPS website's self-published data, 73% of students qualify as economically disadvantaged. So the majority of these students may not have the financial capability to support themselves in their menstruating needs. This is why I suggest having more resources in schools for menstruating students. A simple yet beneficial option would be to have a room for students to go to where they can find period products, a comfortable seat to stay at or rest for a while, and some soothing music playing. This would be very helpful for menstruating students and help them to feel more supported by their school. In conclusion, menstruating students need to be better supported by schools by adding resources to make us more comfortable and be able to get help for our menstruating needs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and voice my concerns. I would also like to note that I wouldn't have known to speak up for this if it wasn't for out of school time programs like One Common Unity's organizing troop. And I'm eager to see my city continue to invest in out of school time programming and supporting menstruating students in schools.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Larry Bram with Easter Seals.
Good afternoon or good evening. For the record, my name is Larry Bram, Senior Vice President for Innovation at Easter Seals, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Easter Seals has been working in the district since 1945, and we currently run 3 early childhood programs in the district. Our Inclusive Child Development Center in Columbia Heights, that includes a pre-K classroom, Strong Start contract to provide early intervention services to children with disabilities and their families across all wards, and the Quality Improvement Network, where we work with 18 family childcare providers, primarily in wards 5, 7, and 8. All of our programs have been significantly impacted by COVID, and across all of them, we were forced to reduce our staffing by 13.5 positions when the original PPP expired at the end of June, about 1/3 of our employees in the district. For the Quinn program, we had a 36% budget cut. We lost 2 of the 7 positions with no decrease in responsibilities. All of the remaining staff have taken on more responsibilities and significant pay cuts. Our amazing 18 minority women entrepreneur providers in Quinn are struggling as even 1 fewer child in their program has a significant impact on their bottom line. At our Child Development Center, last March, a year ago, we were operating at full capacity. Today, our attendance is down 53% from 94 children to 43. The staff are anxious and unable to fully engage with children because of the need to keep socially distanced. And we're seeing increased behavioral concerns with children. You've heard that throughout the day. Our early intervention program had to switch to tele-early intervention. We had to eliminate 2.5 behavior therapy positions, ABA positions, but our services and therefore our revenues dropped 60% over the last year. So moving forward here, one good thing has come out of COVID. It's the realization of how critical childcare is to a fully functioning society and economy. And as we know, women, and particularly women of color have been hit hardest. Easter Seals is anticipating a return to the classroom as we move through spring and summer. Right now, we need to begin the process of rehiring and hiring staff and getting the classrooms ready. Funds are needed now to get the process moving before demand comes back. We need to be ready to open classrooms as soon as families are ready to send their children. As you heard, OSSI got $16 million today. We need to get that money out as soon as possible and make it as simple to use as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I believe Elizabeth Morin is not here. So the next witness is Afra Dormu with Jubilee Housing. Afra.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Afria Dormu. I am 11 years old and a 6th grader at Hardy Middle School. I am here to share with you my experience with out-of-school time programs. I attend Jubilee Youth Services in-person learning hub, virtual after-school program, tutoring program, and summer camp. I've been enrolled in Jubilee Youth Services since I was 7 years old, and I hope to continue to participate for as long as I can. What I like about Jubilee Youth Services is that we get to learn and do things we don't normally do at school, like have special guests who teach science and dance or take field trips. Going to the in-person learning hub twice a week lets me get a change of scenery from online and at-home schooling. I also get to see my friends in a safe environment that has internet, healthy food, and snacks, outdoor play, and an excellent computer in case I leave my computer at home. The learning hub is important because the staff helps me with any computer needs and helps with assignments that I'm struggling with, so I don't have to spend all my time at home with my family doing schoolwork. Going in person also means I can pick up all my materials I need for virtual after school to use at home during Zoom. I love the after school virtual program because we do really cool STEM activities with Blue Studios. My favorite STEM activity is learning about cellular structure and forming animal and plant cells using Crayon software. I also like learning financial literacy, and we are currently learning how to buy and grow money through stocks, which is not something we get to do in regular school. The virtual tutoring program is also important for my learning. My tutor, Miss Alexis, is a college student from American University, and she helps me out so much with my language arts, science, and math classes. She can see through my Canvas portal what assignments I need to work on, and she allows me to share my screen so we can work through the assignments together. My tutor is also willing to tutor me 2 times a week for an hour. It is great to have someone that can not only help me with school subjects, but keeps me organized and on track with assignments, which can be hard to do myself. I hope the city of DC will keep Jubilee Housing programs like it around. I am so grateful to have a place like Jubilee there for me during this pandemic, so I get to see my friends and don't fall behind at school. Thank you again for letting me testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Christy Matthews with the DC Girls Coalition.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the committee. My name is Christy Matthews, and I am the coordinator for the DC Girls Coalition, a coalition serving young girls of color, transgender girls of color, and gender nonconforming people of color in DC, being managed by a youth advisory board made up of young girls of color and gender nonconforming people of color ages 11 to 22. Today, my testimony will focus on mandatory reporting, increasing consent within Senate 16 within education, youth-centered approaches to responding to the pandemic, and police-free schools. First, around mandatory reporting. We know there's an issue of underreporting, neglect, and abuse that are serious for young people of color. I personally have heard of incidences where young people shared abuse and neglect that weren't taken seriously or they weren't believed. We also know there's an issue of over-reporting not so serious issues of neglect or abuse, specifically when young kids may show up to school without breakfast or show up to school late without following up with the parents or the students to see what was happening. We're asking that DCPS address this by first making it very clear what leads to a CPS report to students, and also clearly identify who mandated reporters are to students by placing placards within schools. We're also asking that children and youth receive regular trainings or classes around what mandatory reporting is and what abuse and neglect looks like. Another major issues within the school system is consent at 16. We know there are many young people navigating many government entities without family support or adult support. This becomes a difficult task when you're trying to transfer schools, apply to college, or even just make sure you're going to have enough credits to graduate. We're asking that youth under 18 have access to their education record so they can navigate their own success and also plan their own future. We're also asking that DCPS enforce the policies that currently exist to support youth who are transgender or non-conforming. The specific policy we're asking to be enforced is the one that allows young people who identify as a different gender to have their educational records updated. We're asking that more staff be trained on this and that it's actually enforced in schools and that young people are made aware of this specific policy. Next, I will talk about the pandemic. As we all know, there are many, many issues impacting young people with the pandemic. And specifically, one of the biggest issues has been around social distance learning and social emotional support. My testimony that I did email, but even though it was late, has a more detailed description of all of our demands. But specifically around distance learning, we're asking that there is a better connectivity in Ward 7 and 8. Young people are being put out of class or being disconnected from class or not being able to cut their cameras on because of their connection, and we're asking for an increase in social and emotional support for youth. And lastly, because I know I'm out of time, I will also say we fully support the Black Swan Academy's Police Free Schools demands, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Lupe Quinteros Grady.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Lupe Quinteros Grady. I am the president and CEO of the Latin American Youth Center and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. And I'm here to testify about the importance of the out of school time programming and how we can improve performance from last year. The Latin American Youth Center serves youth and families from all 8 wards of the district with out of school time programming, community schools, mental health treatment, school-based mental health, housing, foster care, STI, HIV testing and referrals, and recreation, art, and media programming. Last year, we served more than 4,500 youth and their families in total, 2,500 who lived in the district. We have services in 16 district schools, both charter schools and DCPS schools. This past year has proven extremely challenging, as I know it has been for everyone. Within weeks of the shutdown, LAYC had pivoted to all virtual programming, providing after-school program, mental health therapy, case management, and all of the other services remotely, except housing and foster care. Our staff checked in with youth remotely to see how their families were doing and what they needed to connect to school. We purchased laptops and hotspots with our own funds to distribute to students who needed to be connected to learning and to other services. Through virtual programming, LAYC has served 257 students in our 21st century program with homework help and tutoring. Let me tell you about one of our students for whom participation in our 21st out of school program has proven a lifeline. Jason is in the 7th grade at McFarland Middle School, who has been in out of school program since he was in the 5th grade at Powell Elementary. When Jason first started in our program, he was shy, low self-esteem, and no one to talk to regarding issues. Over time, through our staff support of Jason and his family, he has become more confident and outgoing and regularly interacts with other youth. Jason and his family are also examples of how the school system's out of school time partners leverage additional resources to support students. From LAYC, Jason's family has received assistance with logging into virtual classes, helping communicating with the school, food deliveries every month, rental assistance, and assistance applying for unemployment insurance. For our out of school programs have provided a crucial lifeline for families who otherwise may have fallen through the cracks during this unprecedented time. But I also want to take the opportunity to share some suggestions for improvement. Our relationship with the school staff and administrators is varied across our 16 schools. Some are more supportive than others, and at times it is difficult to get information to families about the out-of-school resources and programming that are available from LAYC. It would be incredibly helpful for parents and out-of-school time providers for every school to regularly circulate a list of out-of-school options available to students on the school website, and when schools reopen, to send this information in English and Spanish. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras-Grady. Lucas. I believe Lucas Jemison and Jen Motalenik are not here. I want to note, we're getting very close to 6 o'clock. I'd indicated this at the beginning of the hearing. This hearing has been broadcast since 9 o'clock live on Channel 13, the cable television website, and the council's website. Because we're going past the allotted time of 6 p.m., the broadcast will be available only to view on, and it's at this website, www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. So I'm saying that for those who are watching on cable TV, you'll have to switch. Anybody else, we had indicated earlier that you can continue to watch this live at chairmanmendelson.com/live. I want to thank all of the witnesses with this panel. I did want to say something. I don't really have any questions, but I did want to say in response to testimony by Lisa Rosenthal Yaffe that there were dollars that were put in the budget for FY21, but as a result of additional revenue losses, the money that didn't need to be spent was withheld or was reprogrammed. And so that would answer some of the questions that you had raised, such as the $1 million that had been put in OSSI for school student travel. Well, obviously there was not a school student travel, so the that money probably got used to offset the deficits. Councilmember Crayon White, if you're with us, do you have any questions? I believe the other council members have stepped off. I do not have any further questions. Almost all of you gave us written testimony, and I want to thank you for that. There were a couple who did not, and it would still be useful for us to have. So you are excused. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and I'm going to call the next group. Sally Talia, co-chair Program Funding and Compensation Committee for Under 3 DC and co-chair of the Directors Exchange. Luz Maria Valdez Lopez, and I apologize if I mispronounced, with from Reed Elementary School. Jai Ariel Anchor Lagos, who's with Kindred. Laura Denninger, community member, public health nurse, mother of 4. Samuel Quadri, Elena Mintz, who's with Urban Adventure Squad. Christopher Stewart, Allison Gilmeister, who's with Capital Experience Lab. Charles Boston, who's with the District Orchard Project. Gary, who's with Community Family Life Service Speakers Bureau. Sierra, who's with PAVE. And Lickle, who's with Life Pieces to Masterpieces. Jessica Truitt, who's with Kid Power Inc. Violeta Chorino, who's with Semilitas Early Learning Center. I think I'll leave it at that. So, Ms. Talia.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sally D'Italia. I've been an early care and learning educator and advocate in DC for over 28 years, and I'm a resident in Ward 2. I'm the co-chair of the Directors Exchange, which represents approximately 60 programs across all wards. We are members of Under 3 DC, a coalition which is committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. I also serve as the co-chair of the Program Funding and Compensation Committee for Under 3 DC. Early care and learning programs have always run on a tight budget. The cost of high-quality early care and learning, which all children deserve, is expensive, which is an understatement of the facts. And now so it is becoming even more costly and in some cases too much for programs to remain open or to even consider reopening. Parents can only pay so much in tuition, and providers that have a subsidy contract with OSSI are not paid enough to cover the true cost of care. What the past year has exposed is the fragility of the industry, but also its importance to the economic revival of the district and the country. And yet we are an industry that continues to be underfunded and continues to be treated with a lack of respect. We may not have a famous spokesperson in our corner, but we do have facts. One undeniable fact is that early care and learning providers are struggling, and many are on the cusp of closing or have closed. I'm going to share one example, but there are so many more to be heard. An owner of a program reopened in July 2020. Enrollment is still at approximately 40% below capacity due to health and safety guidelines. Families are not ready to return because of COVID-19 fears, and parents have lost their jobs. The program is losing approximately $25,000 per month. Costs for PPE have increased between 45 to 60% per month. He was forced to obtain rent abatement and negotiate payment arrangements for utilities and liability insurance as well as other expenses. The PPP grant loans were helpful, but not enough. He is operating in survival mode. What hurt his program further were the changes to the subsidy payments, guidance OSSI issued and made effective November 1st, 2020. The new guidance stated that providers would only receive payments for children who attended in person. Lower attendance equals lower payments, but the cost remains the same. As mentioned previously, grants do help programs. The district's Child Care Relief Fund, which programs received back in the fall of 2020, did provide some support, but in a survey done in November 2020, programs reported that cumulative relief funds to date covered only 35% of their costs, with many sharing that their businesses might not be viable much longer. I want to urge the council and OSSI that any future funds, such as the $16 million coming from the federal government, be turned around quickly and in a process that is not onerous to programs. The concern throughout the early care and learning sector is that without adequate funding, combined with policies and responses from OSSI, programs, both tuition-based and those with subsidy contracts with OSSI, across the district will close and never reopen. But when the district's businesses reopen, where will their employees place their children? Many of the district's residents who fill many positions in retail, hotel, restaurants, the entertainment industry, and education cannot afford private in-home care. There will be a ripple effect throughout the district when employees cannot return to work because of a lack of early care and learning programs. I encourage robust investment in the entire early care and learning industry and to fully funding the Birth to 3 Act. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. D'Italia. The next witness is Luz Maria, I'm mispronouncing this, Pelia Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, dear council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address to the council today. I am Luz Mireya Peláez Lopez. I am a Latino teacher from Colombia, South America, a wife and mother of 2 boys. Currently, I am a pre-K dual language teacher at Mary Reed Elementary in Ward 1. I am also co-chair of the Washington Teachers Union International Educators Task Force since 2019. I'm here to testify about the importance of the work DC State Board of Education does. As a Latino immigrant teacher, I, as well as many of my colleagues, have encountered many challenges and difficulties within the process of retaining and recruiting international teachers in DC schools, as well as in the operation of its educational system. However, we have found great support in the representation that the State Board of Education gives us by amplifying our voices and concerns, as well as the voices of DC families. It is of great value for DC residents, educators, and students the work that State Board has done in remaining an open space for residents to regularly address issues and concerns about education in DC during the COVID-19 pandemic. As well as the State Board passed several resolutions this past year, I want to mention some of them today. State Board passed a resolution that recognized the need to provide increased support for students with disabilities, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. State Board passed two important resolutions that included supporting the retention and recruitment of teachers of color, specifically Black, African American, and Latino teachers. We believe that our students thrive when they have teachers who look like them, who know their culture and speak their language. These resolutions have been a helpful guide for me and my colleagues to elevate the voices and needs of these often overlooked stakeholders. The State Board passed unanimously a resolution to encourage creative solutions to bring more students back safely in person, including asking for system-level support for outdoor learning and how the State Board influences the mayor's decision to include $9 million for innovation and outdoor learning in the budget. So these are just few examples that demonstrate that State Board truly represents constituent voices and help to bring otherwise marginalized voices to decision making. I really appreciate their representation and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I believe Chayo Anchor Lagos is not here, or Derringer is not here. Samuel Cadro,
Yes, I'm here.
please.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Samuel Cuadro. I actually misspelled it wrong in the form. I am from Colombia, South America, as well as Luz. I have been working for DCPS as a math teacher for 5 years now. I am the chair of the Washington Teachers Union International Task Force. Today, I am here to testify and highlight the work that the SBOE, State Board of Education, has done for international teachers. The State Board of Education has done an amazing job amplifying our voices and helping us fight for our rights as teachers, and continues to help us in finding solutions to problems that international teachers face in terms of teacher recruitment, retention, and certification. About a couple of years ago, the State Board of Education, with its representative Emily Gasoy, conducted several surveys, meetings, and hearings where international teachers could be heard and raise their concerns about teaching in DC. As part of that mentioned work, a resolution in favor of recruitment and retention of Latino teachers was passed unanimously. Such resolution has been of tremendous help because we have used it for meetings and discussions with Chancellor, OSI, and DCPS representatives, and have accomplished some of the goals that that resolution recommends for us as international teachers. For all of the above mentioned and the goals that we still have to accomplish, we wish to continue to work together with the State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quadro. I believe Elena Mintz is not here, so the next witness would be Christopher Stewart.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Softly, but let's try it.
Okay. Let me speak up a little bit. Is that better? Yes?
A little better, yes.
Okay, all right. So happy Women's History Month and Tuesday to the Education Oversight Committee, District of Columbia Council members, and public community members. My name is Christopher Stewart, I am a husband to an amazing partner and father of 3 superhero children. I'm a librarian at Columbia Heights Education Campus, Bell High School, and the chair of the Washington Teachers Union Equity Collaborative Steering Committee. Our students, parents, and community members should have the best and most advanced educational opportunities at their fingertips. This is not because we are the nation's capital or because we are better than other cities, states, or municipalities or nation states, but it's because we are human. Our students and their parents deserve oversight that critically and compassionately addresses every issue that arises. The inequities that have been allowed to fester without bound, including but not limited to severely lower test scores among Black and Brown students, is due to systemically racist and discriminatory system that has also chosen to place value and invest in those families whose income bracket far exceeds poverty levels. A modern day busing system, otherwise known as the lottery system, plays Russian roulette with students and their educational futures. Every school in every ward deserves budgets, buildings, and educational opportunities that mirror one another while addressing individual needs. While reviewing a few data sets and research regarding SAT preparation, I found it disheartening to learn that according to College Board 2019, 39% of African-American, African diaspora students scored between 800 and 990, and 34% of Hispanic students score between 800 and 990, while only 7% of whites and 13% of whites score between, 7% of whites and 13% of Asians score between 800 and 990 on the SAT. All scores are based on students in the District of Columbia. 32% of white students and 32% of Asian students score between 1,400 and 1,600, which is the max. We know that an SAT score or any standardized exam, for that matter, is not an assessment of intelligence, but whether you have been taught test-taking skills. The average SAT score in 2019 for my beloved Czech was 873. The average practice SAT score for the 5 students I tutored was 890. After taking the SAT prep course I taught, their average was 1112. Their scores went up 200 points. This isn't because of a librarian, or maybe it is. We do have the training, but it spoke more to a dedicated service of tutoring and intentionally teaching SAT prep, test-taking skills. The results were due to hard work of each student. For many parents who can afford it, they are sending their children to tutors. The school board and educational activists have been pushing for such educational opportunities, including outdoor education and police-free schools. Black and brown students and the abuse that many of them have witnessed or experienced shouldn't greet them with a gun in a holster at the front entrance. When we speak about accountability and oversight, we can't neglect the fact that we have a school board that has been chosen by the community to address the educational highs and lows of that community that has also been severely silenced. Their expertise and dedication to each student means that they are doing their work as elected officials. We need and require educational satya, which is complete truth. As we step into a new season, one that will require old ways to fade and new ways to bring integrity and powerful peace and compassion, my hope, my prayer, and my fight is to see to it that we choose each student, each child, and each parent and community member, for they are the ones that we serve. Peace, love, and justice. Thank you. And this is the outdoor space. You can see it. This is an example of an outdoor space that I set up at Columbia Heights Education Campus on Wednesdays.
Ms. Stewart, thank you. Your time has expired. Ms. Mintz.
Thank you very much. My name is Ilana Mintz. I'm the founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad. We're a DC-based nonprofit that since 2014 has run community-based, curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs during the school day, after school, and when schools are closed. After a summer of virtual programs, we went back outdoors in September 2020. Other than a wonderful, tiny staff and a supportive board of directors, we were mostly on our own, trying to figure out how to make things work and to stay afloat. In late September 2020, I got an email from Emily Gasoy, the Ward 1 representative to the DC State Board of Education, who wanted to know if there were ways that Urban Adventure Squad could support schools with outdoor learning opportunities. Dr. Gasoy took the time to visit our outdoor programs at Carter Barron and our virtual grant-funded programs with Cleveland Elementary School and Shaw. She invited me to testify before a State Board of Education panel of outdoor learning innovators across DC, and she invited me to join the Coalition on Equitable Outdoor Education. And she always answered my emails and texts. Because Dr. Gasoy reached out to me, I quickly became part of a community of outdoor learning advocates that I never knew existed. I became fast friends with Brenda Richardson, of Friends of Oxen Run Park in Ward 8, and then we got together to run a science program there on rain gardens on a cold Wednesday in February. We were joined by Scott Goldstein of Empower Ed, Watani Hatcher of the Department of Parks and Recreation, Dr. Carlene Reed, the Ward 8 rep to the State Board of Education, and Shaquan Hudson, the Ward 8 ANC Commissioner. Why does all of this matter? Because I, like so many of the witnesses here today, do not have the resources to meet people around us who can actually help us get our work done and serve students. If I did have those resources, I would know each of you by now, members of the council, and I bet we could make some great things happen for DC students. If we are to seize this terrible moment in our history to make DC the groundbreaking school district that it should be, our elected and appointed officials must find ways to uplift the voices of organizations like the one I run. We're working every day to reinvent learning and social connections for students, and we can help our schools prepare for life post-COVID. I worry every day about what a return to normal looks like for our students and for our teachers. We're not ready to support them, but we will be. We need to work together to create a culture of innovation and experimentation in our schools that's rooted in community support from organizations like us and the other outdoor learning organizations I've been very privileged to work with these last few months. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mintz. Allison Gilmeister, Capital Experience Lab.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a DC educator, a Ward 1 resident, and a founding member of Capital Experience Lab. I'm testifying in support of the work of the DC State Board of Education. Above all, I would like to commend the members of the SBOE for their accessibility and outreach to families, educators, and young people. As individual representatives, SBOE members both attend and host community events in person and virtually, where they learn more about what families and teachers need. At the board level, SBOE's working sessions and monthly meetings enhance the ability of community members to learn about and participate in policy level discussions about education in DC. Over the past 18 months, the SBOE's contributions have been particularly strong in their efforts to revise and update DC's social studies standards, to study challenges related to teacher retention, to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the STAR framework, and to respond to community voices in support of outdoor learning. By organizing these efforts in a way that focuses on hearing from teachers, families, and students, the SBOE's processes ensure that more of us find out about these policy conversations and have a chance to weigh in before decisions are made. SBOE strengthens democracy in our city by inviting more people into the process, including young people, currently exemplified by the Youth Voice Forums hosted by SBOE Youth Representative Alex O'Sullivan. Last but not least, I want to recognize the ways that the work of the SBOE connects educators and families to one another in order to help us take grassroots action to support each other during the time of the pandemic. For example, as academic lead of Capital Experience Lab, an organization and aspiring school focused on community-based learning, I've been involved with planning small group outdoor learning experiences for students across the fall and winter. Ward 1 SBOE representative Emily Gasoy, who met me when she knocked on my door in the process of running for office, shared information about our programming with Ward 1 schools. This led CapEx to be able to offer free Saturday outdoor experiences for students, providing social connection and engaging experiences at a time when many of them were missing other in-person learning opportunities. I hope the council continues to support and partner with SBOE, and I know that SBOE will continue to partner with educators and families across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I believe Charles Boston is not here. Carrie Francis with Community Family Life Services Speakers Bureau.
Yes, Hi. Sorry about that. How are you doing today?
Fine, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Carrie Francis. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I'm a graduate from Community Family Life Service Center, Speakers Bureau. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I'm a long-term substitute teacher for the District of Columbia's public school system. One of the classes that I teach for DC Public School is virtual and in-person art class for incarcerated students. I would like to talk to you today about the importance of art education for incarcerated students. One of my favorite visual art projects is that I do with the students is the coloring book project, where I give the students 5 crayons plus a black and white on the coloring book page, and they must color the whole page and then add the black and white for depth and highlight. Once the student is done, we give each other feedback, and then I ask them to tear the coloring book page up, collage it back together. Through this assignment, I teach students the discipline and responsibility that helps them benefit greatly, not just during incarceration, but in and out upon their release. This coloring book assignment is beneficial for students because students can expand and explore different ways to express themselves in the arts. Discipline and responsibility influences students to think constructively in and out of the classroom. These are important programs that need continued funding, and I would like to ask the council to ensure that DCPS budget include funding for the art education for incarcerated students, and specifically to the art education. One limitation that incarcerated students are not allowed the same resources of non-incarcerated students due to security, safety, and COVID concerns, of course. Though I understand that DYRS needs to ensure safety for their facility, these concerns need to be balanced so that the students and the facility are safe. One of the things, when the students are assigned to virtual art class and invited to participate in DCPS programs, they're unable to fully participate because of safety and security. They are not allowed safely to get on the internet. Therefore, the education is needed. Newly updated digital resources for the DCPS sites, not that required by the internet, but for the students to have access to museums and virtual expositions and gallery shows and professional artist lectures. These particular sites will influence students to be proactive, develop and apply critical thinking. So as I say to DC Council to review the conduct of these agencies to begin their budget, I'd urge you to consider ways for DCPS can better balance the need for students and the need to secure the safety of the facility. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you, Francis. Sierra Wilson.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Committee of Whole. My name is Sierra Wilson, and I'm a proud parent of a beautiful 7-year-old son, Zion, who attends Bridges Public Charter School in DC, and previously attended at Aussie Child Care Center in Ward 8. I'm a Ward 8 resident and an advocate with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. First, I would like to thank you for the $5 million investment for emergency child care funding, which helps support families like mine. I hope my story will help show the importance of stabilizing childcare so that parents of Ward 8 have quality options just like parents in other wards. Last year, my son, who has special needs, was enrolled in a privately run Aussie daycare center. Zion was not potty trained, so the center asked me to keep him home during a potty training ceremony. When I refused, they terminated his enrollment, in which I believe was an act of retaliation. I am now forced every morning to send my son, who has special needs, by himself in a transportation service van to a center all the way in Maryland. It's not right that he should be forced to travel for hours each day due to lack of quality daycare options near us. When I filed a complaint with Aussie, the process was so confusing. After 2 months of an investigation and asking about other resources to find daycare options, the Aussie representative suggested I try to enroll Zion in National Children's Center. However, when I reached out to them, National Children's Center simply never responded back. I believe they didn't reach back out to me because they simply could not service his needs. I sent many emails to agencies like OSSI asking for help, but nothing has really changed. Today, I'm asking the city to stabilize childcare by investing $60 million for childcare subsidies to cover increased costs. I'm asking the city to protect funding for early childhood health programs. Lastly, I'm asking you to work on improving communication with parents and families, especially for those with IEPs, by creating a more clear way to search for centers that reflect the level of service they can actually provide. This is so important because children with an IEP are not only falling behind academically during the pandemic, but they are at risk of missing developmental milestones and losing the necessary skills for an independent life. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I want to see for our kids in our city. I hope you will continue to support our early learners, but especially those with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Andrew Blickel.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrew Blickel. I'm the Life Pieces to Masterpieces Community Engagement Manager. We are members of the DC Out of School Time Coalition, and I'm here to testify about the importance of community-based out of school time organizations. This summer, Life Pieces to Masterpieces will celebrate 25 years as a Black-led organization supporting Black boys and young men in Wards 7 and 8. The core objective of our OST programming is to foster the creative, academic, social, emotional, physical, and citizenship development of our boys and young men. Over the past year, that has shown up in so many different ways. DCPS schools shut down in-person learning 361 days ago. 360 days ago, we delivered groceries to families, the first of over 1,000 deliveries LPTM has made. The key to our immediate action was relationship. Our deep communication with parents, discovering together how we could help. And in addition to the virtual and now hybrid OST programs we safely and successfully run each day, we continue to call our families each week. Sometimes we see that the most immediate need is getting masks or a thermometer into the home. Sometimes it's planning an art project. Sometimes it's coming together to help our kids have better attendance in school. Sometimes it's connecting a family with a shelter or a lawyer. Sometimes it's just connecting for a virtual hug. Is that OST? It is when that's what our families need most. Or it's working with community partners to build a safe outdoor space where our boys could come outside to log on to their virtual school day each day when they had nowhere else to go. Or to safely come together for after school with big smiles under their masks. By supporting the whole child and family, we can prevent learning loss from our most vulnerable students, and we can do it in partnership with our schools and school leaders. Our partners at DCPS in central office and at Drew Elementary have been fantastic. We see evidence each day that our role in the community is acknowledged and respected by those in leadership positions. But we can all do more. Now more than ever, we must, as a city, cherish the role that OST provides, welcome these community organizations into the decision-making processes, and see that we're essential in the communities we serve. So we can continue to invest in what works and utilize the incredible resource the city has in its OST community. Involve us in decisions from school reopening to summer plans to outdoor learning to innovative ways to reach disaffected youth. And reach out to us for these decisions before decisions are made. Recognize that OST works and that we're ready to work even harder to uplift our youth and families. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Truitt is not here. I was just corrected. Jessica Truitt, you would be next.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony about the vital necessity of OST programming for students. I'm Jessica Truitt, the Deputy Director of Kid Power, a nonprofit that has been working in the district for over 19 years, traditionally providing after-school, summer, in-school health and wellness and community-based mentoring to almost 2,000 students each year. Like other organizations, our team has pivoted and gotten creative during the course of this pandemic. COVID-19 has only exacerbated gaps our students face, which include access to high-quality academics, enrichment programming, technology, and food access. We have created brand new virtual programs to continue to offer students, families, and school communities with high-quality programming, additional services, supplies, materials, and even food and clothing. While our services grow to meet the individual needs of each of the families we serve, our attendance and registration numbers have definitely been impacted due to barriers to in-person programming, which will affect funding and therefore how many students we can serve in the future. We thank the mayor and the council for working to hold OST harmless during last year's budget season. However, we need more funding to meet the increased demand for OST programming, not less. We also need more collaboration, instruction, and increased dialogue with DCPS, OSSE, and other decision-making bodies. Our school partners have received one set of instructions, while OST providers have been left to piece together information and to make programming work without being part of the larger conversation. When decisions to reopen classrooms were made, the OST community found out along with the public instead of being included as a thought partner. While we know that our programming will look different than our traditional models, we have consistently offered to help with academics, social and emotional support, and etc., and would have loved to be part of any meaningful conversations about how to best serve students and their families. We have the student relationships, the resources, the staffing, and the passion to continue to serve our youth, but have been excluded from planning sessions and providing input and expertise in virtual, hybrid, and in-person learning. An example of a barrier that, if addressed, could have had a larger effect on engagement is the issue of virtual platforms. We've been serving students through Google Classrooms, even though in-school remote programming is done through Microsoft Teams. Pardon? Oh, and we've been encouraged to use this platform by school principals. If we were able to offer programming through the same platform, it would streamline access to students and increase engagement, and we feel like we would have made a much bigger impact. However, we've been told many times that we cannot be granted access to DCPS Teams accounts as we are not DCPS employees. This led trying to sign parents up with Gmail accounts, doing additional trainings on Google Classrooms for parents, and daily troubleshooting tech issues, as students and families were already used to Teams. This feels like a missed opportunity and a simple way to engage with students virtually. While we were making it work, we feel like we could have been working smarter and not harder over the last year, with increased collaboration and communication with DCPS being key. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide my testimony for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Truitt. Violeta Chorino.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Violeta Chorino. I've been working in the early childhood education for the last 20 years in Washington, D.C. I'm also an active member of the Multicultural Spanish Speaker Provider Associations under the guidance of the RIAP Charter School. I'm here representing the Hispanic community of early childhood educators and also childcare members, childcare business owners who are members of the association. I'm also a co-owner of Semillitas Early Learning Center who've been operating since 2012. As you know, the COVID-19 crisis has tested the childcare industry very directly. And you will agree with me that we have been bravely continue to serve our families. There is no doubt that in order for the economy to open up again in Washington, D.C., to recover, we need more financial support to be provided to small businesses as ourselves, who are right now working in deficit and still not working at full capacity. There are two things that I'm here tonight to ask you, and one thing is it will be to increase the subsidy rates to align more with the market rates, but not only to increase them, but also to maintain them the same within the 2.5 years of the child, because currently what's happening is that it decreases when the child turns 12 and then decreases again when the child turns 2. But the ratio is the same. So the cost doesn't change. So it doesn't make sense for it to be lower. It doesn't change until the child turns 2.5 when the ratio is less. So the other thing I would like to ask is to increase funding for the higher education for early childhood educators who are offering bilingual education. We, as a business owner, we are afraid that the bilingual programs are gonna suffer if we don't have enough teachers who are gonna be able to meet those requirements from OSCE on time. And so these bilingual programs are gonna disappear, and then everybody's gonna suffer. So we are asking tonight, that these providers and these teachers have access to higher education as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Chorino.
Thank you.
Ms. Francis, Carrie Francis, I just had a question for you that isn't exactly on point, but you described how you have students color a page, and then after they color it, which includes depth and highlights, you then have them tear it up and then collage it back together. How is that? How does that teach discipline and responsibility, or what's the value of that?
So basically, what I mean by that is I use a coloring book page. Most people, when they color a coloring book page, it's all nice and neat. Everything is in place. And then, we sit and we give feedback to it. And then I said, okay, let's tear it up. Let's re-collage it back. And so a lot of students, they don't want to tear up their painting. They don't want to tear up their coloring book page. They don't want to do nothing to it. It's like, but it's nice. It's already nice. And so from my experience in doing this particular visual art project is it takes a discipline to, from coming from an artist perspective, it takes a discipline to actually tear your work up and then put it back together and make it into something else. And then the responsibility comes in is most of the time the students purchase their own material or they're assigned their own material. So it's like it's their own. So when something is your own, you kind of care for it a little different than when somebody just says, here's 5 colors, here. I didn't have time to go into the whole process of it, but that's the basis of it. And doing certain visual art projects in that particular genre, it creates a discipline for the students. And parents have came back to me and said, oh, they're doing good in math now. Are they good? They're being more responsible, because it does create this where they're able to be expressive. And then when they see their art in a different perspective, they have a different, kind of way to look at it. And this helps them to develop and do critical thinking. And the feedback plays into it as well. So when students talk about each other's artwork and give each other feedback, that's beneficial for them.
Thank you. It's interesting. Not for you, for Sierra Wilson. Are you still having issues with your son?
Yes, he is currently going to a daycare center, a therapy center in Silver Spring, Maryland. He's not able to participate in virtual learning because I'm working, and then virtual learning really doesn't work for us.
Because if you feel that OSCE was unresponsive, reach out to my office, and
Okay.
if we can try to be helpful. Our main switchboard number is 724-8032.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Yes, 724-8032. 724-8032, and we'll see if we can try to be helpful with you with OSCE.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I want to thank all of the witnesses for your testimony. There are no council members present, so I broke up the panels a little bit. I want to thank you for your time. And there were a couple of you who had not given us written statements. That would be helpful if you did. All of it's helpful to us as we prepare for tomorrow. So excused. You can continue to watch the hearing. I'm not sure if you can in the whatever it is, the waiting room, or on chairmanmendelson.com/live. Again, chairmanmendelson.com/live. So I'm going to call the next panel of witnesses. Thank you all. Christine Encinas, who's Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. Cleo Kimmel, who's Mana Bilingual Child Development Center. Maria Lopez, who's with Semelitas Early Learning Center. Akira Ellis, who's with Black Swan Academy. Sante Snowden, who's with Black Swan Academy. Gracia De Paula, who's with Ria Public Charter School. Deborah Raviv, who's listed as a witness. Winter Jackson, who's a student at Bard High School. Maribel Gutierrez, who's Estrelitas Home Daycare. Michael Zeldin, who's an ANC commissioner with 3G04. Martine Gordon, who's with the Washington Area Women's Foundation. Maurice Kai, or Key, K-I-E, who's with Life Pieces to Masterpieces. And Carrie Thornhill, who's with DC Early Learning Collaborative, Inc. Again, DC Early Learning Collaborative, Inc. Pause for a second while everybody gets into the room. I want to note that the committee and the council are all a little bit different, and we adhere pretty strictly to our hearing notice requirements, which is when we have this number of witnesses, that's why it's a 3-minute clock for witnesses. And the cutoff for signing up was Friday at 5 p.m., which works out to what, 2 business days before this hearing. The regular hearing will be open for 2 weeks. That is, anyone who wishes to submit testimony who didn't testify today has 2 weeks. Anybody who testified and wants to supplement testimony has 2 weeks. And there are folks who testified but didn't have testimony. Be great if you got it today, but you have 2 weeks for it to be included in the record that we file. So let's begin with Ms. Encinas.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christine Encinas, and I have resided in Ward 4 for the past 20 years. I have dedicated my life to the education of children in the District of Columbia. I'm here to ask for 2 things. As Ms. Chirino, to increase the childcare subsidy rates and the subsidy rate for the children until the age of 2.5 years old. And again, to increase the funding for early childhood teachers to pursue their advanced learning degrees. My work with young children has taught me the importance of creating learning environments where students can thrive, where students can exchange culture and language. As a co-founder of the Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School, the first bilingual Montessori public school in the District of Columbia, I was able to bring together Latino and non-Latino children to learn in an environment designed around equity, celebration, and curiosity. Currently, I serve as the education director of Estrellitas Montessori School in Ward 4 and the interim executive director of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. This association is a professional membership organization that provides training and professional development and advocacy on common issues to Spanish-speaking early childhood providers. Our members are directors of licensed child development centers and home day care owners and skilled teachers providing child care for DC families. As an organization with over 100 members serving about 3,000 infants and toddlers and preschool age children in Washington, DC, our members are native Spanish speakers, many of whom work with Spanish immersion and dual language programs in the District of Columbia, helping to create a cadre of bilingual children in the district. I asked you to increase childcare subsidy rates to better align with market rates and the rates of maintaining for children until the age of 2.5. The current tier structure changed with a child age, but the teacher ratio during COVID cannot. An increase will help cover the true cost of providing childcare and better ensure the centers are able to meet the child ratio and group size requirement. During the crisis, many home daycares and centers run by our members have remained open and accessible, serving essential working families in the District of Columbia. Many of these families rely on our centers for access to affordable and quality childcare. I ask that you increase funding for early childhood teachers to pursue advanced learning degrees or credentials by 2023, as required by OSCE in their initiative to increase the quality of education for children in the District of Columbia. Increase funding to allow children to accelerate their coursework in an effort to comply with the current deadline. Many of our members are highly intense and continue their education. I guess my time is off, so thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we can work together in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Encinas. Kimmel is here. So the next witness would be Maria Lopez from Semelitas Early Learning Center. Please.
Buenas tardes. Señor, I'm sorry, but my testimony is in Spanish.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but my testimony is in Spanish. Buenas tardes, señor presidente Meldenson y demás miembros del honorable consejo. Muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad que nos dan el día de hoy de poder dirigirnos a ustedes de la manera más respetuosa e informarles nuestras inquietudes. Resido en el Distrito 4, soy maestra de educación infantil desde hace más de 12 años. En la actualidad soy maestra y dueña de un centro de educación infantil que se llama Semillitas Early Learning Center. Servimos a 25 niños y en la actualidad por la pandemia estamos con 19 niños. Queríamos de la manera más atenta pedirles el favor aumentar las tarifas de subsidio para el cuidado de niños que a la vez sean las mismas para todos hasta la edad de 2.5 años. Aumentar los fondos para que las maestras de educación infantil obtengan su título universitario requerido por el Estado para el año 2023. Actualmente me desempeño también como presidenta de la Asociación Multicultural de Proveedoras Hispanas. He dedicado mucho esfuerzo apoyando a la comunidad latina y a los centros de educación infantil en Washington, D.C. He trabajado para establecer la Asociación de Proveedoras Hispanas, una organización sin fines de lucro que empodera a las proveedoras de cuidado infantil, centros con licencia en Washington, D.C., así como maestros capacitados que brindan cuidado infantil a las familias en Washington, D.C. Estoy aquí para pedirles que se aumenten las tarifas de subsidio, como también los fondos para que las maestras sigan estudiando. Necesitamos, por favor, adicionales para seguir ofreciendo cuidado infantil de alta calidad en el idioma español. Desafortunadamente, si una mayor inversión de educación superior no está disponible, muchos maestros perderían sus trabajos debido al cierre de centros y por no cumplir con los nuevos requisitos de credenciales exigidos por los maestros. Muchísimas gracias, muy amable, esperando una respuesta favorable. Buenas noches.
Thank you very much. And we have an English translation. And I'll just note for others who may not have understood the summary of your testimony is to increase the child care subsidy rates and that the subsidy rate be the same for all children until the age of 2.5 years old, and increase the funding for early childhood teachers to pursue advanced learning degrees. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I believe Kira Ellis and Sante Snowden are not here, so the next witness would be Gracia De Paula, who's with Brea Public Charter School. Again, Gracia De Paula.
Yeah, can you see me?
I hear you.
Yeah, at the camera.
I can open the camera.
Well, we may just have to do with your voice.
Yes, okay. Buenas noches, presidente Mendelson e membros do Conselho. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar hoy aquí con ustedes. Mi nombre es Gracia De Paula, I'm from Brasil, educadora por más de 50 años, trabajando con la comunidad de infantes y adultos. Empecé trabajando aquí en Washington, D.C. por varios años, en Mary Center y Bria Charter School, que tiene como misión construir un mejor futuro mediante la prestación de atención médica y servicios sociales y educación, para fortalecer a las familias a través de una educación de dos generaciones culturalmente sensibles, teniendo el firme propósito y convicción que al trabajar juntos a través de la salud y educación podrán ayudar a los miembros de nuestra comunidad a ser sus propios defensores y producir generaciones de líderes listos para contribuir al crecimiento y bienestar de nuestra comunidad. En esas dos organizaciones asumí algunas responsabilidades que era CCLP, Child Care License Programa, que ha proveído una grande ayuda técnica y financiera a la comunidad de DC a establecer y mantener sus propios negocios en educación y cuidados infantiles. Me incluyo como responsable de seguir con las mismas misión y visión de estas dos organizaciones que creo tener fundamentos sólidos de un trabajo de compromiso con los niños y sus familias de nuestra comunidad, que reciban un servicio de salud y una educación digna, en especial considerando las crisis que pasamos de la pandemia de la COVID-19, que ha puesto en evidencia los graves problemas que tienen nuestros sistemas educativos, en especial a los programas de educación de 0 a 5 años. Frente a ello, la solución no es la inercia que nos eleva a la situación previa a la crisis, sino adentrarnos en un futuro inovador y transformador com e desde o conhecimento e a evidência. Por isso, estou aqui hoje para pedir-lhes a ajuda de duas coisas que já foram mencionadas anteriormente. Aumentar as tarifas do subsídio para o cuidado de ninhos e que a tarifa do subsídio seja a mesma para todos os ninhos de 2 anos e 5 meses. Aumentar os fundos para que os maestros de infantes e caminhantes obtenham os títulos universitários requeridos por o Estado. Sinceramente agradecida por o momento e atenção que nos foi dado.
Thank you very much. And we have an English translation of this as well, and it's very similar. Increase child care subsidy rates and make the subsidy rate the same for all children up to the age of 2.5, and increase funding for infant and toddler teachers to earn state-required college degrees. Thank you, Ms. De Paula. Who's listed as a public witness? Please proceed, Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm the parent of 2 DCPS students. My children, along with 80% of all DCPS students, have not set foot inside a school building for almost 1 year. Even more troubling, Mayor Bowser, Chancellor Farabee, and the rest of DCPS have no plans for term 4 or the fall to get our children back in school. The DCPS teachers, who are true professionals, are not the problem. The principals and vice principals, who are working tirelessly to get as many children back as they can, are not the problem. The problem is a complete lack of leadership, planning, competence, and urgency on the part of the mayor and the chancellor to get our children back in school. Almost 1 year ago today, my children's lives were ripped away from them. They stay at home every day and stare at a computer screen for 6 to 7 hours. They have gone an entire year without making a single new friend or interacting with an adult who isn't a relative. Going to school is an enormous part of what it means to be a child, and not going to school has taken a tremendous toll on them academically, emotionally, and socially. The DCPS website proclaims that DC public schools are open. They are not open. Our middle school allows 1/10 of its children to come back for 3 hours a week. Our elementary school allows less than a quarter of its 5th graders into the building, with only half of that number receiving in-person instruction. That is not open.
DCPS made clear that it was abdicating its responsibility when it announced that there would be no system-wide planning for an expansion of in-person learning for Advisory 4. DCPS has not announced a plan for the fall to get all students back who wish to return. DC has not revised its health guidelines since the CDC released its report for safely reopening schools, further hampering school reopening efforts. According to several DC private school websites, the DC health guidelines that are mandated for all DC public and charter schools are not mandated for private schools. So the DC government policy is one set of rules for the wealthy and another set of rules for everyone else. This has a disparate impact on DCPS students, 84% of whom are minorities. I am not advocating throwing out important mitigation measures like mask wearing and social distancing that are essential to safely reopen schools. I'm asking for equal application of all necessary guidelines based on science, not lobbying. DCPS may argue that many families do not wish to return to in-person learning. Neither I nor DCPS can control what an individual family decides is best for their child. DCPS, like the rest of the country and consistent with President Biden's message, has an obligation to get all our children physically back in school full-time, 5 days per week. 0 children under the age of 19 have died of COVID-19 in DC since the pandemic began. Yet DC continues to keep 80% of its students out of school completely and indefinitely. This lack of leadership is indefensible, and I ask the DC Council to take action to safely get our children back in school. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Winter Jackson, who's a student at Bard High School.
Hello. Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Winter Jackson, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I'm a sophomore, and I attend Barra High School Early College, DC. Next year, I will be able to begin taking college courses at my school. I aspire to become a civil rights lawyer or a neurosurgeon. I've been a peer educator with the Young Women's Project since September of 2020. One problem most of our students are negatively affected by is the lack of mental health and wellness services in our schools. The mental health of most students has been negatively affected since the pandemic started. A recent survey by YWP's mental health team of 261 youth found that 32% are dealing with the loss of loved ones, 19% had to move, and 75% had an increase in schoolwork. Adults are not able to fully understand the direct impact that schoolwork can have on our mental health. In our survey, 57% rank their stress as consistently high, and a lot of people are losing sleep because of schoolwork. 22% of youth said their sleep is chaotic because they are staying up late to do schoolwork. Another reason students are stressed is because we have not been able to be as social, and at one point or another, we have all been isolated. Only 7% of youth see their friends once a day and half see them weekly. If we ignore the problem for most students, it's only going to get worse. Here are my recommendations for improving the mental health services in schools. School officials should schedule more classroom time meetings and assemblies during the school day to talk specifically about and assess the mental health of our students. School websites should provide more information options for help outside of school. Schools should provide a range of wellness trainings and support groups that students can join. Hopefully you take the time to consider my recommendations. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jackson. Gutierrez.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
My testimony will be in Spanish. Buenas tardes, señor presidente y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Maribel Gutiérrez. Le agradezco la oportunidad por hablar hoy. Soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil y propietaria de mi programa. Mi puesto es como directora. Hoy represento al Hogar de Desarrollo Infantil Soles Montessori Estrellitas Home, ubicado en la zona 4, que atiende 12 niños, infantes y toddlers anualmente en la ciudad de Washington. Durante la pandemia, del COVID-19, el programa se ha mantenido abierto para servir a los trabajadores esenciales de la comunidad del Distrito de Columbia. Muchas de las familias confían en nuestro programa para brindar el cuidado de mayor calidad por muchos años y queremos seguir trabajando para mantenerlo. Hoy estoy aquí para pedir el aumento de fondos para los maestros de la primera infancia para obtener sus títulos de credenciales de aprendizaje avanzado para el 2023. Un mayor financiamiento podría permitir a los maestros acelerar sus cursos para cumplir con la fecha límite actual que lo requiere OSI. La educación infantil es fundamental y queremos ayudar a toda nuestra comunidad brindándoles un servicio de calidad. Por ello, nos preocupa que el programa UDC, que está brindando los cursos de educación infantil en español para nuestra comunidad hispana, no pueda seguir funcionando por falta de fondos, ya que los maestros no pueden cubrir las matrículas. Desafortunadamente, si no se dispone una mayor inversión de educación superior, nuestros maestros podrán perder su puesto de trabajo y cierres de guarderías y centros. Le pedimos, por favor, si nos pueden ayudar. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you. And we have an English translation of this, and there are a couple of points. The Solis Montessori Child Development Home, which is where you work.
Yes, correct.
Additional issues such as limited public financing and payment rates to represent only a fraction of the actual cost of childcare. And then increased funding for early childhood teachers to pursue advanced learning degrees or credentials by 2023 is required. Increased funding could allow teachers to accelerate their coursework to comply with the current deadline. That's summarizing the testimony. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next witness, Michael Zeldin, Commissioner from ANC 34G.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I guess. Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, I'm testifying on behalf of 34G in the Lafayette School District. I want to talk about three issues. My written testimony is elaborate and more conclusive of what I'm going to say. I want to point out two or three things, though, today. First is with respect to the proposed move by DCPS of the four classrooms that constitute the pre-K4 elementary cohort at Lafayette to the Military Road School. Our commission's view of this was and remains that the process by which DCPS decided to notice this community and move the school cohort there without adequate input from the community or without adequate input from the Brightwood community is unacceptable. When we engage in our process, having learned of it late November and not until late January were we able to get DCPS to move off their decision to move these students to an area that they were not wanted and where the school there had the same needs that Lafayette had, was just unacceptable. And DCPS seemed without remorse for the fact that they endeavored to move this without any true involvement by the school community or the ANC, especially so in the Brightwood community. Ultimately, Mayor Bowser made the right decision. We applaud her for creating the standalone school at Brightwood, but it should never have been the process that was followed. Similarly, we hear, but we can't get verification that DCPS has cut 2 of the pre-K4 classrooms at Lafayette for the upcoming school year. We can't determine whether or not this was requested by the principal, whether this was done by DCPS on their own accord, but we know that there is the likelihood that there'll be 2 less classes for our students, and we have no real involvement in that process. Again, this lack of transparency by DCPS is unacceptable and something which the council has to take account of as it evaluates them. And finally, is the question of overcrowding at Lafayette. We have identified for Deputy Mayor Kine that there is space available at the Episcopal Center for Children. 4 of our commissioners have toured it. The CEO and president is prepared to work with us to find opportunities for sharing that space, leasing that space. But we've gotten no creative response from the deputy mayor for education. He seems singularly disinterested in helping the Lafayette community find additional space, falling back on budget when, of course, there is no budget that there is able to be falled back on because the budget hasn't been satisfied. So we ask you to look at both transparency and the possibility of finding space at the ECC for the Lafayette school community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Martin, Washington Area Women's Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Martine Starangani Gordon. I'm a resident of Ward 3, a working mom, vice president of programs at Washington Area Women's Foundation. The Women's Foundation is a community-supported foundation that invests in the power of women and girls of color in the region. I want to talk about educational infrastructure. DC has demonstrated a commitment to building up its overall education infrastructure. And while we all know there's more work to be done, our public education system has a foundation on which to continue to build. As difficult as it is in our current environment, the question for parents with school-age children is not if their kids will be able to return to school, it's when. And we do not, however, have an infrastructure like that for early education. We do not have the level of public investment needed to ensure infant and toddler classrooms will be able to reopen or stay open, or to ensure early educators will be available to return to work. The early education sector needs stronger public investment because while early education is a public good, it is in crisis. As a society, we have relied on parents paying significant sums and early educators earning poverty wages to finance the system. I would share that my own family's childcare costs in 2020 were about a quarter of my income. On the other side of things, the Center for the Study of Childcare Employment reports the poverty rate for early educators in DC is at 34.4%. The system doesn't work for early educators and it doesn't work for families. While DC has invested more in pre-K in particular than other jurisdictions across the country, it's time we dedicated public funding necessary to create an early education infrastructure that meets our economic and education needs. Fully implementing the Birth to 3 law can help set up that infrastructure. I want to acknowledge the emergency response funding that Council and the administration dedicated to early education programs, including the grants OSSI just announced today. I also want to recognize OSSI's leadership during a time of public crisis and internal staffing transition. I look forward to learning of OSSI's updated child care subsidy plan and hope that OSSI and intergovernmental partners are providing the funding and support needed to make it easier for eligible families to obtain and retain their child care subsidies and for programs to receive subsidy payments timely and in a way that allows them to plan. Like many, I also eagerly anticipate the additional federal support for early care and education. And my hope is that that emergency funding coming to DC will be turned on quickly and provide flexibility to programs. Thank you so much for allowing me this time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Maurice Kai or Key?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in front of the council today. My name is Maurice Kai, and I am a member of Life Pieces to Masterpieces, serving as the program manager and also a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here today to testify about the importance of community-based out of school time organizations and how we can build stronger relationships between DCPS Central Office, partner schools, and OST organizations. Life Pieces to Masterpieces has been supporting Black boys and young men ages 3 to 25 in Ward 7 and Ward 8 since the summer of 1996. In fact, this summer we celebrate 25 years of providing art engagement, character development, and academic enrichment through our after school, weekend, and summer programming. At Life Pieces to Masterpieces, we believe that love plus security plus expression equals life. And we made it our priority to ensure that our apprentices and their family felt the love, felt the security, and had an opportunity to express themselves during a time of uncertainty. Life Pieces to Masterpieces adapted to the COVID-19 pandemic by immediately providing for our apprentices physical, social, emotional, and academic needs. We have weekly phone calls with our families, so we were informed in the early stages of the pandemic about our families' needs, and we reacted immediately. We reacted with over 1,000 deliveries of groceries, PPE, sanitizers, cleaning supplies, art supplies, snacks, and more to our families. With Zoom programming to continue our art engagement and social connections, with a safe outdoor in-person programming at Marvin Gaye Center. Shout out to our partners, Washington Parks and People, for allowing us to utilize that space. Every day we set up and sanitize tents, tables, chairs, lights, and heaters, powering them with our own generators. We provided a safe place for our young men to come for their school day. Our apprentices continue to visit us on a daily basis, both outside and on Zoom, to receive homework and academic assistance, express themselves through art, and most of all, learn about who they are and their identities as young Black men. As we reflect on this past year, we definitely have a lot of people to thank, but we would like to take our hats off and thank Principal Salahuddin at Drew Elementary School for her leadership and communication with us throughout the pandemic. Life Pieces to Masterpieces is usually housed on the 4th floor of Drew Elementary School, and Principal Salahuddin has made us always feel welcome and valued as a part of the Drew family and community for the past several years. This year, we serve as community partner on Drew's local school advisory team, being its voice in the meeting, sharing our unique perspective as the OST, sharing resources with the Drew parents, and taking ideas back to our Life Pieces to Masterpieces parents. However, as excellent as Principal Salahuddin and her staff has been, we would like to ask for further and deeper communication with DC Public Schools Central Office, DCPS Schools, and OST organizations regarding school openings and the future plans around our young people. Chairman Mendelson, I thank you for your time, and I thank you, everyone that's involved with this call today, as we make strides to improve our community, starting with our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kai. Carrie Thornhill, who's with the DC Early Learning Collaborative.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson,
Good evening.
other committee members and staff of the council. I am Carrie Thornhill, a longtime Ward 7 resident and of the District of Columbia and president of the DC Early Learning Collaborative and a part of the Under 3 coalition and campaign. On behalf of the collaborative, I want to thank you and your colleagues for your longstanding commitment and dedication to affordable, accessible, and high-quality early care and education services essential to the sustainability of the district families' early education, pre-K through K through 12 education, workforce development, and the city's economy. We are an outgrowth of the Pre-K for All DC campaign. In DCELC's current iteration, the collaborative serves as a guardian of the purposes and vision inherent in the pre-K legislation and an advocate for the full funding and implementation of the Birth to 3 legislation. We and our partner organizations believe sustained, equitable public investment in high quality early care and education is essential to the well-being of the city's children, families, communities, and the city. And we want to ensure early care and education practitioners have a voice, the credentials, and equitable and competitive compensation to produce the highest quality of care and learning. We believe in equal pay for equal credentials and work. In this regard, we need you, the council, to do 2 important things to facilitate the advancement of equitable and competitive compensation. 1, we implore you to encourage, push, incentivize OSSI to provide you and the public with the answers to a series of essential workforce questions, including but not limited to: how many early educators earn the minimum wage? How does the level of education vary according to the racial, ethnic characteristics of the workforce and by sector? How many early educators need to attain CDA, AA, or BA to meet the new licensing requirements by what year? How many are currently enrolled? What is the estimated cost to obtain the required credentials? And of course, the last thing we need you to do is to make sure that OSSI produces and releases the salary and wage scale study required by the B3 legislation, because that's information and answers to these questions should be driving public policy, practice, and investment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Thornhill. Cynthia Davis, she was called earlier and has since arrived. She's with the DC Family Child Care Association. Ms. Davis?
I think, am I unmute?
I can hear you.
Oh, great. I guess I'm glad I got the chance to get in. I'm sorry. Well, greetings, Chairman Middleton. My name is Cynthia Davis, and I'm the president of the DC Family Child Care Association. I come to you today to speak about the pay equity among family child care providers. We are many that's in our field and are paid the least. I'm urging you to speak and encourage and incentivize OSSI to raise the pay rates when it comes to family child care. We are the paid least in the smallest settings. And because we are the ones who cannot afford the minimum wage of paying a person $15 for an actual staff person. And because of the low wage and subsidy, we cannot afford the staff. So if you look at the subsidy rate of $62 a day per child and multiply that by the $15 an hour per staff, puts us in the arrearages actually to be able to run our facilities. We have spoken to OSSI several times about the pay increase and requirements by the city to raise the rates to be equitable across the board and not based on settings and not based on a tier system. The tier system, if we're speaking about quality, the tier system does not guarantee a quality setting based on the rates. Because if a person receives progressing rates, will not be in a better place than a person that receives quality rates or in a center or base environment, and will not be able to provide a quality environment at all for children. So with that being said, I'm just pushing for and encouraging and speaking out about the pay equity compensation for DC teachers, birth to 3, compensation for educators in my field and for myself, because I am a family child care provider myself in the field. Also in education, providing more opportunities for teachers to get their associate's degree. A lot of them are really a little distant with the fact that it takes almost 4 years for a teacher to really attain a degree, not a 2-year like it would if you were going full time. And because we are workforce development, we need more opportunities and times to be able to acquire this education, even though they still extended it to 2023. It is a very long process for a teacher to take, and to take on this responsibility, add more incentives for teachers to be able to do this, especially when we're going to school after 6 p.m. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. We're kind of at the end of the hearing, but I have a couple of things. One, Commissioner Zeldin, I'm interested in that Episcopal Center for Children as a viable space, and I've communicated that as well to Ms. Sun from Lafayette, and I'm open to more discussions about that as we get into the budget season.
Yes, we know that, and we appreciate that, and we've been in touch with your staff. The problem, the bottleneck is with the Deputy Mayor for Education, Mr. Chairman, and we'd ask you to help us try to break that logjam.
Well, that's the value of our being a different branch of the government. We can kick them around. That doesn't mean that they necessarily will agree with us, but yes, I want to be helpful.
Thank you.
Ms. Raviv, Deborah Raviv, your testimony reminded me that we've had 3 hearings. The committee's had 3 hearings this year. I think the first was on reopening at the end of January, and the other 2, February 6th and February 10th, were on overcoming learning loss. And the result of those hearings is that we've been trying to increase pressure on the executive to do the planning, which you testify is lacking. I could put that differently. The first hearing on learning loss, which was early February, every council member who was present was quite, I think I could say, angry at the lack of any evidence of a plan. The executive has gotten a little better. I expect we will explore this tomorrow, and we will continue to press on it. I can't say at this point that we'll have another hearing. What I've said to my staff is we will confer after tomorrow's hearing to decide whether we want to have another hearing on what the plan is for reopening and for overcoming learning loss. So I didn't want your testimony, which I heard is quite passionate, to be unanswered. I don't have an answer for you other than that we're working on this.
Sir, I really appreciate your saying that. Thank you.
So I want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony, and you all are, holding up the rear of this hearing. So with this, I'm going to adjourn the hearing in a moment. So we have a hearing tomorrow on with the agencies, the different education agencies, and that's also scheduled 9 to 6. So they will be testifying. I expect there'll be quite a number of questions from council members. And the committee of the whole has a hearing on March 18th with regard to the data audit that the auditor is releasing tomorrow. That's on her analysis of the adequacy of the data that OSSE has relating to public education. The budget hearings have not been set, but they will be announced next week, and I expect they will be either in April or May. We will be getting the budget on April 22nd or 23rd. It's delayed from the original expected date of March 31st. And that's so that we will have a better ability to deal with the federal funds that are coming to the district. I want to just clarify that federal funds are coming to the district as grant money, such as some of the child care money is grant money. The council is not in a position to be able to appropriate that. It's already been appropriated by Congress for a specific purpose. But the general federal payments to the district, which are quite significant, will be included in the budget that the council ultimately will adopt in June. And so for us to better consider that, the budget's been delayed to April 22nd or 23rd, and our hearings on education will follow. The dates will be announced, I believe, the end of next week. Again, I want to thank all the witnesses who are here, all the members of the public who have been watching, and my last count was about 70 people. And I want to thank all the witnesses who testified earlier today. Record will be open for 2 weeks, although those who testified today and submitting statements, I'd appreciate it sooner. And with that, the time is 7:26 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.